Ouais, choque-les. Choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils médisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder.
And I think he might just find it!
It comes around once a stage and changes the entire complexion of the league in one weekend. Europe and Oceania have already been visited by it, and now it's NA's turn. 3 straight days of games that can flip a major's hopes upside down for better or worse, and when the dust settles, 3 teams will be expelled from Stage 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the North American League. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson alongside Davide Foxe Bucci and Gabriel Laxing Miralez. Gentlemen, welcome to Super Week.
I'm excited.
We're already here.
I'm excited. Yeah, I know. It feels like just yesterday we were coming in here for the first week, and now, I mean, I used to feel the same as a player, you know. It's always like a big mountain when you look at it, but once you're on the other side, it just goes so fast. You just wish there was more games.
And it's do or die for some of these teams. Like, you need to get your points here. There are some teams that do have days off that we do know going, so they only have 2 days in this Super Week. So, I mean, this week is it, really.
I want to check standings real quick just because this has already been a tumultuous stage thus far, so we'll see how everything lines up after 6 days of play. Sonics are not playing today. However, they have already locked themselves into a playoff spot. They're the first team to do so at a minimum threshold of 14 points. It's not to say that every team, if they were to get to 14 points, has it locked down, but at this point, Sonics have already crossed the threshold and they're in. Everyone else is still trying to get to top 6.
Yeah, it's been pretty competitive, and it's pretty exciting because no one team is just smoking everybody out the gate. Everybody has been pretty back and forth, and it's really nice to see that even though there's 2 teams that are made it to playoffs, there's still so much that could happen, so much that can shift within that middle pact of teams that you don't even know how the standings are going to look at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, to touch up even what you said, when you look at just how close everyone is relatively in points, I mean, it can really be shaken up just by 2 games, let alone you get a chance to play 3 games for that matter. I mean, we could definitely see this standing really shift, but I do like that it is so close, that there just isn't one factor of just one team just getting dominated versus the rest. Like, it's really even across the board.
I think a lot of these picks, or the places that they're currently are at, line up decently well with what we thought coming into the stage, but we also did power rankings before this stage began, not necessarily as a predictive measure of where teams were going to end up when the stage was done, but just to see where they're at in week 1 and then compare that to where we're at in week 3. So Laxing, I just want to see where your power rankings lined up to where they're at right now. I'm kind of curious
too, where mine's going to look like. So yeah, I mean, there's only one that stayed the same. That was obviously Wildcard being in 7th place. But, I mean, I was just going off of what I saw last stage, what currently happened at the last major. And truthfully, it's not that surprising seeing Sonics obviously being at the top. They've been looking the best. Even for DarkZero, I had them at 5th. But, again, they've been gone to show that Nafe isn't, he can IGL. He can do what needs to be done. Kobe Lax performing. All of them doing extremely well. Space Station flipped to, 3rd instead of a 2nd. So that's on me. But C9 Beast Coast, obviously, I had them at 1st. They're sitting 4th right now. Again, there's still 3 play days left. So this, again, could very well change in some of these areas. But again, I mean, it's not surprising to see where some things are versus what I thought they might be.
I think mostly it's like the bottom 3 was about the same couple of teams. The top 3 to maybe the top 4 was around the same, and the only real outlier for you was just C9BC. You had at number 1. They currently sit at number 4. Lax, I'm curious. Sorry, Fox. I want to see how yours one's lined up too.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it best. I think the bottom 3 was kind of expected. Top 3 makes sense. I think the middle ones are definitely the most, like Luminosity and
that M80 pick though.
Luminosity and M80. Yeah, unfortunately for me, M80 isn't doing too hot, and I did have them ranked number 1. But as for the top 3, top 4, it is pretty much all the same. I had SQ, I had DZ playing high, I had Los, I had OXG. I predicted the OXG fall off this stage after getting rid of Dream.
You did.
I just didn't expect it to be at this mass. But, I'm pretty proud of what it could be. And then hopefully, we see this next couple of days just kind of shape up. And it'd be funny if, like, one of us just gets all of them right or something crazy.
To be fair, yours is very close. I mean, I'm pretty impressed. I didn't see the vision from the Sonics or DZ that you saw earlier because I had them in 4th, 5th. So the fact that they're 1st and 2nd right now.
You know what I'm really excited? I'm really excited to see the prediction percentage at the end of the stage because I think I've only gotten, like, 4 games wrong.
I'm curious.
I don't think you've gotten that many wrong. I think you've probably gotten, like, 2 wrong, and I've probably gotten, like, three wrong.
Maybe. I don't know.
You've only gotten 1 wrong.
You see how much more of a game it becomes when we hide percentages from you guys and we have no idea until a stage is over?
Well, to be fair, I mean, this stage has been extremely competitive. A lot of these games that you wouldn't think maybe we're going to go one way over the other. I mean, it's like I said, I'm just glad regardless, like whether I'm in the lowest percentage or you're in the lowest, that the stage has been very competitive across the board.
There's a couple teams I think were kind of shoo-ins for playoffs. Teams like Sonics, DZ, Space Station, C9BC, we at least figured top 6 was a possibility. But then for power rankings and then what's on the board right now, it's a matter of 6th place, I think, for me, that's the most interesting. Because Wildcard were in that conversation for a bit. Luminosity kind of was, but we weren't sure what they were going to be like when they came back from their first LAN. Were Los going to be better? We didn't think OXG was going to be down here. So the most interesting storyline for this stage is just who ends up in 6th for me.
Yeah, that's definitely the big factor here because we've touched up on it already. Just because you secure yourself into playoffs or even secure yourself in that 1st and 2nd spot where you get to sit pretty, that does not guarantee you a spot in Montreal. So it's more so the fact you just need to clench that playoff spot to allow yourself that ability. Whereas, that 6th place spot where Luminosity is sitting, that's the real contention point where these bottom teams need to be passing that threshold and getting above Luminosity, or for Luminosity's sake, pushing that lead higher since they're at the bottom. They can ultimately decide where that, equilibrium is or that balance of point
and
system is.
all the teams at the bottom, even OXG, they play a full 3 games this week, so all the teams at the bottom can still jump up into playoffs. And if anything has
Super Week, baby, that's going to be crazy.
If anything's told you from qualifiers, even teams that are in 1st could not make the major. Teams that just scrape by and get 6th can make the major. It really depends on the playoffs, on the best of 3s. Now it's just a limit testing, but if you're a team at the bottom, you need to make sure you start at some point. If you haven't started at any week this week, you want to start in this Hell Week so that you can just get as many points as you possibly can.
Yeah, dreams can be made or crushed in the Super Week, which is why it's so much fun for us to sit back and watch, and why I'm sure it's hell for a lot of players in lobby. Sonics do not play today specifically. They have 2 more games tomorrow and on Friday, but they've already got playoffs locked down, which means this is the chance everybody else has to get as many points as possible before the amount of games that they have left to play start really running out.
And obviously the game of the day, everyone can anticipate C9BC versus SSG. And as a viewer, you may look at the rest of the games and just think, oh, it might be really one-sided. But like we said today, the pressure is on Los, OXG, and Wildcard to start getting some points. So some teams actually thrive in that chaos. Some teams perform out. And so I actually think a lot of these games will be hopefully a lot closer leading up to that final best of the final best match of the day.
I mean, truthfully, I'm really excited for the DarkZero Oxygen game. Not to talk bad about Oxygen, because again, they've been very competitive. They just haven't been able to get their foot in the door of clenching a win. But I think if you know, we go throughout history of versing DarkZero and everything like that. This DarkZero is entirely different. They're taking gunfights. They are being faster, and that does play into Oxygen's favor. They like gunfights. They like playing into that meta. So this will be the one time where I do see Oxygen really coming through and getting a win here. But it's, again, we got to wait until see that happens. But even for that LG wildcard game, we did the math ourselves. Jesse even confirmed it. If wildcard doesn't get a point today, whether that's time, I mean, not time, but pushing OT or just even getting a 3 points, they're out.
Yeah, because they only play 2 games this week. They,
Yeah.
they have to take a seat back. So if they don't win against LG is currently 6th place team. They don't win against LG, it would be lights out for wildcard.
Every single game today has playoff elimination or qualification potential, except our first one. M80 and Los are going to kick us off on day number 7. One of them currently sits around 4th or 5th, still looking to hold on to whatever position that they currently have. The other isn't even in playoff picture, but still play 3 games over the course of Super Week, so both teams have an equal opportunity, in some cases, to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, again, you know, the pressure's more on Los here because M80 still is sitting above them. They're in the playoffs so far as of right now, but Los, they need these points desperately, and especially just to prove to themselves with the roster changes that they made, everything they've done for this stage, that it is paying off, that they aren't finding themselves again in an LCQ, and then hopefully, you know, just don't have to go down that path.
Yeah, although I agree it's on Los' shoulders to get some points, I feel like M80 has to be stressing a little bit because they haven't looked as hot as they did in week 1. It's still been an inconsistent matchup. Even their win against OXG last week wasn't that impressive to say, so they want to work on that consistency in this last final week because the M80 that we all expected, I had them first and leader in the rankings.
Right.
That's not what we're seeing so far.
They also only have 2 games they have to play this week, which is going to make things infinitely more difficult. They've already had their bye, and they just came off a loss to Space Station on Bank last Friday. They weren't able to get any wins on attack. They were completely suffocated, and that's not the first time we've seen them have some really significant attacking struggles where we thought them bringing in a player like Hyper might be able to help make things easier. It turns out it's not made things any easier than they were when they came into the stage.
Yeah, I mean, M80, like you said, since bringing in Hyper, when it comes to the kill metrics, they are doing very well. Everybody on the team's performing very well, and in that first week, we got to see it. But I think the biggest issue comes down to the maps. I mean, if you look at the preparation M80's putting outside of the game, there's a clear, obvious distinction into why they're losing these games. You see, the games that they won are all on Clubhouse, and the games that they've lost, the first 2 were on Labs, and the last one against SSG was on Bank. And unfortunately for M80, I think it really comes down to losing these big maps. Why are they going to these big maps? They said it was coming down to what practice was looking like and feeling the vibes of the energy of the map that they want to go to. But these big maps, there's a clear, distinct issue. It's the fact that they can't connect these amazing gun fraggers together. And this is one of the rounds versus SSG where everybody on M80 is so split up. They don't really have an understanding of what the execute is. It's all about going for this back garage vault tape. But every single fight here, SSG fights them head on. Benja goes for a nice 1v1 that M80 had info on, and Spoit still loses. Citizen, instant response. I'm going to try to get a pick down the red hatch. He goes down. And then you just see an amass of 1v1 takes that don't go in any of M80's favor. They just keep hemorrhaging these kills, constantly trying to bring back the lost advantage in a way to win the round. And I think when you play maps like Clubhouse, you don't see that happening because it's so close together that M80 has to forcefully play off of each other. But when it comes to a big map, unfortunately for them, they're too split up and they're spread too thin. If they lose those ones, it doesn't look good for M80.
Again, obviously getting a win and a win no matter what is important, but it's important to take into account the wins that they are getting, even if it being on Clubhouse and we talk about those fundamentals that they lack or that they do have in that area. You know, you look at both the games, they won an 8-6, they won a 7-4, they lost a 6-8, they lost a 3-7, won a 7-5, and it then lost a 3-7. It more goes to show that, you know, it's not just on Cameraman as being the IGL setting his team up for success, but it comes down to each one of those players individually be able to read those 1v1s, maybe to double up, maybe to take some position and then rotate that other person and be able to play off together, but that's just not what we're seeing. So we need to see that going forward into these games.
Yeah, and the big maps, I think it's really coming down to their map picks because when they play Clubhouse, it's a lot better because they're forced to play off of each other. These big maps are just based too big, and M80 is not isolating 1v1s. They're trying to just take their own 1v1s. And unfortunately, there's so many teams right now that are so competitive when it comes to the gunfight department that it's not going to work well. So I'd really like to see M80 focus on those maps, especially today.
Yeah, they have this match that they kind of have to win against Los because they don't have a game that they play tomorrow, and then they'll go ahead and play on Friday against DarkZero. So Los are in prime position to spoil the party and get a couple of points themselves because, again, their only win of the stage has come over a team that still has yet to get any wins. But they played wildcard on Chalet back on Friday. We knew that their defenses were the weak point, and again, their Achilles heel being Chalet just proved that their defenses still have so much left to be desired.
And again, what's interesting about Los is they are leading the league right now in the attack win rate percentage.
They're the best.
That's insane.
They're the best attacking
team.
team.
Second worst team. Like that is an insane statistic only because in this meta right now, as we see across all regions, defensive is the most successful side. So the fact that you are being successful on the hardest side and you are lacking on the easiest side, that's insane to me. But it just goes into like the broad spectrum of this team that we've highlighted as, you know what, this team looks better than what we've seen last stage. But realistically and statistically speaking, they are actually performing worse, which that's crazy to think about. So here you see stage 1. This is just side swaps and where they find themselves. They just simply cannot find themselves in a winning situation. Similar to now we go into stage 2. Again, you see this graph, you see it even out in terms of like balance, but then here it gets worse. Again, this isn't by a huge margin, but with how much we've talked about this team, with the new iteration of the roster, they are performing worse. And again, they cannot find their footing on either attack or defense of closing out these games, closing out these rounds. And again, it just plays into the factors. This team is already getting over a huge hurdle of finding success on attack, but they just are not doing it on the defensive end.
It's crazy how they're a complete different analog for DarkZero. DarkZero, phenomenal team on attack, not very good. Sorry, phenomenal team on defense, not good on attack. One of the top 2 teams in the league currently. Low graded attack, terrible at defense, bottom 2 in the league currently. It's weird how for some reason I think you kind of have to win defense in this meta to have a chance.
Defense is how you win the games. I mean, at the end of the day, every team will say if you get a couple attack rounds, you know that you're going to be safe on the defensive side.
Yeah, and I mean, even in compare stats, not only just of what they look like for stage, but just from their one roster to the next. I mean, I got stage 1's roster, and when you look at this at overall performance, I mean, again, they were at the bottom of the barrel, so these stats aren't going to be like anything too impressive or crazy. If anything, going to be very lackluster. But obviously, they removed 2 players, they removed 2 rookies, and now if you look at stage 2, and again, this is what we highlighted about this roster, is they brought on experienced players of Wizard, of Arthur, but obviously then, again, these stats aren't anything crazy. There's nothing too nifty to point out, but
it still kind of looks like they're performing better at this stage, though.
They are, but the fact is there's still 3 games left, so they can technically perform better, but at the same time, kind of with how it's looking, the trajectory of that looks like they could also balance out and still find themselves in the exact same spot that they saw themselves last stage.
Even though they aren't doing too great, they did get a win earlier on week 2 instead of week 4.
True.
And for Los, in my opinion, even though the statistics doesn't match up to what they would necessarily be, you know, counted as doing better, I feel like individually bringing on those 2 new players has increased the level of structure that the rookies have had, and individually they're getting their foot in the door. But you're right, they're not able to close it out, and statistically they don't look better than they were stage 1.
And I was gonna say, like, to argue that is like, yes, you know, if you are bringing on that experience that's allowing your rookies to flourish and be successful, you should see better performance overall.
You should.
And even the win that they did find that was against Oxygen, winning 7-3, but that was also Oxygen's worst performance that we've seen so far. So it's really, is that saying much? That's just more Oxygen not playing the best to their abilities. So again, it really goes into like, this is do or die at this situation. You need to be better on all fronts, no matter what excuse you want to make for yourself, no matter what excuse as a team you want to make. If you want to see a playoff spot, let alone Montreal, you need to be playing better here today.
The stats for stage 1 through these first couple of games, they were 31-41 with 1 win, and that was over Space Station. This stage, only 21 rounds won so far, and their 1 win was against OXG. So if you look at stage 1 to stage 2, to your point, they're really not performing better, even with players who are way more storied and have been to lands before. It's kind of weird to see.
I feel like the preparation that Los has had this stage is really good, and the one game that we saw that they won was like they stole it away from the other team.
Oh, snap.
So,
I mean, that's a crazy pick, but I mean, we saw OXG
and Sonic. They just did this last week, yeah.
And I think this is the same mentality of Los taking M80 to a map that's just about gunfights because it's still untested and kind of keeping M80 surprised. So I really like this pick from Los. I'm not going to lie. I really like the pick a lot.
What's interesting is because we've been covering Brazil and I've been watching a lot of Brazil, Brazil has done a really good job with figuring out this map. We're kind of just getting a good idea of how they want to play it. So I am curious if Los, and I'm going to be watching specifically, is if they do what Brazil has been doing in their respective league to see if they play it the same way versus that what we just saw with Sonics and Oxygen.
I'm curious if they will too, because we talked about Los playing like a North American team and not like a Brazilian team. So I'm wondering how much of that old Brazilian play style they're going to be able to channel on a map that, even if Brazil likes it a lot, NA's played it the one time and it went to overtime last week.
Yeah, if there's anything to take away from Lair is that the verticality is a very big factor on defense, and it's a way to avoid direct gunfights when you can use those floors. And especially on the attack, it's not so much to say as it's a map that you play outside to get. You can really get inside the map and go for those aggressive gunfights. I think against OXG and Sonics, we saw a lot of that, of an entry going in with a drone behind him. And if you're Los and you have Legacy, you have Farius, who have been doing very well at the rookie stage, you put some drones in front of them, I think it'll be a very good attempt from them. But at the end of the day, it's such a big map, it's really going to come down to who's more coordinated on that attack.
Well, what I do like about this map, like you were talking about, you know, being that one-off, pulling something out, is more so the fact where we've seen them struggle is, sure, the prep is good, they can get those initial 3 rounds, but then once a team figures them out, then they just fall flat. But with a map like Lair, where neither of these teams have seen each other yet, at least in terms of play day, maybe they've scrimmed each other, who knows, but it does leave that window of opportunity of, okay, you can switch things up. The team's not going to be so quick to adapt, whereas, where you've already seen someone do something on a consulate or a club or something like that. So I do think that does play a little bit into their favor. But again, for M80, if we can see a stronger M80 and see consistency of teamwork and improvement, this should be a very good map for M80, again, if those key factors are there.
The thing is, the conversation for when Sonics and Oxygen played it was that if Oxygen are trying to do something crazy and not play a map that everybody knows, maybe it makes the map a little bit more even between both of them. Does the same thing apply here for Los, going to a map that the league just hasn't seen very much?
Of course, because when you take the element of unknown out of it and you're able to just go on a map that's untested against a team that could do anything, because Los doesn't really have a specific playstyle that they want to address to. It's all in M80's hands, not to fumble it, not to get lost in the rabbit hole of trying to chase Los down this win. M80 just has to play their game. I think this is going to be a really good test for M80.
No, I agree with everything Fox just said. I think that single-handedly plays a very big favor into Los, but again, it's really just going to come down to those IGLs and how those attack rounds are really going to look.
All right, well, let's do this thing. M80 need points in order to keep a playoff berth. Los need any points at all to have any shot at the bracket. The stakes are very simple, but the game will be anything but. Jesse, Jake, and Parker Mackay have their very first North American Lair game up on deck.
Thank you very much. We got Lair yesterday, actually, in Brazil. So a fun little quirk here, Jesse. 3 of the 4 teams that will have casted on Lair are Brazilian, despite them being in 2 separate regions. Yesterday, it was E1 showing why they are so formidable on this map. But in North America, will it be Los who carries on their country's success on this map? Or will the import team of M80 manage to topple them? There's a lot at stake here, obviously. Los finds themselves in the basement of North America, only 1 point out of last place, whereas M80 is in that log jam right now in the middle. They've got a bit of breathing room over Luminosity and Wildcard, so it is very unlikely, if not impossible, for M80 to fall out of the playoffs today. You and I were actually discussing this before we got into the match. If everything goes right, it is possible to actually clinch almost every single playoff spot today, but I think what did you say? It involves Los losing like 7-0 or something like that? I mean, you're the numbers guy.
I haven't run it 100%. Sprabunny is usually the one who will lock that down guaranteed. From what I have seen, it looks likely that it is technically possible. Realistically, it shouldn't happen. Los will need to get absolutely destroyed here because they are the closest of the teams that still have 3 games remaining. Of course, Wildcard is above them in the standings, but Wildcard don't play tomorrow. So that's a huge disadvantage for Wildcard trying to make it into that playoff spot. But we'll jump right into it. Los, of course, still hopeful for that playoff spot. Still plenty to play for if they can get a dominated win here on Rainbow Six Siege's newest map, and that could be extremely successful. We've got the bans coming through now, and It's really hard to predict bans simply because we've not seen either of these teams play these maps. I will say the Blitz ban from M80 may be more of a self-ban than anything else. Currently, Kyno has played more Blitz than nearly every other player inside of North America, but his win rate is only 12% with that operator. He's only won a single round with Blitz so far. So clearly they don't think it's a very good operator for them. They'll remove it. Dokkaebi, Valkyrie, Azami, the other three operators getting banned out. Azami incredibly popular to be banned out. Dokkaebi incredibly popular to ban out. Valkyrie as well. Nothing out of the ordinary coming through from this game.
The only thing that does stand out is we are seeing fewer Monty bans across all regions.
Yeah.
Blitz's ban rate is starting to tick up. Prior to this matchup, Blitz was the 4th most banned attacker, trailing Monty in first, then Dokkaebi, and then Ying. Blitz will inch up by 1. Dokkaebi will also inch up by 1, but Azami and Valkyrie are the 2 most banned defenders, and it's not close for Azami. Valkyrie has good company with Tubarão not far off, but on a map like Lair, there are some quirks to this map that make operators like Valkyrie and other intel operators oh so valuable. Number 1, it is a gigantic map. This is the biggest map in the map pool. There are tons of ways to approach the bomb sites. You often will need to clear out both the top floor and the bottom floor and then have somebody on flank at almost all times. If you've watched this map get played in Europe and in Brazil, as we have, then you know that flanks happen quite frequently, and teams need full map coverage, as the defenders will, like so many other maps, extend outwards from these bomb sites. An operator like Valkyrie allows you to gain a lot of control over those peripherals, those periphery areas before you get into the actual bomb site, because a Valkyrie camera hidden amongst debris or in a tricky spot is very challenging to find, and it will often necessitate an IQ from the attackers, or maybe a Twitch, or even Thatcher/EMPs, as those can counter them inadvertently. As you can see, though, with Valkyrie banned out, you don't need to worry about that, and it will force these teams to run a normal lineup. They don't need to bring an IQ. It takes a little bit of time to actually get to the map itself, but already some hard destruction being done by Cameraman's Ace.
Yeah, so really interesting from Los right off the bat. They've gone to Bunks and Briefing, which is a very good site on this map for sure, but it's often not the first one that gets played from most teams that we've seen. And they've actually brought a really interesting castle strategy where they've blocked off kind of the south part of the top floor, bathroom, server, those rooms, to make sure that they can't make an entry on the side of M80, at least not without expending quite a few resources. So holding onto this top floor is vitally important for this bomb site. You can deny, I believe, every single plant from above. So it's incredibly important for these two teams to be fighting over the top floor. And M80 will start to make their entry point as they come in through both operations and mask. They need to get some kills on these top 4 players.
Legacy's holding down the fort, but he has a way out if he needs to. And well, that'll be the first engagement. On to Cameraman. Legacy has been the standout performer for Los so far. Both Los will find that there's 2 players that can get in on the action, Legacy and also Arthur. Hyper and Spoit are the last 2 remaining, and heading back to the bomb site is none other than Arthur, as Spoit gets punished by Sexy Cake. Hyper all on his own, and he sees Wizard. He sees the hat of the Malusi, but can't get the kill done. And that's it for M80. Los keeping up that Brazilian dominance on this map.
Yeah, nice to see Arthur starting off with a really good couple of frags. You know, he never was like a top fragger back when he was on E1. He was -9 in Brazil throughout stage 1. Not a great performance, but not bad. Right now, he's sitting at the worst KD ratio in all of North America. He's -23 coming into this game. So starting off with a quick 2K there and some important kills as well. Taking down Kyno on the Monty with a nice shot is really important. And if Arthur can get going, that really seems to be what could start things strong for Los. You know, this is a team that has obviously struggled throughout the stage. They've struggled throughout their entire season inside of North America. But if some of those players that have not been the highest performers can start stepping it up and start taking it to M80, especially with these really cool Lair strats that 1 round in, Los seem to be very proficient with, then we could get a really good game on our hands here, Parker.
Already a technical pause, though. We don't really know exactly what's going on. We'll update you when we have information, but I mean, it's some time for these teams to sit back, kick back, and we enjoy all of the different scenes of Lair, a map that lore-wise is Deimos's map. You can see he even has his own room where he very inconspicuously has designed it to look exactly like him with his mask on the back of it. I believe the actual room as well on the map is there's a room called the Rainbow Room, the Rainbow Six Room.
Yes.
If I remember, which is
yeah.
Yes. I think it's a beautiful map. It is, like I said, it is gigantic, and I find it is very maze-like. A lot of what I'm going to say on this broadcast was already said yesterday on the Brazil broadcast in the E1 versus FaZe matchup, but people don't always watch it all. So, I mean, you've got to, we sometimes have to repeat ourselves. It is a very labyrinthian map. There are lots of very small rooms. It's reminiscent of the old Hereford base when it was in ranked, and also it reminds me an awful lot of Theme Park before it was reworked, where you would enter the haunted house portion and you'd have about 6 or 7 different rooms to cut through before you actually got to the bomb site. A map that actually I think is quite similar in that way is actually Tower. I know that it's not a competitive map and people would soon forget that Tower even exists. But if you play Tower, the amount of small room into small room into small room into small room that you have to navigate is quite high, and Lair is in a very similar boat to that. But in terms of the actual numbers of this map, 14 rounds. It's been played 1 time, and would you guess, it was defender favored. We tend to see this, Jesse, with all new maps. It would not surprise me in the slightest if the defenders, Los for the first 6 rounds, then M80 for the next X amount of rounds required, will be in a very favorable spot, just because most new maps are easier to figure out on defense and much harder to solve for the attackers.
And I think that's extra true when a team comes into a map with extra strategies. You know, the first couple of times a map gets played at a tier 1 level, which was in both Brazil and Europe. Then once the map is played, really get creative, and I think that's what we saw from Los in the previous round, using those castle barricades to really make a strong fortress up on that top floor that M80 struggled to attack. If Los keep throwing curveballs, if they keep bringing out these defenses, which we've really not seen any other team ever run before because the sample size is so low globally, then that's going to really make things tougher for M80, and it might really make them struggle on these attacking rounds. And that's extra good for Los, because Los right now have a horrendous defensive win rate inside the North American League. They are actually, and this is going to be a crazy stat, the best team on attack in all of North America. They have won a higher percentage of attacking rounds than any other team. Beast Coast, Sonics, DarkZero, doesn't matter. All of them are worse when it comes to the attacks. But on their defense, it's been so bad that they've struggled to win a map so far inside of NA. They're 1 win, of course, and 4 losses at the moment. So definitely something to watch out for Los. If they start off with a lead, they could really steamroll and get a big win over M80 here today. But for now, getting a bit ahead of myself in this round. We've got a little bit of a spawn peek that was attempted by the Boss G being held by Farius. Doesn't actually come into fruition, though.
Get some disconnects, so the players are back in. I don't know who actually disconnected, though, because it looks like everybody's stats are good.
As long as there was no rehost and the round didn't play, I believe all stats are preserved. So not sure who it was, but
that is amazing.
Yeah,
isn't it?
It's very nice.
Very, very nice. Lots of explosive potential being brought by M80. Citizen is on the Montaigne, not Kyno. They have taken him off of shield duty.
Wow,
Jesse.
yeah.
And now he is on the Ying. Ying, Finka, Grim, Monty. This is an obnoxious lineup to deal with. Candles will go out on the roam clear as Kyno looks to take up some position, but can't really get it done. M80 finds 2 quick kills. Arthur with another round where he gets on the board, but only a single kill will be found for him as he's finished off. Cameraman dies to Farius, and Sexy Cake is traded off by Kyno. Right now, M80 with the advantage in terms of these picks. I do worry a little bit about Farius. He has the Boss G ACOG, which is usually good for the roam and early round, but you'll have to rely an awful lot on that SMG as your secondary to do most of the damage. Both he and Legacy very conveniently will have the same SMG-12 being used. All the while this is happening, M80 have plenty of time with about a minute to go to begin their advance towards the bomb site.
Yeah, they're going to want to get some kind of a plant down inside of Mask, it seems. They don't have much hard breach. They only brought 2 can openers, one of which was just used on the ops wall. So the other one will probably be used on the Mask wall. In fact, it will be. So Kyno's going to open this, and they're going to try to plant just inside of it. They've got no plant denial on the side of low, so they're going to have to swing to stop this plant.
Farius looks for a single pick. You know how much damage this does. Cross will go over, and the Ying will pop on in. Kyno wins it, and Spoit with the follow-up kill. And just like that, M80 answers back.
Nice little 3K on the round for Spoit with 69 kills. He does lead the North American League for the most kills of any individual player. And a solid round from M80 where they really do get in and isolate those early round picks. Spoit coming in from, I'm not exactly sure where he entered. It might have been, I think it was bottom lobby actually. Walked up those lobby stairs towards mezzanine. Was able to find a couple of kills to start that round off. I believe with the help of Citizen on the Monty as well. So nice to see that early man advantage. And then as I mentioned, with no real plant denial, they had a couple of impacts, but no reliable plant denial like a C4, like Toxic Babes. They do that. They went for the advantage of the gunfight. That their shot, but the timing just right there for Farius. Couldn't quite find the timing to get the boss cheat kill. So unfortunate for him and Low Flint losing that second round time.
10 seconds from insertion.
What is he doing?
You want the enemy team to know that there is a Clash, and that will bait them into bringing a Monty. Clash, one of the best Monty counters in the game. I think M80 have just fallen into the trap that Lowe's have set.
Aha, but did you expect that it would be Kyno on the Monty?
Okay, I will say Kyno's win rate on Blitz this season is horrendous. It's the worst in the entire league outside of players that have never won it. But his Monty win rate's all right. He's 50%, 2 wins, 2 losses on this operator, so it's not a bad stat line. Don't worry about the historical stats. Sometimes he's had his blunders, but I believe in Kyno, okay? He's 2-1. He's had a good game so far. I'm going to give him some trust in this Monty play.
It's the bottom floor defense now as first floor went in favor of Los. Function briefing, and then top floor, that Rainbow Six room, by the way, that I had mentioned, was just the scene previously. So all 3 floors of this map will get played, and it will give us a window into how they go about defending these positions. I really like the tools being brought by the defenders.
Yeah, I really like this Deimos track onto the Scopos. You see that Citizen is tracking the one and only roamer of Farius. Had they not done that, they could have risked misdroning him. It's very hard to drone players out on Lair. The map is so large that it can be very difficult to find these roamers. It is a full anchor strategy, but the great thing about our newest operator, Scopos, is that you can both kind of roam and anchor at the same time. Had they not been able to drone out Scopos, find where that first player was, they might have misdroned, and that could have enabled a big flank to come through from Farius. Instead, they will use the Deimos track, they will find the clone, Farius goes back to site, and they deal with that secondary robot up on the top floor. So nice little play from M80 Citizen, just one simple track and then a clean kill will give them full top floor control. They've now got a ram, they've got breaching charges on the ace, they've got everything in their power to go for a full top down execute. Again, the vertical play on this basement, as the desk mentioned, is incredibly important. So presumably with all the space that they have and all the time that they have, they can go for a plant here, but easier said than done.
Down the stairs, they will go together. Monty coming face to face with his arch nemesis of the Clash. Arthur, well acquainted with shields. And now it's Sexy Cake far enough back trying to do some damage. You've lost the Clash now. Spoit finishing off what remained of the shield. M80 yet to lose a player. Cameraman on the board takes out Wizard. More fire going in towards the outside of this bomb site. They're just right now hunkered down on the stairs. Kyno attracting all of the attention. It's Citizen to take out Farius. Los having some serious issues as they've lost every single player. If Legacy can clutch this, it would be quite the occasion. He starts with 1 pick, but he'll be out-dueled by Kyno, who has a terrific round on the Monty. Nothing bad to really say about Kyno there. M80, 2 in a row.
Nothing bad to say about the Monty, so if you'll allow me, that clash play was not ideal. I don't even really blame Arthur. It was Sexy Cake behind him who wasn't really able to support the clash in any way, shape, or form. Once you've given up that full top floor control, the push is obviously going to come in through filtration. It was a very, I think, default top-down execute from M80 where they hit all their steps. They didn't struggle with anything in particular. The big thing that should have been the problem was that clash. But Kyno simply walked up, meleeed, and moved that shield out of the way. Now, that's always going to happen because the Clash doesn't have a rotate back to the bomb site where Arthur was playing, but Sexy Cake was behind the Clash. Sexy Cake was back in connector and should have been able to try to work a pick. If he was a little bit more aggressive, things could have worked out, but despite his best efforts, didn't manage to hit those shots, didn't manage to equalize the man count with that Clash going down. And it's starting to look like a bit of a Spoit show. 5-1 as we finish the first quarter of the game. If there's one thing you don't want to do is let one of the best players in the world in Spoit get confident.
You know what happens when you let Spoit and Citizen do crazy things, right? And then you add Hyper on M80 just to increase fragging power. Kyno holding his own in terms of kills, but you expect Kyno and Cameraman to be towards the bottom of M80. As long as Spoit and Citizen can do their thing, M80 does tend to find a lot of success, irrespective of their opponent, irrespective of the map, and irrespective of the meta. Both of these players have been able to prove themselves. Citizen obviously doing it on G2. He started doing it on Na'Vi, and then he goes to G2, and then he goes over to Sonics, and now here he is on M80. With Spoit, there hasn't really been as much of a jostle around these teams. He won a major with Rogue, and that became Koi. Now here he is on M80, and Spoit is living up to the billing time and time again. Fourth round, M80 looking to ensure that they cannot lose the first half if they take this round. 3-1, excellently done, and it will once again be spearheaded by Kyno on that Monty.
Once again, top floor clear is going to be vital, as it often is on Lair. Even though the bomb site's not up here in this round, you do need to take top floor control. There's no castle being brought this time from low, so it's a bit of a different setup. Trying to just throw as many curveballs as you can at M80. Just make this difficult. But as it often is, it'll be do or die up here. They want to fight their lives up on the top floor. Wizard is ready to take a gunfight. Sexy Cake as well. Interesting that there are still two players, Arthur and Farius, that are down more towards the site, but expect them to either be playing with C4s in the case of Arthur or getting ready to go for a rotate up those lobby stairs because it's vital to get a man advantage on the top here.
Loading mag.
Hear that shield battling with whatever barbed wire might be there. It is so peculiar to see an Ella on the board, but if you have to worry about shields, actually the Kishmat mines are an excellent way to deal with that. Citizen and Farius, though, will do battle, and Citizen somehow loses that engagement. Farius probably shouldn't have walked away in the correct direction. Sex Cake dies to Hyper. Hyper picks up yet another. And the more people die, the better Kyno will do on that Monty. Now it's Cameraman and Spoit getting in on the action, and it's 2 from Spoit to end the round. Loss. Collapsing like a house of cards in a tornado. M80 has made such brisk work of the last 3 rounds. I genuinely do not know what Los can do to fix these issues.
Yeah, this is starting to get kind of bad. That was the one bomb site you'd previously won. I assume this is a tactical timeout. Yes, it is. Lowe's going to call that, try to stem the bleeding. Again, with the new map, not even Labs Lair, you expect it to be somewhat defender-sided right off the bat. M80 have really presented this problem with the Monty. It's been Kyno on the Monty time and time again. I really like that M80 are now moving away from the Blitz and more towards the Monty. They knew they would be going up against a team like Los today. Los are also a very heavy shield team, right? Sometimes M80 enter into a game and they're like, we're a little bit worried. Our Monty's going to get banned. We're going to be forced onto Blitz. Not with Los. Arthur loves the shields. Los love their shields. They knew that this was going to be a shield-heavy game. They said, okay, we'll keep our stronger shield, the Monty, and we'll remove that other shield that we have a very poor win rate with. And I think that's really been making the difference for M80. It's given them a ton of space as they enter in through this top floor. That round, we saw Hyper performing. We saw Spoit continue to perform. All the fraggers that we want to see on M80 are showing up, and they're getting those kills, but a lot of it is being enabled by that shield play. So really nice stuff coming up from M80. The question is, what do you respond with from Los? You have time and time again not seemingly been able to find an answer. They're just going to decide to go to the basement for round number 5. They do not have the Clash anymore, but it seems like a similar setup regardless. You've got the Scopos, you've got the Kaid, you've got a lot of the same operators that you had last time. So it seems like the game plan is relatively similar, but how do they get around Kyno on the mountain?
Nice little quirk of calling him that. For people who don't know French, obviously it means the mountain. As for Los, though, you change things up fully. You're going with a similar composition to what we have seen over the second and third rounds combined. The Kaid, the Vigil, the Skopos, the Malusi as well. The Kapkan is a new one, though. First time that we're seeing this operator get brought. And Los is very clearly tailoring their lineup to deal with the Monty. First, it was the Clash to try to bait out the Monty. Did not work. Then they brought the Ella with the Guzman mines potentially to deal with a Monty. If you know which way the Monty is coming in, it also did not work. Now, what do? You bring a Kapkan to potentially slow down the Monty too. Legion was brought by Los all the way back in round number 1, but did obviously not have as much success as they had hoped for, though that was the only round that Los won. There's been a Monty present for every single round so far for M80. Farius dies very early on. That's the Skopos picked off, so that is a devastating loss for Los.
Yep, that leaves just Sexy Cake up here on the roam. Boss G in hands, of course. Playing the Vigil has tools to avoid the drones, but all it's going to take is one quick scan with the Deimos. If they've seen him even once, they haven't. So they don't necessarily know that there's a Vigil up here unless they've seen the static. But Kyno also is playing as if they know. And yeah, it's pretty clear. They're aware of the position. One impact goes out, deals very little damage to Kyno. Those getting nerfed not too long ago don't deal very much damage to shields anymore. So Sexy Cake will get punished. Yes, Spoit in the hallway. Just saw him around the corner inside of Medical. A 2-man clear as they lose 0 bodies and not even that much time on M80. You're going to need to do something desperate on the side of Los if you don't want to lose the round. It's got to be a big C4 or a big flank. Otherwise, 5v3, this isn't holdable.
9 kills so far for Los through what's about to be 5 rounds. You do the math on that one. That's fewer than an average of 2 kills a round. That is terrible for Los. Just very, very bad for them. And I do always wonder when this map shows up, as I wondered yesterday when we watched Brazil, why teams opt to go to Lair in a best-of-1 situation. Usually in a best-of-3, yeah, I could see Lair potentially popping up based on a team's interest in going to the map and depending on how the map bans actually play out. But in a best-of-1, the presumption is that you're going to a map that is good for both teams. Yesterday, it did not look like FaZe Clan had any idea how to deal with this map. Right now, it's a defender-sided map. Los obviously don't exactly have the best results on defense, but like, come on, you should at least be able to have more fight than what you're putting up. The round is far from over, though. 30 seconds remain. Monty will breathe down the neck of Wizards Kaid. Spoit creeping in with 8 kills, and he could pounce from the back. Missing an opportunity. There goes the Nitro cell. It doesn't claim either player. Legacy is the last one remaining. This is about to be a flawless round for M80, and it gets done. 9 kills for Los over 5 rounds. 9 kills. That's it. That's not even good enough to win 2 rounds. And they've already won a round, so 5 of those kills should have come in a single round. That means since then, you're averaging a single kill a round on the side of Los. They've already called their timeout. We have another tech pause issue, but M80 is sweeping through this Los team.
It was a cool little Kaid trick from Wizard. They managed to stop the filtration wall from opening, but if there's one operator that doesn't care about having to funnel through a small number of entryways, it's Monty. Kyno walks in the doorway anyways. Not having the breach does not end up being that big of a deal. It's not really a problem. M80 don't care too much. Again, like, I just think in the 3v5, Los had to do something. And what did they do? They sat in sight. They didn't really use their C4s until way later, once the Monty was already up in their faces. There was no vertical C4 coming out. There was no flank that was coming out. I don't know how they expected to win that round in a 4v5. They really relied on their roamers getting something done in that round. But as soon as Farius went down, as soon as Sexy Cake went down afterwards, those anchors had to do something, and there just didn't seem to be any initiative coming on through. There's no real obstacles being presented to stop M80 from executing their game plan. Both times they attacked on the basement, they did the same thing. They full cleared top floor. They pushed filtration with the Monty. It's not particularly new. It's not innovative. It shouldn't be surprising to Los. It's a great push. Not saying it's bad, but it's like you're not rewriting anything crazy, right? M80 are just going for basic Monty full clears, and that's something that Los should have an idea of how to counter. You know, maybe they were just thinking, okay, our roamers are going to crush, Farius, yeah, prior to that round, he's 1-4 or 2-4. Sexy Cake prior to that round, he's 1-3. But we have faith in them to be able to get these opening picks and give us a man advantage. Fine, like that's an okay strat, but once they don't do that, there needs to be a backup. There was no backup from Los here, and now they're down 4-1.
Another tech pause. Hopefully we don't have too many of these today. We were actually very fortunate in the Brazil broadcast yesterday to not have the broadcast slowed down by tech issues. But I mean, the most recent patch that came out has unfortunately introduced some issues that has been plaguing these teams and plaguing this league. So we apologize for the delay and really appreciate everybody's patience. Is this good or is this bad for M80, by the way? Do you think? Is this good for them, or do you think it doesn't help them in the slightest that there is a bit of a brief pause that could dull their momentum?
I mean, I think for M80, they're not really going to be affected. They're in high spirits. They're winning their rounds. They know pretty much which bomb site they're going to go to. There's actually a lot of options for Los, but if they're following a standard 3-3 site rotation, then they will be going top floor, and in fact, that's where we are. So I don't think M80 are going to get too affected by a pause like that. For me, it's really on Los, you know? In one hand, they could get affected positively by a tech pause by being able to, they can't communicate obviously, but think amongst themselves and strategize and try to figure out what's going wrong individually and then have a bounce back. On the other hand, if you're a more mental team, if you get a little bit more tilted when things are going wrong, that's more time to stew, more time to sit in this problem that you're currently in and just reflect on your inability to dig yourself out of this hole. I hope for Los' sake that they have been able to strategize a little bit amongst themselves and of course in their own heads about how to get past this roadblock of M80. They will go to the top floor bomb site. They will try to play it around with some smoke and some bandits, keep the walls closed, but really it is going to be all on Los to stand strong with these gunfights and not let M80 do exactly what they want completely for free.
Really hasn't been much that slowed them down at all. The numbers for Los are quite poor. Legacy of all players is the one that Los has relied upon this stage, and he's at 2-4 at the moment. Admittedly, it's somebody else on the team dying first most of the time, and it puts Legacy in a very tough to win position.
Yeah.
Gotta hand it to Los for making Kyno look like one of the best Monties in the world. I have so many fond memories of Nick just losing his mind over watching how Kyno would approach these maps. He's been much better though, but he's also got a good supporting cast this time around.
Oh, absolutely. I think Kyno's been great this game and has had other strong Monty games in the past, but of course hasn't always been the best operator for him. Sticks with it though. This is an interesting way to enter through lobby, by the way. Sploit with smoke grenades on the glass. Actually hasn't used a smoke grenade yet. Here will come out the first smoke. I will question if anybody will actually fight this. There's nobody on the main floor, so he has to be looking up towards the mezzanine stairs. They've got a nuke down here as well in the hands of Citizen. So it's a really interesting push from M80 where they've got a couple of players down below. It's not dissimilar to how they pushed this bomb site last time, but the tools they're using are certainly intriguing. As that first smoke, no, that's a Toxic Babe I'm hearing. Still 0 of these smoke nades being used. And I think Arthur is kind of aware of the situation. He doesn't want to give up his life for free. And finally the smoke grenades come out and Sploit will try to push.
Smokes and gas all in the same position, and oh my! Sploit moved a little bit too quickly for that one. Legacy is prepared and waiting. They both could see through the smoke, but ultimately it's the Warden who comes out ahead, and yet another target could line up here. Multiple silhouettes from Los. Up at the top, Kyno tearing through them. Legacy and Arthur weren't expecting that one. Hyper now in as well. Sexy Cake on the full offensive. Nitro Cell goes out. Kyno tries to stop it. He's dropped. Wizard at full HP. He and Sexy Cake just trying to hold out. Getting Kyno back up so that they can grab the diffuser. Have some safety. That's the real win condition here. Sexy Cake will army crawl his way over. I don't know if he has what it takes. Wizard's turn now, and he confronts the Monty. No way for him to be able to pick up Sexy Cake. And now he's blocked out of the room. Oh my goodness, what do you do in this position? No! How does cameraman TK Kyno? That might have just created an opening for Los. Wizard on the diffuser. Cameraman has to hurry and get over there. Wizard might be able to pull this one off. It's going to be mighty close, but Cameraman seals the deal. Cameraman almost blew up that round for M80, and I can't tell if it's frustration. It certainly looks like it.
Oh boy.
That could have been a disaster, Jesse.
Almost some revenge. The former captain of Los from last year, Cameraman. You wonder if he may be a double agent in that round, but no, he does clutch it out. He wins the 1v1 despite making it so much harder on himself. A great round from Kyno. 2 kills with the pistol while they're walking in and trying to make that execute happen. Does get down by the C4, but is picked up.
Did you see what happened there?
I was honestly looking at my stats. What happened?
So he shot the downed Sexy Cake.
Right.
But Sexy Cake, he shot 2 bullets. The first bullet killed Sexy Cake. The second bullet hit Kyno in the back of the leg, and because Kyno was at 20 HP and had already been picked back up, he couldn't go into down but not out. And the bullet does more than 20 damage. So he shot the downed body, assuming that he would be able to secure Sexy Cake, and instead of just killing Sexy Cake, that second bullet hit the back of the Monty. Hold on a second here.
Yeah.
Look at this Los lineup. There is, unironically, there is a Blackbeard being played alongside an Amaru and a Monty. What are we about to witness?
All right, they've clearly been cooking on this map. Will they burn down the kitchen? That is the question. Blackbeard was played once so far in the North American League. It was not successful. So it's going to go for round 2 now in the hands of Sexy Cake. Again, hoping to try to get an execute. This will be a direct push. No more are we in the world of roam clearing on this bomb site. No more are we working vertical. They are walking on in, trying to get kills.
Looking for the first pick. There's a Toxic Babe that goes out. Sexy Cake losing the shield. No time to re-equip. So instead, he's just got to fight dry, but he dies to Kyno's shotgun. Kyno's still surviving, but maybe on borrowed time, given how low his HP is. Arthur's getting the diffuser down. Cameraman rushing up. He shuts it down. Wait, no, he doesn't at all. It's Los to actually turn this one around, and now the shield is still very much in play. Arthur's last man standing, and M80 managed to survive the scare. Legacy is dropped. What a play by Los. They'll be able to secure that final kill on the Legacy if they want. Hold on, get him up. Maximize your points. You got plenty of time. Okay, okay. There you go. Now you've got it. What?
Pad those stats. Pad those stats. There you go, Kyno. 8-2 now.
That's the clap for the way that was played out. My God. Yeah. I loved what Los tried to do there. They just straight hit the bomb site. Obviously, when you're playing that Blackbeard and you're just engaging on a single door frame, the moment you lose that rifle shield, it's basically over. You have no real means of re-equipping that, especially when the gas is all around you. Didn't you say that we needed like a 7-0 to lock in these points? Well, we are mighty close to that. It is a 6-1 at the moment.
I will let people smarter than myself run the numbers if a 7-1 would be enough to... there are other results. It wouldn't just be this one that would lock Los out of playoffs. But still, even with this result, Los not looking good. They've lost 6 rounds in a row now. Genuinely confused as to what happened in that round. They tried to rush. They saw it was a 3-man roam from M80. They said, that's fine. We're going to hit the site. And it nearly worked. I think if they get a clean kill into Kyno, if they were playing, I don't know, maybe a Blitz, it was banned. Maybe just like a Ying, maybe some operator that can run in and win a fight against a smoke. Not an easy thing to do, but certainly might have been easier on an operator not named Blackbeard. That could have gotten them the entry that they needed. It felt like a lot of players ended up going down on the blue stairs by filtration. The roamers came back to site very quickly. I gotta credit Spoit and Hyper for making it back so soon. Citizen as well, although I think he did go down. You know, M80 reacted very, very well to that rush strategy. Kyno stood very strong there, of course, stopping that push in through supplies. So nicely done by M80. Los, I don't mind them trying to get active, trying to get creative. Again, it's a new map. They're in a desperate situation. You may as well go for something like that, but just not executed the way that they would want to. And now they've got to win 5 rounds in a row just to get overtime, and they're attacking on the newest map in the pool. This is just not going to be an easy task.
No, I mean, I did really like their start, but you can't obviously replicate that. You've got one go for broke strat to try to get to the bomb site and get that diffuser down, but now you're going to go with a much easier lineup. You got Striker for maximum utility. You've got flashes and grenades in the hand of the recruit. You've got plenty of explosive potential from the Flores. Ying, as she is seen quite regularly on all maps when she is unbanned just because of the power that she brings. You've got smokes and those candelas. And then, of course, you got the Monty for added measure. You got to cut through that barbed wire. You don't have to deal with any banshees from the Melusi, so nothing to really slow you down. The only real hindrance that a Monty will have at this point is going to be those goo mines from Cameraman. Cameraman is usually pretty successful at living till the very final moments. As long as he can stay alive, he will be A-okay. An opportunity to take out Kyno has disappeared as he will be picked back up. That was an inopportune peek around the window. And even though they're not in the building, that was a nice pick from Los to do an awful lot of damage. Kyno will once again be on borrowed time.
Yeah, gotta watch out. Make sure you can avoid Cameraman for the rest of this round. The shield's coming on in, and Farius takes down Hyper, so that's the opening pick. They start to work their way more towards site. It will be an R6 room execute. SexyCake has the defuse kit and is bombarded by throwable utility. A Toxic Babe forces him into the line of the C4, and he does die, dropping the kit. Picked up by Farius now as he starts to head more towards site, but he also will lose all of his teammates as he is now in a 1v4 very quickly. Things have devolved, and they know exactly where Farius is at. Hiding inside of storage as the GG is coming out. Oh no, the belief not there from M8 that this is a losable game anymore. Players on lows holding their tongue, but it doesn't last long. Finally, the shotgun reigns, and M80 get a 7-1 victory over Los. A very well-deserved win, as that will catapult them up on these standings.
Yeah, my, 3 points and 3 very quick points, which have significantly reduced the amount of time that we are going to have to cast today. We expect about an hour per match. You and I have only been casting for 33 minutes, and that includes 2 tech issues, which is probably the most surprising part of it all. M80 was in a position where they were 3 points ahead of Luminosity. If M80 had lost, if Los had picked up all 3 points and Luminosity won, depending on round differential, M80 could have fallen down to 6th place. No way for them to go to 7. But either way, that's it for our very first matchup. We've got plenty more to come here in the NAL.
10 seconds left.
Jumping in.
Bottom is dead. Bottom is dead.
I smoked it.
In bedroom.
Nice.
Last one was
Recruit
green
left.
side.
It was green side, yeah.
1 HP.
Yo, can we
Yeah.
pre-GG?
Yeah, shoot
No,
this,
that's too
shoot
much.
this kid's body.
Yeah.
Wait, everyone, do it really, do it really. GG.
Yeah, shoot this kid's body. This guy shot my body when he killed me.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Yo,
Lay
we
off
all
here.
5 of us pre-GG, bro.
Absolute BM from M80 in that matchup, and what was an absolute cataclysm in the Los camp. There is now a scenario on the board in which Los may be knocked out of playoffs entirely as a result of this loss and another game that happens on later in the day. So now, if you're any Brazilian fan hoping that your team's going to be able to go far in the NAL playoffs, that game may have just been the nail in the coffin.
Well, a Brazilian, half Brazilian team got a win today, so
Yeah,
you gotta be happy about
fine.
for cameraman and Kyno.
Fine.
I was really hoping that, truthfully, that we'd see a little something different. You know, we were talking about how this should be a good map for Los just based off the unpredictability. I mean, they look very predictable at that point.
They started on defense first.
Yeah,
And that was the problem,
That
that
obviously
they started
was,
on defense.
was more so the bigger issue, given how bad they are. I mean, this was really bad. This wasn't just bad. This was flawlessly bad.
Yeah, it didn't really look like they had an understanding of how they wanted to defend the map at all. There wasn't really any trades. The verticality, you know, the unique stuff that we saw OXG do in their Lair matchup is not what we saw Los do. Los really kind of just showed up, was just playing their game, maybe a little like ranky kind of vibes. And, you know, M80 to their props, I think they actually played really well, especially the way that they were clearing, the way that they used the Monty was really good. For the first time in history, I think M80 has used the Monty as best as possible. I really enjoyed watching Kyno on that Monty. The way they played around him was phenomenal as well. It was really, really well played Lair from them.
And again, you know, wipe everyone else's stats. Look at the highest impact. That's coming from Kyno because, again, historically, this was the best performance that we've seen out of a shield play from Kyno. So, again, it's a hats off to Kyno for being able to make this 7-1 possible, specifically, again, because of Kyno actually making the shield work.
I mean, you could have put Kyno in a 1-on-5. I think M80 still would have won.
That might be a little bit of a stretch, but I mean,
That's just harsh, man.
Nonetheless,
That just hurts to hear.
I'm hoping he can hear it, but pure dominance, I mean, from M80 across the board. But this is the team play that I wanted to see. Obviously, this was against a very poor performance from Los overall. I mean, this is the first 7-1 that we've seen so far. Unfortunately, it took all the way to play day 7. We could have seen it play day 6, 5, 3, 2, 1
I want to
down
see
the
how
board,
did that happen.
but finally we see it here now. But I mean, again, M80, we need to see this performance going forward. I don't want to just write this off as like, okay, you know, this was a great game.
Yeah.
You know, that's what's going to happen next. We need to see the consistency because what we've seen M80 do is do really good and then go back to being bad. Go back to good, go back to being bad.
Right.
In just the basic fundamentals.
Yeah, and it came down to those maps and seeing Lair as a big map and them still find success on it. I mean, I think they're getting a really good understanding. They didn't allow any trades, like any individual 1v1s that wasn't traded. So I really liked the team play from them. They all focused on entering the map behind that Monty. There were sometimes 2 or 3 people behind it. They get that pick. I thought it was really well played. And if they take that fundamentals to the other bigger maps, it'll improve a lot more for M80.
You know Kyno was doing good on the Monty too when cameraman took him out. He's like, nah, you're doing too good.
True. Spoit was also a vertical demon. I think the times he was upstairs, AK-12, homie dropped 12 kills in a game that didn't have as many rounds as it takes to, I mean, even have a complete game, seemingly. So the fact that he still pulled off a double-digit kill marker is impressive enough. But put Kyno in the interview chair for me real fast, because Lax over here is like, hey, this is the first time we've seen an M80 on Shields actually go well. So I want to get Kyno's take on that because I remember what it was like earlier in the stage.
Kyno's so mad.
And now we've seen what it's like now.
No,
Hey,
just kidding.
it was good. It got better. We're happy for you. I'll let Laxing take the brunt of this because he's the one talking smack.
Well, Kyno, obviously we did touch up on how well the shield play was today. Unfortunately, cameraman took you out because of how well you were playing on it. But no, I mean, going into this map, were you guys thinking prior that this is what the map was going to be? Or were you guys pretty much for certain that Lair was going to be the map of choice?
We had a few options. Like we knew Lair was definitely one of the best options we had, and we knew that they would take us to Lair if he came to it. So yeah, we were ready.
Was that like based
we don't
off?
have...
I was gonna say, was that based off scrims or anything like that?
No, not scrims. Like it's just off their previous bans. We just knew that they had Lair based on like
What was the reason for banning the Blitz? Just because Lax was saying, like, did you guys have info in scrims? What was the reason for the Blitz ban specifically?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't scrim them on this map. I don't think so. So it was more like we know that 60K loves the cheat, he loves the blitz, and on this map I don't really care about the blitz. The Monty was up. I can do the same things I do with the blitz. I can do it with the Monty, and we showed today. I mean, finally worked.
Yeah,
finally.
And that's what I want to like praise you on, is because we touched up on before, like the shield play from you it isn't just on you. Your team just wasn't utilizing you. Whereas today it felt like everyone was working well with the shield, but also you working well with everyone based off that shield play. And kind of what was the big difference of today versus previous days of that?
I feel like it all just falls down onto the fundamentals. Our fundamentals today were good. We know that on our previous games that we lost, we pretty much just lost to ourselves. We were kind of lost, and just practice makes it perfect, you know. I feel like we've been scrimming a lot. We've been getting some good practice, and we're just focusing on the small things, the fundamentals, and it's been working out for us. But don't say everyone played well with the Monty. Cameraman TK'd me. I really hope they showed my face because that was insane.
No,
An unlosable round.
They showed more of cameraman's overall reaction to just the fact that whoever was on case got off case at the very last second. But from our perspective, we saw it. He wasn't even aiming for you and still shot you in the foot because you were still on 20 HP at that point. What's going through your head at the end of round 6?
I don't even know, man. Like, the round was scuffed at first. I walked down top mez, got 2 kills, brought the round back.
Yeah.
Round is unlosable, bumped down. I'm blocking the door as Pengu taught me, you know, and just shot me in the back.
Well, just know it wasn't intentional.
Again, he wasn't
so
trying. I
confused.
swear to God on the replay, he absolutely wasn't trying.
I was so confused.
Yeah. There were only 2 rounds where you had to worry about playing on defense because that game was over so fast. But talk to me about when you see a Monty and a Maru and a Blackbeard on the board. Like, what do you even do to prep for that? Like, when you see that, do you laugh or do you just like hope and pray that you have the right setup for it?
Well, you do both. You laugh and you bolt and you hope you have a good comp for it. You know, I mean, I'm glad I was playing smoke where I was. I could, you know, smoke the door and ended up securing the round. But it was interesting.
Interesting is a word for it, yeah. So at this stage, there's only 1 game left for you to play on the docket. The win now puts you at 12 points, which is above the minimum threshold that teams required back in stage 1 to get into playoffs, which is a good omen for you guys. But there's only 1 game left. It's against DZ on Friday. Anything else? Any thoughts you have about that game while you have a day off tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, if we play the way we've been playing in practice, the way we played today, we know that we're capable of, you know, beating the best teams, beating DarkZero, and we know we're capable of making it to playoffs and, you know, dominating the best of 3s. We know we have it in us. We just gotta, you know, find it, and slowly we're doing it.
Yeah, good stuff, buddy. Again, congratulations on the dub. We'll see you back on Friday, and thanks for putting up with our shenanigans on the desk here, dude.
I love Kyno.
Thanks, Chickum.
Really appreciate
Love
you.
you, Lax. Love you, Fox.
Love you.
Love you too.
All right, M80 again. I mean, they got past the first hurdle, which was just get points today. Like, they did that, but for it happened that quick. Like, dude, kudos to them for figuring out Los immediately.
Yeah, it was the consistency that we wanted to see. We talked about at the start that if they wanted to be the M80 that we expected them to be this stage, it can't be a close game against Los, and a close game it wasn't. So even on a map that you were unpredictable, you don't know what Los is going to bring, you don't even know what other teams, what the meta really is, they were able to find a lot of success, and they played off of each other, and that's been their biggest struggle in the previous game, so it was nice to see them correct that today.
Yeah, again, it was impressive to see the teamwork that they've lacked in some of these games where we could have seen a lot quicker pace games. So I do just want to see this going forward, especially into those playoff games.
Here is the situation that's now developed as a result of Los losing with no points from this matchup. You'll see Luminosity in 6th place with 6 points right now. That is one of the only thresholds that Los have the chance, with 2 games still left to play, to cross over to get to playoffs. If Luminosity get a full 3 points in Game 3 against Wildcard today, that puts them and every other possibility for Los out of reach, because Los can only get up to 9 points. So they could very well be locked out if Luminosity got all 3 points in regulation over Wildcard in just a couple of hours.
I mean, if Luminosity wins in any regard of getting 3 points, that just keeps 7th, 8th, 9th stagnant where they are. It doesn't matter where any of those
Yeah.
teams shape up at that point. You just will be playing in LCQ for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, so Wildcard really needs to, you know, beat them if they even want a chance to pass up there. And Lowe's obviously has to, at the end of the day, win out and hope that LG loses out. So there's still a little bit of hope.
That's got to be the game of the day for me at that point, because
You think so?
Luminosity
LG
entirely
wildcard.
decides the bottom half's future and what that looks like.
We could be done with Super Week after like 1 day almost. Like we wouldn't
Practically.
even need the other ones because we already know, hey, you're getting shipped off to LCQ. Have fun playing in BO1s down there. But yeah, not to be. So we'll find out what happens in Game 3 between Wildcard and Luminosity. But before we get there, we have another one, DarkZero and OXG, coming up right after the break.
Yeah, so BDS, I think it's like the #1 jersey I've seen like of esports, so I have to give it like 5 out of 5. It's really cool.
It's more a social, you know, more like classy. So I'll like BDS is my top 1. So 5.
And I think my favorite thing about the jersey, you actually can't really see, but it's the Kappa logo on the border. I'm a big fan of casual esports apparel, like something you could wear out without like being like, wow, that guy's like a gamer, like, you know, something casual.
I'm gonna rank these all based on how they would look on me, and I don't know if a collar would really look cool on me. Like, I think maybe look kind of goofy, so I'm gonna put that at 3.
He's not wearing that jersey anymore, but the jersey itself looks good. I like how the silver reflects. It looks very cool. I think the SSG jersey is cooler. I rate this one a 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5.
0. He looks better in SSG.
I mean, that's also a really good jersey. Like I have weared it, like it feels good, you know, good material. 2 stars above the logo. Not that many other teams have that. I have to give it like 3 stars out of 5.
Okay, 5. I love this jersey. I would love to wear that. Like, I'd be cool in that jersey.
I also think it's really cool. But overall, also another simple design, black, great color. So I'm gonna give it a 3.8 out of 5.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though. Oh, what a take from Spirits! In the 1 versus 1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Frida has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Got you tulips in it. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I miss. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist.
Twice in North American League history has a team lost their first 6 games of a stage. The Beast Coast teams of 2021 and 2022 would certainly like another team to join that club so they're not alone, but OXG themselves definitely don't want that. Their only option to avoid that fate is to carve through a surging DarkZero who haven't lost a game in 4 matches and are on the precipice of qualifying for playoffs themselves, which funnily enough, they already did because of M80 beating Los, so they're already in playoffs at this point and now they're fighting for top 2.
I mean, this is going to be an interesting one. Like I already said during the pre-show, I do think this is Oxygen's true chance of being able to get a win here, especially just due to the dynamics of how DZ plays now. Whereas, again, if it was back in the day and how they played structured and how they did their thing, I would say Oxygen's losing that almost 9 times out of 10 because we would lose to them almost every single time we played.
I'm gonna say if it was DZ from 4 or 5 weeks ago, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even if we saw this matchup at the start of the stage, we would have said it was a lot closer in comparison. But even though both teams have kind of picked their spot at either side of the spectrum of the leaderboard, I do agree with you, Lax. I do think this game will actually be a lot closer in comparison, just because DarkZero has lost a little bit of that structure on paper to capitalize on them going a lot faster. And OXG, still, there's one thing we know them for is they're good at the gunfights, and that's the only thing so far that we've seen them good with.
Yeah. So I look at this mostly just on where they're at on both attack and defense. OXG, for their own part, not very good on either one. They're within the bottom 2 on both of them. But then DarkZero is still within the bottom 2 on attack, but still one of the best teams on defense. And that is where they make their bread and honey. That is where this team is fantastic. And it's where they shut down Cloud9 Beast Coast on C9BC's 3rd straight consulate game, didn't allow a single attack through, pitched a shutout in that second half, and it just goes to show that defense really wins championships.
Yeah, and this high energy, fast, aggressive DarkZero that we've been seeing, at least on defense, is definitely coming into fruition. They've definitely been very lights out once they get on defense, especially once they know they only need like 1 or 2 rounds on attack. They get the defense and they have that confidence to be able to pull them through. But their attacks is where that fast and aggressive kind of shakes up. It adds a lot of variables that just don't go in their favor. There's a lot of hiccups, and that's the biggest issue with DarkZero. But when they have their pre-planned attacks, just like this one that they did against C9BC, I can show you the absolute strength. So the Bees will clear out everybody in projector and give info. Now the jump in is going to come in, and you would expect the bait for the CEO is going to be on the fact that they try to pinch this guy on metal, and the CEO player, instead of going for the plant, they double up on him, get the pick, and then once the diffuse comes down, NJR is on the window to be able to shut down anybody that can run into him. So it was a beautiful misdirection, because everybody in this situation would expect the CEO player jumping in be the one with the diffuser, the one that gets it down on the floor, but it wasn't. Pamba was the one to jump in. He takes the 2-on-1 engagement on the metal player with Nave. Once they get that kill, case goes down. So when DZ has that beautiful pre-planned preparation, it does work. But when things don't work out for them, they don't get that opening pick and things need to be adapted, that's where they find their issues on attack.
Yeah, and we saw them at they were 8th sitting at 4 attacks, and it just goes to show that in this round, in this clip that you just showed off, they have all the keys to the success that they could possibly muster from these attack rounds, but we just have to see that going forward, because being the best defending team to then pretty much the second to least attacking team, it just goes to show, like, if you can continue and replicate these rounds and replicate these scenarios and just be able to read it better and have Nave set them up, I mean, DZ can look like a really scary team if they can find their footing on these attacks.
Yeah, because the adaptation is all on defense. That's the hardest part to do, and they do it very well. Obviously, they're the best team on defense. So if they just replicate that adaptation, being able to communicate with each other on the attack, they'll be pretty good. They'll shape up. They'll definitely be one of the feared teams from NA to hopefully make it to the major.
I'm going to say the idea that I'm getting from you guys is that when they're good on attacks, they're really good, but they just need to find a way to boost that overall number up because they haven't won that many of them so far.
That's the thing. We haven't seen many rounds of it so far, but when we do see it, it's like this.
How lucky are they with getting like defense first on these best of ones so that they can just prop that number up, work on that? Like, they haven't had to attack very much, which is why that stat isn't nearly as high as it is for some other teams. The thing is, for Oxygen, neither attack or defense is very high. They're still within the bottom 2 of the league, and they continued against, I mean, they tried really hard on Lair against Sonics. It was 8-6. They gave it their best, but even on neutral territory, on a new map in the pool that we hadn't seen in North America before, they still couldn't pull out the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we've definitely talked down on OXG, not with fair reason, but the thing to take away from this team is, sure, they are at the bottom of the standing. Sure, they don't have a lot of points, but if you really look at the round counts and the round differentials of those games, they are very competitive. They are very close where it comes down to small things that are truly hurting them, because you look at a 5-7, a 4-7, a 6-8, a 5-7, a 6-8, like they are not getting blown out of the water. So yes, you know, we do have to critique them, we have to criticize them, but it's with fair reason. But again, you still have to look at Oxygen. They are still very competitive, and again, it's the small things that truly is what is hindering these. And I do have some clips to kind of demonstrate these small things where if they touched up on these fixed these things, we would be able to see success. And this just going into this game right now, I mean, we've already touched up on they like taking gunfights. They love being able to have that gunplay. But the thing is, when we do see this gunplay, if the gunplay doesn't work, which that's kind of been the case in some areas, is the teamwork lacks. The fundamentals of being able to work together, to be able to find someone by themselves, to be able to take map position, that is where we see this lack with Oxygen. Just like this round right here. Someone comes up Spiral, nobody's watching it. It goes into question, was someone on a drone? Were they not on a drone? Did they not have a drone there to begin with? And then as this round continues on, Volts is now baiting out the players here, and what you'll see is the attention to detail. They go to push this guy from connector, the hatch is open, they lose the man advantage where they just originally had it. And it's just a situation of just being able to work together.
Yeah, and even with Hat getting aggressively in CEO, I mean, we've seen that time and time again, but once they get those picks, you'd think after getting an opening kill, the best thing to do is to connect with your teammates, use that man advantage that you have, be able to get into positions to trade off of each other, but that's not what we see Oxygen doing. They all lose their individual ones all over the map, and they're too slow to rotate to each other.
And then here on round 11 against Los, Exo Hatch isn't even open. It's completely closed. They could play someone here. They could play someone on the mirror. But again, Oxygen only has one player with another player rotating into basement. It's a 5v5 up. No one's sitting on cams. They don't know what Los is doing outside of until it's the very last little bit of the round. And it goes back into what I'm saying. These small mistakes, these small errors where if someone's sitting on a cam, someone's communicating with each other, people are just working together, they would be able to understand a lot of these problems and a lot of these situations and be able to react faster. But because we don't see that from Oxygen, Los then realizes, which is smart for them, to be like, let's go for a plant. We don't even need the vertical pressure at this point because we aren't being pressured. It's unfortunate that we see two C4s go out that don't deny the plant, but now the top players that we saw from Oxygen lose that map control, couldn't even gain back any map control, and now it's just left on the defenders to play a vertical pressured game and try to go for a defuse.
Yeah, and it's not from a lack of trying, because we saw those C4s come out, and that was OXG's failsafe if that plant were to come through, is the C4s go, but there's just no understanding of when we need to do it. What's the lockdown? What's the trigger that makes us decide who's the person to make that call to make that happen?
And again, once again, Oxygen is looking like they're in the prime position. Newards gets a triple kill, gets traded out. Now it's just a situation of playing post plant, work together, don't do anything. But it's a mistake from Gomez. He takes this 1v1, loses it. I can understand Diaz here trying to bait him out, trying to keep him at bay. They can get this plant down. All they have to do is play together here. They don't do that. Hat rotates out, immediately gets down. It's now practically a 1v1. But again, this didn't have to go this far. It didn't have to go this length, because when you look at this, Diaz could have played off the bomb. I mean, could have played off the guy down, could have revived him, but instead he takes a 1v1, when in the reality, he could have just used his down player to feed that information of, hey, Grixer's going for the plant, swing off me, or swing off my contact, swing off the plant, whatever. We just didn't see that in any of these rounds. And again, it's not to say that Oxygen isn't competitive. It's not to say that they can't win a game, but it's these small errors that are truly hindering them, that if they can fix that, especially going into today, we can see a winning game come out of Oxygen.
I think we know for a fact it's not for a lack of trying. Coming into today, OXG had more rounds won than Los did, which is a big deal because the only reason that OXG have any points is from forcing a couple of games to go to overtime in the first place. And they're also not completely out of the playoff picture either, which is an insane thing to say. OXG at the very beginning of this stage thought they were going to be the best they ever were. Let's just do a vibe check with Diaz real quick to see how that's going for him so far.
Diaz, I'm a player for Oxygen Esports. We've been playing very, very bad, to be honest. I don't even know what to say. Even though we're 0-5, we still feel confident. We didn't get smoked any of the games besides maybe against Los. All the other games were pretty competitive, but we made a lot of small mistakes. Just dumb plays in the server. Ended up costing us a couple games, but there's still hope. And if we don't make it to playoffs, we'll try through LCQ. Well, we're gonna keep fighting until then. A team that I would want a rematch against, I think Sonics. If it was on the same map, they gave us another chance to actually finish that map out. The first couple rounds, we literally said that we were gonna win the map because, no offense to them, but we saw a lot of stuff that wasn't meta. We were confident that our strats and And the stuff that we prepped before the game was better than theirs. And it was, until it wasn't. And then they started bringing out the blitz. I think we were very spazzy once it reached like 6-4. Couldn't close it out, and it is what it is. Like one player that's been helping us a lot and that's been playing very well is Gomez. He's our IGL. He's the backbone of the team. He basically does all our strat. He motivates us to try and get out of this slump. He's been very good this stage. He's always been good. I'm excited to play DZ this week, especially not playing against Canadian. I want to see how they're doing. In the past, they've always been like one of my favorite teams to play against. Our goals for the rest of the group stage is just to get better in every aspect of the game. Communication, strats, stay calm. Basically, every aspect of our game we're improving.
It's nice to see Diaz talk a little bit about improving in all aspects, because it's very nice to see a humble player understand that those are the areas that they need to make better. And he's right. It's not like they're getting just blown out of the water. And it just really comes down to these little things. They have the responses. They have the answers of what they need to do to fix these rounds. And it just comes down to the shakiness. When the rounds get late, who's going to be the person to calm everyone down? You look to trust and listen that this is the ideology we want to come to. It looks like OXG has a good understanding of what they want to do. And at the end of the day, he even said it, if they don't make it to playoffs, they're still going to try their best to make it through the LCQ as better as they can be.
It's good to also still hear him talk about having confidence despite being down 0-5 and coming into a scenario where, you know, you may be the third team in NAL history to go down 0-6, but they're not thinking about that. They're just trying to improve and win some games.
Again, if you're looking at the scoreboard or just the point sheet, yeah, you're going to look at Oxygen and be like, oh, they aren't competitive. They're a bad team. But again, what I just highlighted on, every game has been close. Diaz even said every game has been close outside of that Los game. So they do have all the tools and the players and the kits to be able to be successful. But again, it's just the small errors and the guidance through some of these rounds that truly is what is tripping them up.
So Labs, OXG on defense first. Maybe a bit of a boon, given we've talked about DarkZero's attacking deficiencies a lot over the past couple of weeks. So maybe there's a chance OXG can get off to a good start here. But overall, what do you think about Labs here?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think you put it very simply that way. I think that's a really good call. OXG, the areas where they are successful is when they're able to go for those gunfights. They're starting on defense on a map that's primarily defender-sided. DarkZero has issues on their entering, on their attacking. They're one of the worst teams when it comes to attacks. They can have pre-placed attacks, pre-planned attacks that work out, but more often than not, they are going to lose it. And OXG, if they can mount themselves a nice little comfortable lead, like a 4-2 or a 5-1, then when OXG swaps sides, regardless of OXG's struggles, they could definitely at least get 1 or 2 rounds to be able to secure the win out if they don't get nervous once they get to that point. But I think OXG needs to start off hot on this defense.
Yeah, this is an interesting one for me because I do think, again, this does favor, not DarkZero, Oxygen, just because of how this map is played and what we've seen. Oxygen has kind of been hit and miss on both attack and defense, whereas like DarkZero, it's been one or the other. So for that alone, I mean, I might honestly switch up my take here just knowing that this map is
really
Labs. Yeah, I honestly might go with Oxygen just because I do think with how we've seen them on defense and just against Sonics, I do think they can bring this back. And then when it comes from an attacking half, I think both teams are struggling there pretty massively of guidance. Because sure, we have talked about Nath and what he's done, but still, they are the 8th rated in terms of their attack overall.
That's the thing. I know that DZ is the obvious pick for most reasons, but even though you said, hey, if there was ever a time for OXG to win a game, it might be now. That doesn't mean that they're going to. It's just that this is the best chance.
This would be the best situation for OXG.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to swap mine. Just
Well,
yeah. Swap now.
They just swapped
You're
it.
locked in.
I do have to lock. I do have to stick with it. I do think this map really does favor Oxygen slightly more, not more than DarkZero.
I agree. I mean, taking OXG to this map, this is a map that OXG likes to play. They're not that great at it, but they haven't been great at anything else so far this stage, so it makes a lot of sense why you'd want to bring them to this map. But in my opinion, DarkZero has to have stuff prepared, fast aggressive takes, or just being able to utilize the shields potentially to be able to right their wrongs. And in my opinion, I think at the end of the day, when it comes down to consistency, I have to give it to DarkZero.
All right, can OXG avoid becoming the 3rd team in North American League history to go 0-6 through their first 6 games, or are DarkZero about to continue their path directly to the top 2 with another couple of points? Parker and Jesse will tell us on Labs.
Thank you so much. DarkZero have clinched a spot in the playoffs. A big part of that was the previous matchup, Jesse. Los getting smoked now has reverberations throughout the entire league, and 3 teams have clinched a spot at the top of the standings. Sonics, DarkZero, and M80 will all do battle in the playoffs. But what about the rest of them? At this point, Luminosity, Space Station, and Cloud9 Beast Coast are the other 3 teams in the hunt. For DarkZero, the goal here is going to be to surpass Sonics, and they are 2 points back, which means a victory in regulation would give DZ sole possession of first overall. DZ holds on to second despite being tied with M80 because it's DarkZero with a greater round differential. Despite the fact that M80 just won that game in stunning fashion, M80's only a +3. DZ enters the day at +7. As for OXG, it's a very different story. They are -11. They have the second worst round differential after Los, and OXG is the only team so far to not have a victory here in the NAL. We go to a map that is historically quite good for DarkZero, and the operator bans are underway.
Okay, some fun bans. Right off the bat, I really like the Deimos ban coming out from Oxygen. DarkZero have loved their Deimos. Both Kobe and Pamba have really used that operator well. And then DZ responded with a Monty ban, so it makes a lot of sense. That leaves Dokkaebi on the board. I thought Doke might get taken out by one of these 2 teams. This should be an Azami here, as DarkZero have continued to ban this operator, even post-Canadian. And then I'm expecting a Tuber because that's what OXG banned in their last game on Nighthaven Labs 3 weeks ago. They didn't ban the same attacker they banned 3 weeks ago, so they could switch it up, but they won't. They'll be Tuber out instead. So not a huge surprise from any team. I think the Deimos ban is really smart. DarkZero look really good on that operator, and then the Monty ban as well. Maybe just kind of reading into the fact that DZ have not really been appreciating the shield meta too much. To be fair, Oxygen haven't really either, so neither of these teams big shield teams, but still going to want to remove that, make the game a little bit more back to basics. I will say, this map kind of prompted Laxing to switch his position and pick Oxygen. I would like to do the exact opposite. This is like the best possible map for DZ in my mind. I would say that DarkZero, there's a strong argument to be made that they are currently the best Nighthaven Labs team in the entire world. They haven't played it against top tier competition in a while, so like to say that you're relying on somewhat old results. They haven't played it since losing Canadian. So there is, you know, definitely skepticism around that claim. But I mean, they're on a 7-game win streak with this map. There are other good Labs teams in the world like Beast Coast, like FaZe Clan, but DarkZero have consistently had some of the best results since this map came out. They love playing this map. Again, haven't seen it since the roster move. Maybe that's no longer the case. I'm really excited because for the first time now, we get to find out if DZ are still dominating on this map, or if maybe we'll see some weaknesses that Oxygen can take advantage of.
Saw the Skinergy of the R6 share skins, by the way, before we actually got into the action, and you've seen some advertisements if you've watched in between the matches of the new R6 share skins, with a wide variety of teams getting their first skins in the game. Wild, one of those teams. Falcons all the way over in the Middle East, another team. Lots of anime skins, and if you're somebody like me, by the way, who is an anime unenjoyer, it's a terrible time for you. For people who love anime, you are feasting off of the latest R6 share skins, but I gotta give credit where credit is due. The DZ Sloth skin, quite like it. Quite like it a lot.
We saw M80's new skin as well. I don't know if they played Solus in the previous matchups. I don't know if we actually saw the skin getting used, but of course they played the last game. They've got a brand new gun skin out for Solus, so that one's really nice as well. One of the few non-animes, if you are like Parker and myself and not an enjoyer of the art form per se, but lots of great options for sure. For those who want to support their favorite teams, of course. Lots of great guns being brought out there, a lot of great gun skins. We start here on the top floor of Nighthaven Labs, and the desk did accurately point out that DarkZero have struggled on their attack so far. They'd really like to get something going here. They're working their way in through IT. They're working their way down below as well. 2 bodies on the main floor is more than most would utilize for a top floor execute, but they want to be really careful that their buck does not get flanked. Protecting Pambazoo and allowing Pamba to disrupt these angles is so important, largely for those mirror windows, but also just to move out player positions. You see Pamba just baiting to try to get a kill as they tempt him on these angles. But for the moment, it seems like he is not being fed any kills. It'll be very interesting to see where both he and Kobe want to go when this execute does take place.
They'll march in together right now with nobody taking any damage up to this point, and boy oh boy is that timer almost gone Toxic gas at the top of Fish will stop the advance towards the bomb site. Newer's the very first pick. Answered back with the bailiff in hand from Bolo. I don't know how he's able to get a kill on the Gomez from that position. Newer's will be the first line of defense, but nobody from DarkZero wants an engagement in that direction. Ape will now circle around. He's got an opening. Newer's continuing to do what he does best, which is kill and kill aplenty. Timer continuing to work against DZ. Newer's looking for more than just one. Hat's not far removed as the gas will linger. Newer's picked off by Pambazu. DarkZero has under 10 seconds to pull this one off. Are they able to do it? Will they go for kills? No, it doesn't look like they'll be able to get it done, but they've managed to get the diffuser at the halfway point, and they get it on time before the objective goes down. Saved by the timer as they can extend the round while that diffuser is mid-plant. It was a close one, but DZ pull it out at the end.
Oh boy, not what you want from OXG. They should have had a lot of advantages until Pamba just came in through the balcony and absolutely decimated their players near rafters and in the A site. Did a great job of finding those opening picks. A couple of missed shots coming out from Diaz, allowing the player with a defuse kit, Pamba, to sprint on past and then get that more towards the ground. Kobe and Bolo following it up with 2 kills each as well. So really like that push from DZ. It took a lot of time. DZ have often been criticized as being a slow team, and I think that round was a great example. But what they did with that time was they got a lot of control. They popped a lot of mirror windows, not all of them, but enough. And they managed to have enough angles entering into that site to get the defuse kit down to the ground, find those bodies. It was looking good for OXG, especially after Newer's got his 2 kills, but just couldn't find those fights in the late chaos. It was a bit of a problem that OXG closing out games, and in this one, closing out rounds as well. They're going to have to be better than that.
Mad scramble, and once Newers went down, it felt like the options for OXG were gone. In fact, Newers was the only one to get any kills in the previous round. The rest of the supporting cast for OXG has been the big issue. Newers has had some struggles so far. While OXG has undergone a bit of an identity crisis, I feel like since they've made these roster moves, they're still trying to sort through it. And obviously the turmoil that has been well reported on with the actual organization probably hasn't helped them one bit. But Newers is dialed in so far in this matchup, Jesse. 40 seconds off of the clock, and he's already given the opening pick to his team.
Yeah, undoubtedly Newers has been the best player on Oxygen this stage, and I think for a couple of stages now has continued to be their primary performer. Was negative coming into this game, currently +2. That brings him to even overall. We'll see how the rest of this game does progress. Of course, not out of the woods on this round. He is still roaming up towards Cargo, can walk down the stairs when he needs to. I think this is going to be a pretty simple round from OXG where they get a one-man... Oh. Okay, well, they are no longer going to have a man advantage up on the roam game. I thought that they could simply fall off after they have that one-man advantage, but they're not really in position. Kobe does end up going down to Gomez. They continue to get aggressive, and Gomez hungry for more. Newers takes down Nave, and this player in Warehouse, it's Bolo. No idea of Gomez's position. NJR now in desperation is hitting the site, but he doesn't even have the defuse kit. These players are not going to rotate back to site. Well, they actually are coming down Cargo. Looks like they'll get those fights, and they will shut them down. I thought they might just hold the defuse kit top floor, but they said, no, we want that smoke. And yeah, clean them up pretty quickly there.
Yeah, I was going to say, somebody other than Newers has finally gotten a kill, and it's Gomez to do it. But yeah, Newers is wired in this matchup in particular. If you want to just look at the numbers, by the way, for Nighthaven Labs, because I think it's always nice. 35 rounds have been played prior to this moment, and it's 15 rounds for the attackers, 20 for the defenders, which actually puts it towards the top of the most defender-sided map. The only 2 maps that are more defender-sided are both Border and Bank, but they have only been played once apiece. So a very small sample size. Bank, 10 rounds. Border, 11 rounds. Nighthaven Labs has been played 3 times at minimum with 35 rounds across the plays. So you actually have more data there to go off of. Bank and Border are outliers. They're anomalies. So out of maps that have been played more than once, Nighthaven Labs is actually the most defender-sided, which is abnormal for this map, as it has the distinction across all regions and at live events as well of being one of the most balanced maps in terms of attacker and defender win rates. So maybe just the meta change, maybe teams are starting to understand it a little bit more, as it is still technically a newer map. But either way, OXG should be on this position where they can emerge 4-2 after the first half. If OXG doesn't get there, then there are worrying signs because it would be DZ who would have the sides working for them. Viewers almost involved in the next altercation, the very first altercation. As Kobe gets picked off, nobody had droned out the door that was shot out earlier on by NJR. And unfortunately, it has resulted in the IQ getting picked off.
DarkZero got to be a little more careful in these early rounds. Every single time, it feels like Newers is somewhere on the map that they don't expect and able to cause chaos, get them a man advantage early. He's doing a great job so far in this game, helping out OXG to have an even score line and be looking to make this one a 2-1 lead. It'll be a storage bomb site. Of course, it's very important to open the IT wall on this site. There are no players from OXG in the basement, so simply getting IT wall, jumping in for a plant, is often a good enough option. Now, the Warden inside of DS will be a big problem. They won't be able to flash him out, but even still, a Blitz sprinting at you, even if you're not blind, is very, it's very concerning, and oftentimes players do still struggle with that. So I like their IT hold right now. Good use of these air jabs. They might even get a free kill on the Clash, but I think she sees the Nomad, and probably Hat will be thinking better of that.
Shield will encroach upon the position of OXG. The team's trade, and the Warden of Diaz is in a very tough position. Somehow manages to beat Bolo in that engagement. And Diaz is holding court in this spot. Every player from DarkZero has been removed from the map. And in a very similar spot to where he started this map, NJR finds himself on the outside looking in. Newers peeks the window, and NJR's reflexes are a little bit better than you might expect. 3 players to find, including a Clash. That is quite the task for DZ. Diaz with 3 kills to his name. Yaga and Hat still searching for their first kills. And NJR muster up anything. Will the Clash run into him first? NJR will look for an opening, and I don't know if they saw each other. Well, now they know. Diaz is the Nitro Cell from down below. Yaga and Hat still killless, but it doesn't matter. OXG is the lead, Jesse.
That they do, and a huge round from Diaz. I talked about how sometimes it can be frightening to have a Blitz rushing at you, even if you're on the Warden. But Diaz, he doesn't have emotions. He doesn't have fear. He doesn't experience that like the rest of us. So he is able to keep his cool and kill all of the players trying to jump in the storage window. I liked how he isolated the player jumping in. He didn't say to himself, I need to kill this Blitz. He focused on the players that were supporting the Blitz, that were coming in behind the Blitz, beside the Blitz, really making sure that he dealt with all of those threats before he had to deal with Bolo directly. And then a nice C4 to end it off, of course, as well. Diaz is one of those players who historically has broken records for his passive play. He has had some of the highest survival ratings of any player in Rainbow Six Siege history. In fact, I don't have the exact numbers, but I would bet that if you averaged every player, Diaz would have the highest SRV of any tier 1 performer, because he is so consistently at international events dominated that category. Through this stage, he struggled a little bit more. Only a 27% survival rating, meaning that in nearly 3/4 of the rounds, he is dying. He is struggling to stay alive. That stat gets less bad when you realize that 3 of his teammates are bottom 3 when it comes to SRV, or bottom 5, I should say, in SRV in North America. So he's certainly doing better than the rest of his squad. I know actually had their struggles, so it's hard to stay alive when you're not winning rounds. But if Diaz can continue to perform, then that's a really good sign, because him in the late round is absolutely vital. And that could be enough to get Oxygen a lead in the first half.
Well, Oxygen already has the lead, Jesse. I don't know what match you're
but
actually
after
looking
the half is over, I mean, like a 4-2, okay, Parker? You know what I meant.
Did I?
Well, you do now.
Now I do. I will say, we have 2 former members of OXG on our desk, and one of them immediately switched his pick upon seeing the map. And then you countered that with a very bold statement, which is that DZ is, in your opinion, the best Nighthaven Labs team in the world, which of course is a very hot take. You also had another hot take during the break that the rest of the people didn't hear about, which you said is, I didn't think Los did very well in that matchup. And I was like, yeah, that is definitely a hot take. That is very correct.
Yeah.
You're really laying them out today.
I didn't want, honestly, that was pretty harsh. I didn't necessarily want that to leak, but you're right. I did say that. So to anyone who thought differently, I'm so sorry.
Would love to see somebody look upon the results of that matchup and go, you know, I think they had a great time. I think they did fine. A lot of value from these drones now as we turn our attention towards this matchup, as we are at the halfway mark, and the big struggle that DZ had to deal with on this particular bomb site before was that extension from Fish into the bomb site. They managed to get it done because they took Rafters control and then translated that into a successful plant, which kept that clock running. But if Oxygen can rebuff them before they get to Rafters, DZ will have even more challenges at clearing out Fish and then getting into the bomb site. That deployable shield and the mute of Hat will be the first line of defense for OXG.
And I'll tell you, it's the exact same push that we saw last time. It's going to be Buck and Nomad down below. They're going to walk up those stairs. And, of course, Yaga, the most important player again on that Warden. Not sure what the Rafters pressure is going for right now. Bolo and IT could be the back pressure that really starts to open up the man advantage. Here he goes with an EMP on the Bulletproof, but he is blind, so he's not able to find a fight, and his teammates are falling top Aqua.
Look at this. Yaga now in this powerful position. Hat on the board. The kills favoring OXG. Kobe's been hurt an awful lot. OXG will get ever more aggressive, and it picks apart these players from DZ. It's all up to Bolo as he takes down Gomez, but has 3 more targets to find. 10 seconds to go. He sees Diaz, but he can't win the engagement. OXG putting up a very nice first half. 4-2 was what we said is the bare minimum. They're already at 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, we focused a lot on that hold from Yaga at the top of the Aqua stairs, and I was a little concerned after he did peek out and die to the Nomad, but he got the opening pick for the squad. That was good enough, took down Pamba, ended up being a 1-for-1 trade, and then everybody else in the bomb site had a fantastic time just closing that out. I think a little predictable from DarkZero. They did effectively the same push. I mean, the Aqua pressure was the same. The rest of the team did have a bit of a different entry where they wanted to focus more towards IT, a little bit less towards Raptors, but it felt quite similar still. So a lot of that did come through and I think was predictable from Oxygen, and I think they responded very well in particular. Adaptation is something that this team has sometimes struggled with. The Death talked about how they have failed to close out games. Maybe they come into a game with a good strategy, maybe they come into it with a good mental, but as the game progresses on, things kind of start to go bad for Oxygen. They don't recover very well. Maybe the mental gets a little bit bad and they can't respond to that accurately either. And so it just does feel like sometimes OXG later in these games end up in awkward positions. So far today, they have avoided things going really wrong. And the one time that something did go wrong, they went back to the same bomb site round 4. They fixed those mistakes. They were ready for it, and they countered DarkZero. This is a great spot for you to be in if you're an OXG fan. 3-1 up on Nighthaven Labs. Yes, sometimes can be a defender side of map, sometimes more even, and certainly the stronger side for OXG, but regardless, I mean, it doesn't start a whole lot better than this, and especially getting that tack time out of DZ.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
It's a very early tactical timeout. I mean, you never want to be in a position where you use it in the first round, but an 0-5 team currently has you on the ropes. There's obviously some cause for concern here, and I can absolutely understand why DarkZero has done that, especially when the stakes are as high as they are for this DZ team. There will be a lot of chatter about the top 2 teams in NA, Sonics and DarkZero, because of Troy Canadian moving off of DarkZero the way he did, going to Sonics, and showing that his leadership is still just as good. Maybe he just needed a change of scenery. The move has benefited both teams. DarkZero looks like their aggressive players have more freedom than they did when Canadian was on that squad. Sonics looking a bit more disciplined and firing away with the leadership of Canadian guiding them.
Great execution.
Diaz, unfortunately, will not last that much longer as DZ are able to open things up. That actually looks like it might have been a botched smoke, and Nath will immediately sprint in. Newers amidst the frenzy with 1 kill, but the diffuser is at the halfway point. Nath still searching for his first kill. As Bolo guns down Newers, the diffuser goes, and what was still about 2.5 minutes will now go down to 45 seconds. DZ to watch over top of that diffuser. Hat walks on in. Nath is as good as dead, 0-5. He hasn't exactly been that pronounced on the score sheet, but he's been leading the team to success. Where is DZ to get this diffuser? They managed to get it down. The Fenrir of Hat almost gets it done. He was a second away from pulling it off, but DarkZero stops him in his tracks. And for the second time, DZ prevail on attack because of the objective.
And that might be the most DarkZero round of all time. Our experts on the desk highlighted how DZ they can struggle with attacks, but one thing they do very well are these pre-planned kind of solely focused executes. These things where they can come in direct to site and have very few things go wrong before they push. That's exactly what we saw down inside of Assembly. They used the example of Consulate top floor getting in the meeting window in the pre-show. Now in this game, they come on in through the Assembly wall. Notice that very first pick that they got. There was a Maverick opening the wall at the exact same time that somebody was holding the angle, and the Bandit on the other side of it was being yellow pinged. DarkZero had perfect information, and what did they do with it? They executed their strategy with zero faults. Perfect siege gameplay coming out from them at the start of that round, and then a great conversion into an execute, understanding there were a lot of roamers for OXG, and they could probably force a plant down, especially with the Glads under the cover of that smoke. Loved the strategy from DZ there, and that's what they do best. They've gotten 2 attacking rounds now. If they can get a third, they're feeling really good. Even if they don't, for the best defensive team in North America, a 4-2 half might be good enough for DZ to lock down this game.
Yeah, I was a little bit scared with the way that DZ played that. It looked like OXG were able to pull it off, but the breach was the big issue. And there was some sloppy gunplay from OXG, but very, very close to a 4-1 score line that would have put DarkZero on the ropes more than they are already at. This DZ team has explosive potential. It was something I was talking about in the previous round. When you've got players like Bolo, like Pambazoo, like NJR, and now like Kobilax, as long as they can play their style of game, they can run all over you. When Canadian was on the squad, he preached discipline, which in many ways, I feel like, restrained these DZ players a bit too much. Now with Nafe, there's a lot more freedom there for them to get kills, and NJR is a little bit stuck right now. I don't know.
Yeah, it's unlucky.
Yeah, that's bad. He can't move at this position. If he can't move, Don't look at the screen. Don't look at the screen. Don't look.
Okay.
Don't look. Get your eyes away. Don't. We're not. You can't say that. You can't say that on the internet.
Yep. Yeah.
This is a family-friendly broadcast.
All right. So, sometimes people complain about not being able to see the in-game chat. I appreciate when they can send it mid-round. Viewers get to know exactly what's going on. Gomez tries to help, but he ends up getting punished by Bolo. He will be the first one to die, and they're going to force and execute Aqua instead, but they're just going into a meat grinder here. Bodies will get exchanged one for another. 2 players left alive, but Hat's able to frag, puts the shield away up in sight. It's actually Diaz down below who gets caught, so Hat alone up on the top floor, sights down below him. Can he find a 1v3 clutch now? 1v2 technically with NJR, not really in this round.
Bomb located by attack.
Pretty crazy that I think NJR can we just hold on a second? Can you hear us? Can we go to NJR for a second here? Can we just see, is he still out there? Is he still hanging?
I believe he is. I mean, he's just switching between all his gadgets.
He's hanging in there, I believe. Kobilax and Nafe now inside of the bomb site as Hat will make an ungodly racket trying to get back. Diffuser goes down yet again. DarkZero is undefeated when they can get the objective down. Will they make it 3 for 3? That would mean a split first half, which again, those numbers, not great for Oxygen. Hat toiling in this position, having to go around the window, through the door, towards the window, through the door, to the windows, to the walls. And hold on, it's only Nafe inside of the site with 10 seconds left. Nafe looking for kill number 2, and he will find it. NJR is still hanging tight outside of the building. They managed to win the 4v5, which is quite remarkable. And it puts DZ in a very good spot as the side swap comes in.
Yeah, you gotta credit DarkZero there. I don't know if OXG got caught up typing or what happened, but at the end of the day, that's a straight up 4v5. Not only that, you couldn't get the IT wall open. Your Thermite, who was trying to open the IT wall, didn't have the ability to do that, meaning that you just had to send it through Aqua. And what did they do? Exactly that, but the intel was so good. Nafe towards the bomb site, getting the cutoffs for the players down below, and then just the steamroll of a push in through Aqua to take down those players. A fantastic execute from DZ in a round that they shouldn't have had any business winning. They were in such a bad position right off the start, and yet somehow they find that entry. A great quick thinking backup plan came through from DarkZero. It caught Oxygen off guard. You really got to credit Nate for that one. He had not found a kill through the first 5 rounds of this game, but finding 2 kills in that one and then calling for that strat, holding at the bottom of the Aqua stairs, watching for his teammates to go on in. That's really quick thinking, and you've got to credit the IGL for something like that.
I've seen people on social media, and I've seen people on Reddit, if you don't consider Reddit to be social media, which I actually don't, but some people I know do, tear strips through Nafe and his inability to impact the game with kills. Yeah, it's not all about kills. I mean, people said the same thing about Canadian, for the record, when he was on DarkZero, that he wasn't particularly effective in terms of the killing, but he was still able to show leadership. Now it's Nafe having some struggles offensively, but inarguably impacting DarkZero in a positive way. I mean, they are in second, after all. So you're getting value from your IGL, and you allow the rest of the players to thrive. Bolo's had a really nice bounce back with this new leadership. And immediately, the man of the hour himself finds kill number 9. A 10th one is within his grasp if he decides to peek in the correct direction. Gomez walks in, dies. Newers answers it back. He himself looking for a sensational start to the second half, and Newers is finding it. Oxygen in a 3v2, leaving Nafe and Kobe to hold off against the aggression of Oxygen. This happening so early in the round sets OXG up in a great spot to spend the remaining 1 minute and 40 seconds assessing their options and figuring out the best way to attack this bomb site.
Lots of pressure on the youngest player in the server. He'll go for a jump out instead. Doesn't find anyone though. Now his position gets revealed. He needs to make the right decisions here, of course. With a man disadvantage, this is critical. He's choosing not to play site with Nafe. In fact, Nafe has actually walked up the vending stairs, so they are trying to play together, but it's not on the bomb site. They want to get aggressive early. I think with those track stingers and now a drone finding Kobe as well, they will think better of it. They will both retreat back to the basement. They can play their C4s. Nafe just wasted his without a kill. Kobe still has one in his back pocket. It's going to be a lot of soft breach coming through from this ram. You hear it roaring out above Nafe as Newers has utilized one of those boogie drones now. And they're going to try to make this way in through the vending stairs. It'll be EXO as well as this XQ comes forward, and look at this crossfire. Nafe and Kobe are set up to win this, but it's not going to be simple.
No, it'll be hard fought. Nafe is the only one left. Diaz walks all over Kobe Lax. And now Nafe will have to emerge from this position. He catches one, but there's an immediate follow-up. Nafe needs to go for the reload. OXG managed to get him as he crosses the door. And Hat saves the round for his team as Nafe was in a very favorable position. If he'd got to that door and pulled off the reload, it could have made it very tough for OXG to win the round. But OXG wins it either way, and the lead is theirs. Again, this is a defender-sided map based on the numbers that we've seen so far in North America. That means DZ should be in good position moving forward. But the teams were evenly matched in the first half, so it's anybody's guess as to whether or not it ends up being an actual defender-sided matchup.
I mean, even ignoring the map stats, DarkZero are the best defensive team in North America, winning 77% of their defensive rounds previously to prior to this playday. Oxygen are the worst attacking team in North America, winning only 34% of their attacking rounds coming through to this playday. So with a 3-3 half, you would expect DarkZero to have the advantage, especially on a map that, again, they historically have been extremely strong on. So this is a good start from Oxygen. They obviously wanted to go for a pretty direct hit there, in through cafeteria, down the vending stairs, into EXO. That's exactly what they did. DarkZero chose to challenge them at pretty much all points there. They didn't want to give any of that space to OXG. That was fine. Oxygen were happy to take those gunfights. Newers ate up the blitz. Didn't immediately, didn't survive that long, but it did get them in. It got things going for Oxygen on the push, so it all ended up working out pretty nicely. If OXG can continue with some of those pushes, which are a little bit more premeditated, which have a very clear start, middle, and end, a very clear goal in mind, they could be in a good spot. DarkZero really need to be careful about when they're challenging, what gunfights they want to take, and how they play those low man count situations, especially in that 2v3.
Honestly, I'm very impressed with both of these teams, what we've seen so far, but those stats that you referenced are quite damning. OXG, bad on attack, DZ, excellent on defense. That means that if OXG ends up winning in this matchup, then, well, boy, oh boy, is that a falter for DarkZero, but really is OXG finding some momentum and finding their moment. OXG have not had a lot of good moments so far this stage. It has been quite the fall from grace for this squad. And with the players they have on the team, they really shouldn't be performing as poorly as they have. I think the big culprit really does just come back to leadership. This is something that OXG has been searching for ever since Foxay moved off of the team. OXG has struggled to have an identity. They're still looking for it. And as you can see from the results at the top of your screen, it hasn't been easy. But if OXG is going to turn this around, there's one match where you've got to start. And against DZ on a favorable map, that's good timing for Oxygen. Halfway point of the round, Jesse. And right now, the focus for OXG is on that IT wall.
A Nitrocell just late from Bolo. That was what was trying to catch Hat, but couldn't quite do it. On the main floor, Kobe and Gomez may be coming to contact as well at some point, with Kobe being the one roamer trying to shut down that Buck play. The Buck Nomad duo at the bottom floor was so important for DarkZero. So they've dispatched one of their teammates to go try to disrupt that same pressure, but Gomez has left the building and so is now rotating up towards top floor instead. The blitz through connector will be the main point of entry for OXG. Without that same blitz pressure down below, I'm not sure if he was able to get those mirror windows, but in any case, they're going to have less pressure on the bottom floor than DarkZero chose to bring on this site. Instead, the blitz mostly, or the Buck mostly being used to help out with the Maverick, and it'll be the blitz to make this space. But watch out for the goo mines as well. That'll really slow the push here from Yaga.
NJR's having an uncharacteristically bad day, and it might get worse. That's Yaga inches away from him, and you know how bad it feels to have a blitz charging in your direction. Hat's the first casualty as things are going to get messy in the final 30 seconds. Kobe taking an awful lot of damage as Nitrocell had gone out. It does not find its target the way that he wanted, but he still does some serious damage, and that's ultimately what caused Hat to die. Nice play from Gomez to eliminate Bolo. Gomez is looking for more. The kill feed trading back and forth. DarkZero coming out ahead in this brutal play between them. Now it's Newers pulling off absolute heroics. He's got to extend this timer inside of the site with 1 second to go, but he's going to be a sitting duck. And now it's all up to Nafe to get there in time. Nafe sees him, and very few kills for the captain of DZ, but it doesn't matter as long as they're high value, and an impactful kill for Nafe will give DZ the round, and we are tied yet again.
You're absolutely right when you say that the KD total from NJR is uncharacteristic. Currently, he has the best KD ratio of every player in North America, 47 and 33 coming into this game. When you move to defense, it gets even more ridiculous. A 1.86 defensive KDR. That's where really NJR shines. He is one of, if not the best anchor in the entire world, and he and Pamba really saved that round. I liked the start from Kobe. He was playing down below. I mentioned his importance. He got that C4 pick to start things off strong, but Newers answered back. OXG wrestled back the man advantage, but it doesn't matter when the trades are so good from both NJR and Pambazoo. Two of the longest standing members on DarkZero, the two longest, I should say at that. Really coming in clutch towards the end of that round. You don't always think about Pamba as an anchor, but in that round, that's the position he had to play, and he played it expertly.
10 seconds to insertion.
This nice back and forth between these teams has been very, very entertaining. It's been one of the best looks for Oxygen in this entire stage for, again, a team that has had some serious struggles. Despite the fact that they're in last place, OXG does not own the worst round differential, so it's not been a complete disaster so far. I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
I just said true. I just agreed.
Okay, thank you. It's Los, actually, who ends up with the worst round differential, and a big reason for that is the matchup that just occurred. Minus 17, and they had a -6 round differential in the previous round, which means that they were tied with OXG at minus 11. OXG have those two overtime losses, so they've had opportunities to close out a series and have ultimately stumbled twice. With the way this matchup is going, I would not be surprised to see overtime between the two. I don't know if either team can convincingly say that they have been better. OXG have had some good looks at it, but I mean, DarkZero did win a round 4v5 with no hard breach, and that's got to be pretty tough for Oxygen when they think back on it. Neither team has used their tactical timeout either, Jesse.
Yeah.
Which means as things get closer to the end, we could see a timeout back-to-back if a 5-5 scoreline or even a 6-6 scoreline ends up happening, and then both teams use their timeouts in OT, but let's get there first. Logic Bomb will go out. DarkZero have the mute jammers scattered about to silence those calls. They're used actually quite quickly, which means OXG doesn't have a lot of value from that gadget. But it looks like the other logic bomb will come in at exactly the 1.5 minute mark, as we know it does. So Newers, as long as he stays alive, can use it. And my, he actually almost gets a kill, but he's got too many targets to deal with. He tears strips through Nafe and will be able to secure. Newers was vanquished by Nafe just moments before, and he finds another 13 kills. Newers is fired up. Hat getting diffuser down. DarkZero has lost the plot on this round. Bolo will do some serious damage. Pambazoo stopping the diffuser in its tracks, and what was a great round for OXG has vanished. It's Newers and Yaga. 13 kills for Newers, 2 kills for Yaga. Down goes Kobe to Newers. He is on fire so far, and every kill in this round has been his, Jesse.
So far they have 2v2. Seems very difficult with DarkZero still controlling this top floor. Newers looking to retake up above. Only 35 seconds. Yaga's up there with them on the IT breach. So the fuse kit's in sight, but they know how vital that vertical pressure is. Maybe they leave Yaga up there to contest up above while Newers goes for Kit. They got to make a decision soon. They run in up above, but Bolo's got the angle, leaving Newers with an ace to be needed to win this one. He knows how tough it is, but both players have actually rotated down to the bottom floor. Gumine slows him down, and he can reclaim the defuse kit. Time continues to go poorly, though. 7 seconds to get this onto the ground. Pamba sprints on up. That forces him to pull off, and now he's got very little time. They can just play this clock on DZ. Newers in a difficult spot. The Jat coming out, and Pamba eventually shuts it down. A good attempt from Newers, but with nobody else able to find any frags that round. Just hopeless.
And I would like to disagree with Nafe calling him a baiter at that point, because Newers was able to enter very effectively and get 2 kills all on his own. I don't know how you can say he's baiting for kills in that particular situation. And hold on a second here. The overlay at the top actually might have led us astray. DZ used their timeout 4 rounds before.
Oh, you're right.
I almost missed that one. So DZ's been able to keep things close just simply based on their own ability. Now OXG will burn their timeout, so I stand corrected. I am very, very, very under the weather, by the way. If you can't tell for those watching right now, I am sick as a dog at the moment. And I've been chugging cough syrup right out of the bottle to try and be good enough for this broadcast. So if I get things wrong or if I get numbers wrong, we'll chalk it up to the fact that it feels like I am floating in a haze. There's nothing to be done. People get sick. It happens. But no excuses. This is accountability on myself. OXG used their timeout because if they don't and DZ wins another round, it would be a 6-4, which means you have to immediately translate that timeout into a round victory, and that is not always a given. Also, if you just go by those numbers and the stats that you referenced, things are not going to get easier for Oxygen. DZ on the better side. They are also a great defender-sided team, as you talked about. OXG on the weaker side, and they are also a very bad attacking team statistically, as you also talked about. So things are going to be tough for Oxygen. Your hope is that this timeout will allow them to strategize and come up with a strategy as to how to deal with these DZ defenses, because if it wasn't for Newers on that last round, and the round before that, in fact, DarkZero would be running away with this. The rest of OXG really at this point has to show up. You cannot keep relying on a single player to get the job done.
And I think this tack timeout is warranted because there have been some real problems coming through from OXG. I was curious how they stopped the plant, so I went and I rewatched the VOD during that tack timeout. Pamba simply pushed into IT room and nobody stopped him. There was nobody on the breach. So some massive issues from Oxygen. Again, that's kind of the one angle you have to hold when you're planting on storage. What's so funny, Parker?
I'm sorry, I'm appreciating the fact that you are going back in time to rewatch VODs while we are also in the actual match itself.
It was a timeout. It's a tack timeout.
I know, but that is a wonderful level of dedication here.
The lengths I go to roast OXG will know no bounds, as the mistakes they're making shouldn't be happening. They've played well throughout this game. I like their defenses, but that's one that just is inexcusable. So we'll see after the tack timeout, can they fix that mistake? Job one is going to be clear these roamers, but so far not a lot has come through from that.
This is the level of dedication that one day may earn you an Esports Awards Color Caster nomination. You've recently switched over to this position. I think the only Siege talent who got nominated, by the way, was Pengu. I don't know if you...
I think so. I
I mean, obviously, completely undeserved. I don't know how Nick got that, but I mean, like, congratulations to him, I suppose. The actual awards themselves are during the grand finals of Montreal, if my calendar is correct. So it's not like any of us would have been able to attend anyway. Nave dies first. Nave had a great degree of difficulty finding some kills, but then he got on the score sheet, had some very impactful rounds, and then they lost him. They've also lost Panbazoo. Not great for DarkZero with just a little bit over a minute to go. If Bolo hasn't been droned out of this position, he can do some serious damage. He gets one pick, squares himself up for the next, and through the wall, Yaga finds the kill. Bolo is no more. OXG regain that 2-player numbers advantage, and it's all up to NJR and Kobe-Lax. Kobe-Lax will have to navigate an immense amount of track stingers thrown down by Diaz. All the while, by the way, this bomb site is downstairs. So OXG has been brutalizing DZ up top, but you've actually got to get to the bomb site in order to guard that diffuser in. That's Yaga who's holding on to the objective.
2v4, they had a 2v3 last time, couldn't make it work. Kobe and NJR are trying to clutch this one. Last time it was Kobe and the Nafe. So the ability for them to clutch this seems like it's going to be a little bit more difficult. The push from Auction is exactly the same. It's going to be Exosuit for the brunt of this, but now they also have a Maverick, making it oh so much more difficult on the main breach.
15 seconds remaining. Bomb located by attacker.
You can hear how little time is remaining. Yaga getting diffuser down. Do these DZ players have any opportunity to get on in? A pre-fire from Kobe-Lax. He has taking some damage. Down goes Kobe. Nafe, or it's NJR rather, is the last one standing. Seems like this round might just be out of reach, and it sure is. Too many players from OXG staring in your general direction. At that point, you've got to pick your poison. Which one do you want to engage in a 1v1 with? Still good spirits on the side of DZ. Despite the round loss, Nafe, he's in it. You cannot shake those vibes. OXG turns their timeout into a successful round victory, and we are no closer to a resolution here on Nighthaven Labs.
You really got to credit Gomez for how well that round started. A 2K entry. Something that Diaz said.
Okay, I will.
Great. Something that Diaz said in the pre-game interview was that Gomez was the backbone of the team. He IGLs, he makes all their strats. He is the most important player in this Oxygen roster, and for him to also be contributing in those entry kills on attack has been exceptional for Oxygen. He's taken the majority of the opening gunfights on attack. He's actually tied with Newers for the most opening kills, opening gunfights on the attacking half, 31% each. So they're both very much engaged with that. And he's got a great win rate with it too. 70% of those opening gunfights he's winning. So obviously he's been very successful both in this game and then also previously in that role, being able to entry frag alongside Newers, whilst at the same time IGLing, whilst at the same time coming up with the strategies, while at the same time keeping the vibes high, even on a team where nothing seems to be going your way, is very impressive. And so I definitely want to just take my hats off Gomez. Only 6-9 today, but don't try to act like that doesn't mean he's not having a great game, because he really is contributing in a lot of ways to this Oxygen roster.
Numbers obviously don't always tell the story, and while we focus on it, it's because it's easiest and most immediate as well. See the numbers on the bottom. Now that the full HUD has been returned, Bolo's been the real standout performer for DZ. Mirror window broken early, and a Nitro Cell lined up from Bolo, but does not claim any of the players from OXG. They managed to back away. Again, the key for Oxygen is to have somebody other than Newers getting on the scoreboard. Big rounds from Hat and Gomez. That's important. Yaga in the previous round showed his prowess in terms of killing too. So all of these things work well together to keep OXG in a very competitive position. While some of IT has been opened up, now it's Hat's turn to do some art in a position where he almost gets the wall open, but now he's as good as gone. Panbazoo on the run out, immediately barricading the door behind him, and the pathway for OXG towards the site gets significantly more challenging from this point on.
Panbazoo on the record actually as well for saying that art is stupid and that everybody should be a STEM major. Yep.
Where did he say that?
I have my sources. Coming down, taking out the artistry that was being played out by Hat, and that keeps a lot of these walls very much closed. Yes, they have the EMPs, but bandit tricking still now is a big possibility. They'll have to move on despite what hard breach that they have. It's going to be Yaga down below. Never mind.
Jesse, I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt you, but I can't find where he said that. Could you...
Well, he
You said he was on the red.
No, I said I have my sources.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Very sorry to hear that. Gomez dies now to Bolo at top fish. Diaz is gone as well. And look at the HP on DarkZero. Newers will need to find many kills, but how about one to start with, as Oxygen have been very limp on the entry. And that limpness will not go away. I believe when you're that limp, you have to check with your doctor because something is wrong. DZ wins that round flawlessly, and they move to match point. They have an opportunity to close out this matchup and pick up all 3 points in regulation.
Okay, that time you could say he was baiting. Last alive in a 1v5, never ideal. Actually, no, I mean, things went very poorly there. He was quite close to the gunfights, quite close to the bomb site, so I don't know. I wouldn't say it, but, you know, tough for Oxygen when everything seems to go wrong. DarkZero are not always a team that are known for their spontaneity. Sometimes you think DZ, you think, okay, they're going to set up, they're going to play their defaults. This team's got great strats, but they don't necessarily think that fast on their feet. That time they really did, moving quickly to disrupt Oxygen's plan of attack. Running out there, taking out the Maverick was the first step, but then also having a player down below, Kobe able to catch the Ash that had jumped into the bottom floor. Also very ready for the other executes that came up throughout the top floor. And then, yeah, I mean, Newer's last one alive in the 1v5, never going to be winning that one, even if he is a great player. So, OXG now facing another 6-5. They have come so close in so many games, Parker, but this is always where they stumble. If they stumble again, they miss out on all 3 points this game. You've got to be imagining that they are very quickly losing out on any chance of playoffs.
OXG missing out on the playoffs. I mean, it is definitely possible. They are 4 points back of Luminosity. But yeah, I mean, with the start that OXG has had, I think the playoffs are a bit optimistic at this point, because in a lot of ways, OXG have found themselves in a spot that other teams towards the bottom of the standings are also in, which is that your destiny is not your own. You can't just win. You need your opponents above you to lose. Oxygen could pick up 3 points here in regulation. Obviously they can't, but even if they did, they would still be 1 point back of Luminosity. At this point, the next team in the standings is at 10 points. It is inconceivable that OXG, and might even be mathematically impossible, smarter people than me will have to do the math on that one, for OXG to finish better than 6th, because if Cloud9, Beast Coast are out of reach, the only team that could possibly get picked up over is Luminosity, who will be playing up against Wildcard later today if my eyes on the schedule are correct. But yeah, I mean, at this point, a loss here in regulation would pretty much seal the deal for OXG. It would be near impossible for them to be able to overcome that difference in points. And boy, oh boy, it's not going to be easy in this final round of regulation, as Gomez has died and immediately DZ hits him with the question mark.
Uh-oh. 70% entry on attack, not favoring Gomez this time. Pamba gets that early advantage. They should know that Kobe is lurking somewhere up here as well. This is a bomb site that they've been very successful on, but just based on where Newers is looking, I don't think they have any idea that Kobe is lurking just one room away. They might know, but they might know it's a possibility. But they're very cautious about where he is. They don't necessarily know it. So he has a great opportunity now. He finds a pick. Oh, the flick on a Newers. What was that? Just with a brilliant shot. Hit him with the LOL2. I thought he gave his position away with that first shot, but it doesn't matter if they know where you are if you're hitting insane flicks like that.
That's the best player on OXG in this lobby today, gone. Pat, Yaga, and Diaz will need to do the rest of the work. And now it's Diaz taking quite a beating. Bolo picked apart from Yaga. OXG finally on the board as they get closer to the bomb site. It's within reach. Yaga could find a safe spot to plan. Have they droned out NJR in this position? If not, oh my, this is a cheeky spot. Down goes Nafe, and he's just waiting to hear the sound of the diffuser. Yaga plays this one. Nitro Cell goes out. It's shot away. NJR will need to pop up. Yaga's been dropped. It's all up to Diaz as Kobe hits the 3K, and DZ bounce up and down in celebration. They managed to win it in regulation, and all 3 points go to the purple and black team on your screen.
I think we all kind of expected it, but it is a close series. I mean, the desk said that this is one of the more winnable games from OXG just based on playstyle. The map maybe opened up some opportunities too. But DarkZero, the full 3 is exactly what they were looking for. DarkZero is still in that hunt for top 2, which would give them a free bye through the first round of playoffs. They're certainly in a good spot to secure it now. They're looking very, very happy after that big win. Starting off the Super Week strong, you love to see that.
All 3 points for GZ means they will finish the day in first overall as Sonics have the day off. We still got 2 more matches to go. We're at the halfway point of this NAL play day. DZ with a big victory. We'll be back in a couple minutes with more NA League.
They're walking tight.
Tom site
Storage window, storage window, 1 HP, 1 HP storage window.
I'm gonna fight this guy.
Planted now.
I can stop. Come.
Nice. I can stop default.
Stop
default,
it.
can stop it. He's 1 HP, down. Then. Nice!
Nice!
We got the fucking ass!
Oh.
Of course they shot my nitro, bro.
Oh, boy, boys.
No, Doors, you are ass!
Go.
Really let NoXG know how they feel after that 7-5 win on Nighthaven Labs. They were already secured for playoffs before this game started, but now there are 3 teams in North American League history who are 0-6 to start a stage. 2021 Beast Coast, 2022 Beast Coast, 2024 Oxygen Esports. Not a club you want to be a part of, fellas.
Yeah, it's a disheartening experience because, again, another game that goes to a 7-5, and it's so close, and OXG looked so lively at the start of it, especially Newers. Newers was going crazy, and so for it to just end and fizzle out kind of towards the end, it might be an issue of just confidence. When it does get to that point, it might be a mental battle at that point. Once you get to closing it out, you just fumble out. I mean, I've seen teams like get to that, you know, they have a closing issue, and that could be what we're seeing here. The more games that they lose altogether, the harder it is to actually win one.
You know, this is the first game where I truly was watching Oxygen and believing that they can do it. They can win it. They can close out this game. They can get 3 points on the board. And there, again, it goes into what my videos that I was showing you. These small errors are truly a big reason as to why Oxygen is not winning these games, winning these rounds. And it's so sad to see because, again, once again, a 7-5, they just cannot cross that finish line. And again, it's nothing to take away from any 5 of these players. They're all highly competitive. But to just constantly keep losing to these small errors where it's just a lack of communication, lack of coordination, just lack of general understanding of where something is happening within the round, it's just tough to see that because, again, they should have won this game.
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show, like, New was definitely very confident, and it was nice to see OXG going out and getting those kills and letting New, you know, do his thing, get those opening kills. There was a lot of times on defense that we saw him in these, you know, positions that DZ was just not droning him, and then he would always hit that shot and then make it back to site, and he was really doing the heavy lifting. So to not be able to transition that into closing out the rounds, you know, getting a 4-2 or a 3-3 split. I mean, I think there was a 3-3 split.
3-3.
And so just getting a 3-3 split, we talked about it. It wasn't going to be enough when it got to attack, but OXG still had some good gunplay when it came to attack. But the strategy, like you said, the little issues, DarkZero ended up bleeding them out, brought it to the late game, and that's what we've seen. Once DarkZero is able to, or any team for that matter, that they are able to see what OXG has to offer at first, they're always able to adapt over it, and then OXG is kind of stuck in the mud, slow to adapt their own playstyle.
There was literally one round where NJR was just hanging around.
Yeah, that is crazy.
For 2 minutes and 45 seconds, NJR was just hanging there doing nothing.
Well, yeah, what a baiter. What a baiter NJR is. No, but that's a round, that's a 4v5 round that you should not be losing.
Just play trades at that point.
Exactly. Just play the fundamentals, bring it back to basics, and it just looks like time and time again, nobody's on the same page, and everybody wants to be the hero, everyone wants to be the star, and unfortunately it just didn't go out in their favor again.
Everybody wants to talk about OXG, and maybe on some level that is the bigger story because of the club that they've now put themselves into. We don't want to take anything away from the guys on DarkZero for how good of a game that this was overall. Dead even half, move things to defense, continuing to prove why being the best team on defense really does take you up the scoreboard. We put Kobe in the interviewer's chair to talk about this game. Brother, congratulations on the dub. It's 5 straight wins now. Since that Skyscraper matchup, 5 straight wins. Talk to me about what that mindset shift has been like since that first game up until now.
Mindset shift of that game till now? I mean, I don't know. We're just taking game by game, winning. So, I mean, I don't know. We're taking one game at a time. We're just not one OT game. I have yet to have an OT game in Pro League.
Well,
yeah, not one OT game in Pro League. Yeah, we're just taking one game at a time. Just floating on the box. You already know.
That's true.
Changing DarkZero's fortunes, no overtime yet for D. That's just a crazy sentence by itself.
No D.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, you even said it's your best since your T2 career. You haven't really had a wall in front of you. You've been winning since T2. So now that you guys are here, just specifically in this game, when you guys are being set back on some rounds, losing some rounds, I know there was a 3-3 split, and then it takes some time before you guys inevitably ran over OXG and got that 7-5. When you're losing round to round, you as a player, is there anything else besides listening to like your leadership that you do to just not worry about these rounds being lost? Like what do you individually do?
I mean, since C2, I've learned to I've learned to forget like the past round since C2. Like the past round does not matter. You just go next, round by round. You could be down 1-5. You just take one round at a time. You'll always win. It don't matter. Especially on the 3-3 split. Like I knew we were chilling on defense. Like 3-3 split is just perfect on our hitting for us. I knew we were winning that on defense. I was not worried at all.
For sure, and I want to congratulate you so far. I got 2 questions for you, Kobe.
Thank you,
one question is, how would you rate your performance so far as an individual? And then 2, how much have you learned from day 1 of playing with DZ up until now?
I mean, with this team, I've just been kind of a sponge. I've just been learning, just taking every feedback possible in scrims, game days, everything. I'm just trying to improve as a player. Performance-wise, this stage, I don't think I performed like as obviously as best I could do. But like, I mean, it's just my rookie stage to start, you know, learning, just getting more comfortable game by game.
I love that answer from you. That, you know, obviously you got this personality, you got a big personality. I love the personality, but I like that you can still reflect and identify, you know, and you are doing well. You aren't doing bad by any means, but I think it's still very humble to take in and be like, you know what, I'm not playing as much or as good as I can be, but like I am absorbing information. I am taking everything I possibly can into account. So hats off to you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Out of curiosity, of the things that you learned from your time in, like either on console or in tier 2, now that you're moving into pro play, are you able to do a lot of the same things, like playstyle perspective? Are you able to play crazy in the same way that you were when you were on Makers or on Envy? Or now because you're on DarkZero, because things have changed up a little bit, are you doing the same things that still made you the Kobe that we liked from before? Talk to me about that from your perspective.
I mean, yes, I do like the Kobe things I typically do. Less now, of course, because I kind of try to play more like, I don't know, to the strat.
Sure.
And, like off my team and stuff like that. And on Makers, I was just floating, literally just floating. But now now I'm learning how to play like off my teammates and all that stuff. I think it's fun playing like that. But I do be going off the leash sometimes, and I just, you know.
It works out for you, dude. Also, talk to me, like, how crazy is the timeline that you're on a team at the same time as Bolo? Is that, like, does that ever blow your mind at any particular point?
Bro, yes, bro. When I was on PlayStation, I literally used to watch Bolo's first Pro League game, and now that I'm literally on the same house as him, it is crazy. I'm not gonna lie, it is crazy. I'm pretty sure it's like that for everyone, too. It's crazy.
I'm sure, yeah.
Do
you guys share a bunk bed?
Bolo's the OG.
What'd you say?
You guys share bunk beds?
Perhaps.
All right, dude. Again, congratulations. The win streak for DarkZero right now is crazy. You're locked in for a playoff spot, but do me a favor, don't let your foot off the gas until you lock that top 2 spot in. All right, dude?
Never, baby. Thank you.
Awesome, dude. Congratulations. All right, DarkZero are on the right path. Again, they didn't even have to worry about playing for playoffs in this game. To Kobe's point, when you forget about losses from previous rounds and go into that second half knowing, hey, we're chilling once we move on to defense, and they did really, really good.
Oh, yeah, they knew. I mean, the best team on defense for a reason. Once they swap sides, they know that they're able to just clean it up. So even if they would have gotten only 2 rounds or 1 round, we've seen them do it time and time before to be able to pull it back, win on defense. They knew that it's just in their fundamentals. I wouldn't even say there was anything out of the ordinary from DarkZero's play. They played consistent. They did their job. Everybody hit their shots. There were some really nice shots, and that was it. It was just fundamentals, and that was a textbook game from DarkZero.
Yeah, and even for Kobe Lax, I mean, I like everything that he said. I like the energy that he brings. I mean, he's quite the personality. Like, when you would think of DarkZero back in the day for personalities on the team, it would pretty much be Bolo for the most part, but I think he's definitely going to take that to a new limit in terms of interviews and whatnot, so super excited to see him in the future of interviews. But, I mean, yeah, overall, a really good performance from DarkZero. I think it got a little closer than they would have wanted to expect, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how you get the win as long as you get the win.
We have some news on the standings now as a result of this matchup. 2 more teams have qualified for playoffs as a result of Oxygen not being able to get any points from this game. Space Station and C9BC will be in the playoff best-of-3 bracket next week, which means there is only 1 spot remaining. Luminosity and Wildcard now are potentially playing for what could be the final spot in playoffs on Game 3 of Day 7, gentlemen.
I mean, Luminosity just need 1 win, and then they're secured no matter what. So, I mean, yeah, this next game really determines what the bottom's going to look like.
Yeah, all the hopes and dreams from the bottom place teams, Wildcard, Los, and OXG, if they want a chance, you know, they don't deserve it, right? Because it's a whole stage to lead up to you to this point. So if you need to play off of somebody else's win or loss, then at the end of the day, do you really deserve it? Does it feel like you deserve that spot? But if they want that chance, they need Wildcard to come out big today.
It's not even necessarily that Los or Oxygen have been knocked out yet, because they haven't been. There's still a chance for them to advance up the scoreboard, but it requires Luminosity losing this game and not getting any points from it, which means LG can lock out the entire bottom half of the standings board if they beat Wildcard in Game 3, coming up next.
I'd have to do Vivid. Our coach, he's amazing. Amazing coach. Can I pick myself? Nah, I'll humble myself. Bolo, entry. We're gonna get Woos on flex. LG, new pickup. W, And then we're gonna get another flex for Bay. Bay's gonna be on flex. Benjamaster and Gunner. Every team needs a solid MVP.
So my Dream 6 roster, Vivas, that's the coach, that's the current M80 coach. Myself, Troy, NJR, I'm gonna say J90, and Gunner.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
The race for playoffs is now a game of inches at the bottom of the scoreboard. 1 point is all that separates you from the bracket, and 1 point is all that separates Luminosity and Wildcard at that outer boundary. But Wildcard only have 2 games to play this week, meaning if they don't get any points from this game, then Luminosity are going to lock them out altogether. But not just Wildcard. Luminosity now have the chance to eliminate both Los and OXG in the same fell swoop that they could eliminate Wildcard, and all they have to do is lose in overtime, and that's going to be what happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crazy situation. I didn't think going in today that this Luminosity Wild game would be such a pivotal factor for these lower tier teams of, I mean, well, not lower tier, but lower standing place teams that if they don't, if like that you're riding on Wildcard here to just give you a chance at possibly making playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity, though, I don't think they're going to go out so gently today. I mean, they've definitely been playing really well, and the big part that sets them aside from those bottom 3 teams is Luminosity has looked really good against the top teams, to the point that you think that they could actually be one of those teams that breaks into that top 4, that top 3 system if they just have a little bit more consistency. And you can see by their attacker and their defensive win percentages, they're just there. They're just on the cusp of becoming that top echelon of team.
Yeah, they're right there, and this matchup is also relatively even, just based on attack and defense win rates. So in order to have one game that maybe decides the fate of the entire playoff race in Stage 2, at least it's one where both teams seem like they match up pretty well at 2 wins apiece.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
It's the most even for sure, absolutely.
I love that for Wildcard. All right, Luminosity up first. This is the game that they need to go their direction, because when they played Sonics on Cafe last week, it didn't. They had a really good shot, but they weren't really able to wake up until the very, very end of that matchup, which against the Sonics you might say is great, but still for LG, that's a 3rd loss. It's not the thing that they want in order to make playoffs.
Well, and this is something that we've talked about with Luminosity throughout this entire stage, is their constant need of improvement and where they can improve. And so far, we have seen that. Even with that loss that they just found from Sonics, there were still things to take away from that game, whereas had they, fixed some certain situations or read a situation a little better, we could have possibly seen overtime. We could have possibly seen just better results. But even when you look at the standings and we talk about consistency with this team, which this is what they have been, and consistently improving. I mean, Silent has been dropping big numbers for this team. He's been a very pivotal factor for this. But when you look at the rest across the board, 6-9, 6-9, 6-9, obviously 4-10 out of Eddie, but he was playing that blitz, not finding success. But again, everyone is still finding that success. And the biggest thing that was truly throwing this team off outside is denying some plants was honestly their pacing and positioning and just their general understanding of what they wanted to do in some of these rounds. In this first round, round 4, well, I say first round, in this first clip, round 4, you see this drone. They get this information. They know where Ambi is, and they could use this intel. Ambi doesn't get this drone. They could use this drone, force Ambi out of position, or just even baiting a play here for that Nox to come up the stairs to get this free kill. That's obviously not what you see happens here. It just comes down to a lack of communication there. And because of that, they give up the first pick right there. Then it comes into this situation of Silent. We touched up on this with Sonics because they displayed a beautiful play of composure here and not getting too overzealous because of them losing map control, because Silent inevitably takes this power position of killing this guy on Cocktail and then throwing the round away.
Yeah, he just runs away, gives up that position that they fought so hard to get. If you just maintain that Cocktail position, you can play the post plant, maybe get a defuse down, but immediately, it doesn't matter how good your preparation is. If you just give up the position that you fought for, you put yourself in a situation where now it was useless. It was redundant, and you always have to play like catch up because you lost the key position to win the round.
And now for round 6, they clearly want to take Library. They clearly want to get in here, go for a plant, cause a distraction. They hacked all the cameras in here. They were set up for success. But the problem is they weren't set up for success. They had no one applying the top floor pressure, trying to get that vertical control. The only thing they did was manage to get into half of this space here. But outside of that, nothing is being done. There's no other map control that can be taken. You lost.
They just stand here.
You lost your entire team at the top floor. Sure, Woos does try to go for a flank here, which I can appreciate, but you don't have that vertical pressure because you didn't gain that vertical pressure. So it ultimately leaves you in a stalemate here of we didn't get anything done outside of getting into Library. And it's those key things that had they been a little more on track with their communication, had they been more on pace with one another, had they just played these situations as a team, we could have possibly seen, like I said, an overtime or even Luminosity possibly winning this game.
Yeah, and we saw a concept of a plan there once they get into the site, but there's just fundamentals of each individual player. When you're put in the position, doesn't matter how much prep you have to be able to cognitively think on your feet. And once they got there, there was just no diffuser being put down, no trades, no 2v1. It just, everyone stands still.
Team top floor.
Yeah, they just stand still and they just wait for something to happen, and it just didn't wait for them to happen. I mean, nothing happened.
Just didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
Since we've been talking about this LG team since the beginning of the stage, we've presented every problem as it's a relatively easy thing to fix, right?
Yes.
It was the entry thing, now it's communications and mistiming. So is that thing that they displayed in that Sonics game something that they could like fix from one week to another?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we've touched up on them many times of how well they improve from game to game to game. Obviously, they're still going to have issues. They're still a newer team, and we can say they can be on that upper echelon. You still have to run into these fundamental errors, but again, they are quick to adapt. They are quick to then bring it into the next game where they didn't have it before.
Yep.
So I have no doubt going into this game against Wildcard, which is one of the lower placing teams, that they can actually have that situation be handled and managed to the best of their ability than what we might have saw for Sonics.
Fair play. That loss does now put them in the 2 and 3 column, but it's the same thing for Wildcard. But that works out because Wildcard finally got another win that wasn't over a bottom team. Actually, it still was. They won on Chalet over Los. It was 7-4. We needed them to prove something was working well this stage, and they finally did. Chalet is the only map that they've managed to get any wins on, so just in time during the Super Week, something looks like it's finally going according to plan.
Yeah, we were really worried going into that game if they were going to be able to handle Los's aggression and how they would fare on attack. And those are both questions that were answered immediately just on one side, because they were very good at cutting off the middle of the map. How Chalet kind of is if you're on that 90 window, you can kind of cut through the map. They cut off all of Los's rotates, and they were doing a really good job at just isolating the over-aggression and playing together, which is a big thing that they needed on attack. And now this is a round against Los, round 4, where you see Wildcard is setting up to go for a highway take. Bosco isolates a 1v1. Even though he's going to run and burn himself in the flames, he can do whatever he wants because the team understood that they can isolate that 1v1. And behind him, you see the 3 remaining members from Wildcard all flood through highway, taking up all of Los's help. So there's no way that they could have gotten to the guy in the corner of library. And then even here, they don't just wait, they don't stall their timeout, they don't give 1v1s, they Deimos track, and they go for a nice 3v1 conversion to confirm the round. And that's just what we wanted to see from Wildcard, because we were so worried about how they were going to isolate Los's aggression and if they were going to be able to keep playing together on attack, especially on an aggressive map like Chalet. And that's everything that we saw. That gives me hope that they're on the right track, but we need to see that against a better tier of teams.
Yeah, and I agree with that. It almost reminds me a little bit of that DarkZero clip that you showed, that when they can find success on their attacks, they look really good at. And that was a pure demonstration from Wildcard of what that glimpse and what that future can look like if that roster can be that coordinated, if they can work together, if they can go off what Bosco is coordinating and having them do. But if you can't do that against a top team and one of the better teams, you're going to keep falling flat on your face like you have been. And especially with how dire this situation is, that you need these points, you need to beat Luminosity and get these 3 points to just help you even get into that contention of making playoffs. I mean, it has to be perfect today.
Yeah, they looked super confident in that game against Los, and if they had managed to keep that confidence up at any of the other games prior to this point in the stage, we probably wouldn't be sitting at the precipice of them not making playoffs based on the result of just one matchup. We talked to Bay a couple of days ago just to get his thoughts on how this stage has gone, because honestly, for a rookie, he's not been doing half bad.
I'm Bay and I'm a player for Wildcard. The group stage hasn't been too bad. We started off pretty slow, but like in our most recent week, we like tried to transition into trying some new stuff, and we have such like little problems now. I think once we figure those out, we'll be like just incredible. The stuff we found that's going really well is like we have like a lot of talent on our roster. Like all these guys, like they have so much experience. There's just like there's one thing where it's like whenever we switch halves, man, like we slow down a little bit, and that's really just our main goal we're trying to work on right now. Coolest thing in Tier 1 is now a lot of my family watches my games more than like whenever I was like Tier 2. It's just a lot more exposure, I think. It feels pretty good to do good, like as always, but more than anything, I just wanted to like make an event, because I've never played at like an event or like a LAN or anything. It'd just be cool to go to an event and just meet everybody in real life, meet everybody I play Siege with. Obviously, a team I want to rematch with is DZ. That 5-1 throw was, that was rough, man. Just every game has been pretty professional. Like I even have like some of those players like DMing me. Like I've always DM'd them because like, you know, I like those players, and like anytime they do bad, I'll just like tell them keep your head up, whatever. And I think that just earns you a lot of respect. I'm most excited for the LG game because Woos was my ex-teammate on Aerial, so I'm gonna have to put him down and then make fun of him in the group chat. Our expectations obviously are just win as many games as we can. No matter what the outcome is, like we're just gonna take it game by game. Either way, we'll just improve and we'll nonstop get better. I don't think we'll ever give up or anything.
Bay said that he was most looking forward to the game against Luminosity because it means he gets to play his old teammate Woos. But the thing is, Wildcard now have not just themselves rooting for themselves, but Oxygen and Los are now praying against all odds that Wildcard can knock off Luminosity on this matchup, because if they do, it keeps everyone else's chances for making playoffs alive, because there's only now one spot left. And all Luminosity have to do is get 1 point from this game. They're locked in, everyone else is locked out.
Again, the unfortunate bit when you don't have a great start or even a mid to great start at the stage, I mean, you need to be perfect now. There is no excuse. There's nothing. You have to leave everything on the playing field, because if you don't, again, you're going to find yourself in an LCQ playing through a hell at that point of just the randomness of what LCQs do bring out in terms of that open qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity, I'd say, is the team that we expected more from, just because they've been building up against better opponents, whereas Wildcard, I mean, they've been on a slow turtle pace, so I would compare this game as kind of like the tortoise and the hare, you know, just a little bit. And I think I'd say it really comes down to the map too. Is that Skyscraper?
That's Skyscraper.
I mean, I think that's
Wildcard likes this map.
Only the time we saw it was when Sonics and DZ played it in day 2. That's it.
I think this is obviously...
We're North America. We don't like very much map variants for some odd reason.
I think this is a good map for mostly Wildcard, because it does make me feel very familiar. We keep bringing it up with Wildcard, but Oregon, any map that is as similar to Oregon, where it's very defender-sided, very difficult to move on attack, that's where Wildcard is usually a lot better equipped to handle. But Wildcard's attacks have been pretty good as well, too. And so far, I believe, you said, what was the game that we saw that was on Skyscraper? It was
just DZ Sonic.
SQ, DZ. And we saw very fast, aggressive plays from Sonic.
And I think the last time we saw, if I'm not wrong, we saw Luminosity play this was, at least in group stage, was last stage with Hat on the roster, where they played M80.
They beat M80 that time, yeah.
Them 7-5. So it's been quite a while to see them play here back at the stage. But, I mean, again, I do think this does favor Wildcard a little bit. They do like this map, so it's a little interesting that Luminosity wants to bring them there. But, again, just with how Luminosity is playing, with their team play and everything, they ultimately have looked better in Wildcard in literally every single aspect. And, again, now with points being as important as they possibly can be, this really is just more so on Wildcard's shoulder of playing that perfect siege that we know that they can play. It's just a matter of, are they going to demonstrate it here? But again, with the map and how it plays out, I should expect to see that happen. Will that happen? I don't know. They've been very flip-floppy.
Yeah, the biggest reason why I'm putting my cards on the table and believing in Luminosity is just because the one true thing that we always believe in Wildcard, which is their constant, confident defenses, being able to get 5-1, 4-2s on defense, is something that has been shaked up recently. I don't think Wildcard is as dominant on the defensive side as they have been in stage 1. So in that being said, I think Luminosity has just been more consistent all around the board and individually too.
And they have. When you even compare the stats comparison, I believe Luminosity was 5th and 6th for both attack and defense. So I mean, that already shows that they clearly can muster up a performance on both sides. Is it flawless? Is it perfect? No. But if you're in comparison to Wildcard, it is far better and far more superior. So again, for that alone, regardless of the map, I just got to go with Luminosity just because of the performance that we're constantly seeing out of
I'm going to say Luminosity are currently 5th and 6th on attack and defense, and I think Wildcard are in 7th for both. But it does mean the defensive sides might be a little bit closer if all we look at for any particular reason is the math. The stage is set. If Wildcard get at least 1 point from this matchup, then there's still a possibility for teams to vault over Luminosity in the playoff race. But if Luminosity get more, then suddenly we've already got our top 6 locked in, and then we played 2 days worth of games just to lock in our bracket. Wildcard and Luminosity suddenly for playoff stakes with Intero and Jesse.
Thank you very much. I am incredibly excited for this matchup, as both of these teams are so close in the standings. But as the desk set the stage, Jesse, there is a lot at stake here for not just Luminosity and Wildcard, but the other bottom teams. If Los and OXG want a shot at making it into the playoffs, then this one's got to go to overtime. Wildcard's got to get those 2 points. Luminosity will take 1. That still leaves the door open for a possible change up here, but I don't really want us to lock in the playoffs already. LG can make that possible. It's time for your favorite day, part of the day, the operator bans.
Indeed, and they're kind of easy to call when it's Luminosity. They tend to always ban the same operators. It should be Monty Azami for them. The Ying I didn't expect. I was expecting Grim Bandit. Wildcard have historically been banning nothing but Grim and Bandit on this map. They will swap out the attacker on that scale, and they will not swap out the defender. This will be an Azami. It's been banned by LG every single game so far this stage. They'll take their time with it, but there she is. So good to see it. The Death talked about how stylistically this map could be good for Wildcard. I don't disagree. You know, Wildcard, they're not the worst Skyscraper team historically for the stats. I will say the last time they played it, they lost 7-4 to Fluffy Aimers, which is not incredibly inspiring, but it was an off-season tournament. It was their own Wildcard restart game, so maybe don't want to read into it too much. Probably the bigger stat is that LG are undefeated at the moment on Skyscraper this season, 4-0. They got 2 wins in stage 1, beating M80 and SSG, and then 2 wins in the offseason, beating both M80 and then PSG Talon from Korea. So LG, those were different rosters. You know, they didn't have this 5-man team. They didn't have Woos for any of those previous 4 tournaments. So take that as you will. But the other 4 members on this team are very comfortable with Skyscraper, and they're going to show that immediately by playing the least played bomb site here in round number 1.
All right, well, let's start off with a bit of a surprise. Why don't we? Both of these teams sit on the cusp of the playoffs. Luminosity has that last playoff spot with 6 points. Wildcard sitting with 5 points on the outside looking in. It's been a very interesting run for this Wildcard team. Bay has made quite the name for himself. But there's other veterans on this wildcard team who haven't maybe had the season that they wanted. The big one that jumps to mind is Bosco. Bosco took some time off from competing at the top level. He is back now in fine fashion, but is playing a lot of those unsexy, unfavorable roles, and his stat line has suffered for it. The rest of the team, though, they've 1 win in regulation, 1 win in overtime. They've tried their best, but finding your footing as a new team has been really challenging for these wildcard players. As for LG, you know this roster. Woos, the only member coming onto the team from the previous stage, or who wasn't here present in the previous stage. And LG has been pretty decent. 2 wins, 3 direct losses in regulation. That's why they're sitting at the points that they are at. And some of those games you have to imagine LG would have loved to have had an overtime loss in, or I mean even an overtime win, but just an overtime loss would certainly have helped them in the standings. First bit of contact slowed down by that Zoto canister.
Yeah, all 5 players in LG holding up above, as you often see on this bomb site. Again, the vertical pressure can deny every single plant. The logic bombs come out to try to clear through top. They enter in through top. Now we see Bosco over by the Dragon side, but they really don't have any pressure on that side of the map for LG. That does tell Wildcard that this part of the map is free. They can get into Dragon, they can get in through Drum. But at the moment, they've yet to find a kill. Now they pop that last logic bomb, but it does result in a death for Bosco. Man, you were just talking about traded out by Bay. We'll take down Kickstroke here as the roam clear continues on. There still really isn't enough, though. 4 players up here on the roam still. Bay, excuse me, trying to find one of these picks, but immediately spotted out. Eddie hiding in the corner finds that one. He gets traded out too. It's pure chaos on the top floor, Parker, but it has worked out for Wildcard with a 1-man advantage.
Wi-Fi and Woo still at full HP. Kansan's been scratched a little bit. The other players all still well in hand. Kansan dies to Woos. The numbers will equalize. They don't want to come to blows here, Jesse, but they want to do so with a lot of time left. Spiker, the final 2 kills. Wildcard close it out. What a mess of a round.
Not too bad. A little Grim play, a little Dokkaebi play. They pushed through the top floor. You would have been forgiven if you thought that the bomb site was office and exhibition. Of course, it was not. It was down below. But LG really did just play that simply like an office hold. They had the Electro Claw that kept the office wall closed the whole time. There wasn't a ton of pressure coming out elsewhere on that map. It was very direct in through Dragon. And so despite being a bit linear, the gunfights did favor Wildcard. They managed to wrestle back that man advantage, and they really did great work with it. No one player in particular really popping off. Spiker finding the last 2, which was nice to see, but everybody contributing except for Bosco, who was that opening death. Even still, he got traded. That will add to his cost. So every player on Wildcard having a bit of an impact, working as a team as they push through that top floor. That's probably their biggest strength. This squad having worked together for so long. They've made a few changes coming into the season, but you can tell they really do want to work as a unit. You can tell that they want to keep on building with this core that they have, and it's a good start. 1-0 attacking on Skyscraper.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. I expect this to be a really hard-fought match between these teams. Both the wildcard LG matchup that we're watching and then the C9 BC and SSG match later, I anticipate both of those will go the distance. We had a bit of a quick one to start off the day with M80 and Los, but OXG and DZ went the distance, and just based on the way that these teams play, I suspect that we're going to see that, and it will be not a long night by any stretch, but certainly not a quick one. Skyscrapers only had 9 rounds played. It is the least played map before we got into this contest, and it was 4 rounds for the attack, 5 rounds for the defenders. But that's garbage. You can't really do anything with those numbers. So we basically just have to look at the other regions or just wait for a couple more plays here. Right now, we're not looking at any real attacker-sided maps, so Luminosity should have the advantage for the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, Skyscraper historically one of the most defender-sided maps in all of Rainbow Six Siege, so you don't really expect the introduction of any small operators to change that too much. We expect this to be defender-sided even still. Eddie in a very close-range gunfight, of course, out here on the house stairs. It'll be his teammate Wi-Fi who finds the opening, traded right back, but no, Wi-Fi for 2. Finds Bay on the main breach too. All of these players just on a roam extension. The site is Tea Room Karaoke. That won't stop Kixro from being taken out by Spiker, as these trades just do not stop. Luminosity through both rounds 1 and 2 have loved to take these gunfights, and even still, you see players quite aggressive. Wi-Fi inside a terrace. Eddie back in VIP now. Woos and drums. They have mostly fallen off, but no, still the pressure comes out. They'll take down Spiker.
What is the pacing of this matchup so far, Jesse?
Right?
It's been an incredible 2 rounds in terms of action. Neither of these teams taking their time. They just want gunfight after gunfight, which, fair enough. It's fun to watch. Makes for a good show. Regards to Wildcard, it doesn't make for a good result in this particular round. Wildcard had the advantage and managed to carry it over to a win in the previous round. Now they find themselves on the wrong side of a 2v3. Bosco and Spiff have their work cut out for them. If Luminosity can be patient, it's going to be a really tough nut to crack for Wildcard, as both of these WC players will have to inch their way up from the office side of the map. I think Wi-Fi was just using the Falcon skin on the MP7, by the way. That's what we were talking about in regards to how nice those skins are. Bosco peeks over by Geisha, and it's a boss G to the face. Spiff could be the next one, depending on whether or not Woos will see him. Right now by drum, 15 seconds to go. LG not giving anything, but the boss G, nope. They'll let Spiff take an engagement. Looks over, and he actually could have had a double relatively easily, but no bullet pen to be had. LG sealed the deal. Tie game.
Very rare that you see Wi-Fi getting opening picks on the defense. He's taken only 7%. He's typically been the primary anchor for LG, but he's been very solid. Of course, still in his rookie year. Wi-Fi, one of those players that I think a lot of people have been enjoying watching throughout this stage on LG. It's first time here in competitive Siege. Started out through stage 1 and has been this kind of flex player, this anchor who can move around when needed for Luminosity. That 2K entry really did start things nice for Luminosity. You don't often think about Skyscraper as a particularly gunfight heavy map. You know, typically you think this map is all about, can we get the Geisha wall open? Can we roam clear? Can we force like a 2v1 push on somebody who's playing maybe inside of minibar? The angles are often very favorable for the defenders, but the defenders often spread themselves out, so it's often a man advantage for the attackers, and you kind of see how that plays through. This time it just feels like it's pure chaos as the gunfights come out very early. The intel not always there from Wildcard, the trade potential not always there from Wildcard, but in that first round it was good enough to find those trades, to get those gunfights going, and then again, the man advantage just favoring Luminosity in the second round. So if this pacing keeps up, we're in for a very fun game, Parker, but it could get a little chaotic.
I like chaos. I'm fine with chaos, and I'm fine with the enjoyment that comes with it. I think it was, I can't remember if I was working with you or if we said this when I was working with Dez doing Brazil the other day, but sometimes you have a technical masterclass and it ultimately lends itself to quite slow and boring Siege.
Yeah.
And sometimes you get a very messy and chaotic game and it's very enjoyable. One of the messiest games that we've ever seen at a high level of competitive play, it wasn't tier 1 certainly, were the qualifiers where DZ played against 92 Dream Team, and that was an absolute mess of a game. but it lives in infamy, I think, in the minds of so many viewers because it was unpredictable and it was just balls to the walls the entire time. If Luminosity and Wildcard keep this up, I don't think we'll see the same hijinks that we did in that qualifier matchup, but both of these teams have been setting an exhilarating pace, except for this round. A minute into action, nobody has bothered to engage each other on the team.
You don't often see doctor promotions on Skyscraper, but it would be fun if we could. Obviously, minute 45 left on this clock, and no gunfight still, so a slower pace than we saw in the first couple of rounds. Spiff out here on the rappel looking into Geisha, probably not going to be given up by Silent. They know they've got a crossfire here on this wall. They can walk in and fight Drum, but if they do that, there's a guy in Geisha to try to support. There's the fight, maybe from outside if they could pick off Wi-Fi, but it's just damage down onto Spiff. Even if they clear these Geisha players, they still got to hit site. The time's starting to become a real problem for them. They'll clear Wi-Fi out of Drum now. Will the trade come through from Silent? Yet to find a kill in this game, but he does clean off Spiff, the player that was already low HP from that first gunfight with Wi-Fi. Hunting for a second now here too. The barricade keeps him in this corner. The flashbang as well, making it very difficult. Another flash comes on out. The C4 to help, but somehow through the flash, Silent gets the second kill.
I don't know if that was Bosco just misplaying it, but that really shouldn't have been quite the ordeal for Wildcard. They walk away with even numbers, and you've got Spiker and Bay as the last two remaining. Spiker has been towards the bottom of the standings for every Wildcard game so far, so him sitting at 4-1 kills is nice to see. Then you've got Secret Weapon Bay still on the board. You mentioned the pacing. Once again, a huge rush at the halfway point of the round and a little bit of calm. Wildcards still need to get to the actual bomb site to pull this off. Bay will circle around looking for a possible weakness, an exploit towards the back. Eddie gunned down by Spiker. Last one is Kicks Rose to the left of Bay. He'll watch the door frame and will give the position away, but Spiker wins that one too. He ate his Wheaties this morning. 6 kills for Spiker, and Wildcard take the lead back.
6-1 from the flex player of Wildcard, Spiker. He's been playing Rainbow Six Siege since he was 12 years old. Became a pro last year at 18 with Parabellum. Moved to Mirage and then's been on Wildcard this whole season. Really good game starting off from him. He's always been very strong in some of those roam clearing positions. And of course, late round in this game, salvaging what should have been a very tough 2v2 push. Oftentimes on that bomb site, you need a lot of intel, a lot of time to work in kills when you've only got pressure coming in from that dragon or from that mezzanine side of the map. It can be awkward. So for them to have those couple of kills coming out, despite the angle being held, Spiker really stepping up and having a hell of a game. You should be feeling very, very excited for this 2-1 lead now over Luminosity.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, Spiker having this game allows Wildcard to play with a bit more confidence. We're used to seeing scorelines like 1-4, 2-6 from Spiker, while Bay and Kansan lead the way and Spiff has the odd good game as well. And when you look at the lineup for Wildcard, Bay and Kansan are the two players who should constantly be in competition for top frag. As for the Luminosity side, it's usually spread out. Woos having a great game though. He's a rookie too. As LG settle into a roster that, as we pointed out, has stayed relatively the same. An Electric Claw, very common for that to be there.
It's both walls, which is kind of nice. One EMP should be able to handle it though, so that'll clear it out, and they will be able to reach both of those walls with one exothermic. If you put it far enough to the right, it'll blow up both, and then that Electric Claw doesn't do a whole lot. I say that, there's no EMPs being brought, so maybe they can deal with the Flores drone, get it from below, Brava hack it, a couple of options that they do have. Bomb site is Barbecue Kitchen, meaning that Luminosity have now played the 4 different bomb sites in a row. They've not repeated a site even still, despite only winning one of them and thus only locking one of those 4 sites. They will concede a lot of this ground over towards Office, but the gunfights will really start to come around here in Drum and of course over by Karaoke. These are the first couple of rooms that Wildcard will really need to take before they can go for this top-down execute.
Again, we passed the 1 minute mark with no real action happening between these teams. Lots of stall potential on the side of Luminosity. Wildcard left to cut through castle barricades, deal with banshees, and avoid the odd goo mine as they search for their path towards the site. With the pace that Wildcard have been trying to set, I do like these stall ops. You bring a Legion, you can bring a Capkin, you can bring Frost. There's lots of tools that you have. Nice shot from Eddie to start off a potential push from Wildcard. It will slow them as Spiff dies. Spiff only on 1 and 3 at the moment. And he's eliminated in a position where now Luminosity can hunker down on this karaoke side of the map. The bomb site is down below, but they still want to guard it. And as we saw in round number 1, you got to take top floor control before you can pivot towards the site.
Fuse get in the hands of Bosco, only half HP. He's going to be in a bit of a tough spot. He needs to win this gunfight. Coming into Eddie, will shut down that player, get the trade. Spiker at the same time finds Kixro. That's this top floor primarily cleared out. It's only Woos inside of Geisha who's been left all alone, unable to trade his teammates at the same time. Silent and Wi-Fi starting to get into a couple of fights as well down below. Woos in a bit of a pickle though. He's got the hash to drop if he needs it. With the drone coming out, he will choose to drop. Does he make it out alive? He doesn't actually choose to commit to it. He's still up here, Parker. He wants a fight.
And Woos, if he's gone undroned, he could clean out. He could swipe right through this team. He finds 1 and 2. Is a third within reach? Yes, it is! What a play from Woos from above, holding court inside of Geisha. Spiker with his 7 kills will go for the gamble, but it's silent off screen to finish the round. You gotta get intel. You have to get intel if you're on attack. And not knowing Woos's positioning is the undoing of Wildcard that round.
Woos and Bay, the 2 rookie players coming in this stage for Luminosity and Wildcard, they used to team together at the very start of this year, back in January, February, on Aerial Arise. After they left that team, one of them went to SSG Academy, one of them went to Makers. And I will say, they've played against each other through Tier 2 4 times since they swapped off and were no longer playing on the same team. Woos has won every single one of those engagements. Being on Makers has been able to find the success in a lot of those games. Bay not as successful. So as we see those big pop-off performances from Woos, maybe some flashbacks coming into the mind of Bay, wanting to avoid a similar result here. But it's anybody's game, still 2-2 on Skyscraper.
No closer to a resolution. And again, I mean, this is a defender-sided map. As you pointed out, the numbers that we have discarded based on the way it's been played in the NAL a single time are not particularly relevant. But yeah, I mean, when you look at a map like Skyscraper, like Clubhouse, like Theme Park when it was in the map pool, these were very defender-sided maps throughout their entire history. Wildcard taking 2 rounds as quickly as they did does bode well for the remainder of this matchup. If Wildcard can snipe a 3rd round right now, or in the next round too, and they will be very well suited for when they swap sides. We see this exact same thing in the DZ and OXG matchup. And DZ did end up riding out that favorable side, as we speculated. Can Luminosity do the same for the first half? Wildcard bringing some very interesting tools, an Ashe, a Blitz, and a Nook. Very little objective play for Wildcard, very little utility. This is just straight and to the point, and boy oh boy do I like it.
Not uncommon. Wildcard have planted only 6 times. That's averaging once per game so far this stage, fewer than any other team. Eddie alone has that many plants this stage for Luminosity, and he's not the only one who's planted on that team. So Wildcard, of course, not the most objective focused squad. They like to go in and get their kills. And can they do that again here with the blitz of Bosco? If they go in through Geisha and get into karaoke, they could actually find themselves a plant spot. They brought some smoke grenades as well to try to help out with that. But at the moment, they're still stalling out, waiting to prepare this push, right? They've got players outside of Geisha. They've got a Nook down on the bottom floor. They might have some players top black to come in here as well. But option 1, you've got to clear out Woos. And when he's 7-2 in this exact room that he popped off in the previous round, that's not an easy task.
No, not one bit. Goodbye to Spiff. Woos just knows how to make Geisha work. The Blitz caught in a crossfire. Gunned down by Eddie as Bay gets on the board for Wildcard. So there's still some hope for the Jesters. They almost had another opportunity. Eddie's close quarters. He loses that engagement. Cans it all the while trades elsewhere. Eddie was looking for another, but he gets a bit too hasty. Spiker punishes him for that eagerness. 8 kills on Spiker, 8 kills on Woos. And these two will be the story as they collide on this karaoke and tea engagement. Spiker will rotate around to join up with Kansan, but he doesn't see Silent through the wall, and LG now has the numbers advantage. Kansan's pulled off some clutches before, but this is a tough one, and Woos will finish the deal. LG wins the round. They're almost at the point where they need to be, Jesse. One more, and they can close out the first half 4-2, just as they need to do.
Can you believe Woos was negative coming into this game? You wouldn't know it based on how he's playing. Just absolutely crushing both Wildcard and his former teammate of Bay. Woos playing exceptionally. Undoubtedly, this has been his best game that he's had so far on LG. Not done yet, of course, plenty of game to play, but this is a start that you only dream of as a rookie player. To be putting up such incredible numbers and having such incredible impact as well certainly does bode well for them. Wildcard just couldn't get that push to really work for them. They had a clear idea of what they wanted to do, but it really relied on getting control of Drum and Geisha. And while they eventually got that control, at least they eventually got inside of Drum, it cost them so many bodies. Woos just racking up those kills, and of course his teammates as well helping to contribute. Silent, I like that pick in the 2v2, making sure that LG didn't toss another 2v2, which is typically favored towards the defenders on a map like Skyscraper. So good to see from LG. They will get a minimum of 3 rounds this half, but of course they're hunting for 4.
I mean, I feel like that stat line, by the way, about Woos is not deceptive, but I mean, it's his first time ever competing at a tier 1 level. I mean, he's going to have a rough go of it as he navigates competing against the best of the best in North America, and especially on the role that he tends to play on. I mean, you don't always expect him to get the kills, but sometimes you pop off.
Yep.
I mean, look at the right side right now of your screen. Wildcard Kansan at 2 and 5 is very out of the ordinary for a player like Kansan. But that's just the numbers. Eddie was in this position before with a shotgun out on house stairs. Saw that EMP go off. A Thatcher actually showing up. You don't see Thatchers as much as you used to, especially with the pocket EMPs and Maverick on the board. A lot of teams also just forego outright denial and will instead play farther back and bring other utility. You can see Spiff is rotated over, and that EMP will likely get open Geisha wall too. He's waiting. Instead of the Selma, why not use the exothermic charge?
That makes sense.
I like it. I did. Why did you giggle?
Because I didn't realize he was on thermite. I thought he just walked up and shot his teammate's hard breach. I was like, why would you do that? But no, the exothermic charge gets the wall that goes into Drum as well, so it's smarter to use the thermite there. Makes sense. All good.
I was like, what are you laughing at over here? But all the same, this has been probably the slowest round, Jesse, that we've seen between these two teams so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've really slowed down after the first couple. The buck from down below makes Silent's position a little bit more awkward, but he's not out of it just yet, and holding the doorway could be in a good position. It's Wi-Fi to get the first kill, 2, in fact, out of nowhere on the other side of the map. Still, we have Silent, who's just hunting for this buck down below him. He's gone fishing. He doesn't quite get it. There he finds it. There goes Bay. Unfortunate for the newest member of Wildcard. Now that's a 2-man disadvantage. Spiker looking to get that trade, and he will find it, bring him up to double digits in kills, but is it going to matter? Now a man disadvantage still. 2v1, 2v3 with 45 seconds to go.
You talked about how Wi-Fi is not usually involved in those first kills, but these have been highly impactful moments for him. Spiker will have to watch Bosco as he gets the diffuser down. If they even make it to that point, you can see the lineup right now for LG. 1 at bar, that's Wi-Fi. He'll be the first line of contact. The other 2 players from from Luminosity deeper inside of the site, both hugging that B bomb chassis. They have a good idea as to where Spiker is, as a single bullet will trace through the wall. Woos continuing his exceptional play. Both he and Spiker now sitting at 10 kills apiece. Bosco in an unlucky position by Dragon, rocking the space station charm from when he won his 2nd world championship, but it's not going to matter to find the kill. LG gets the job done. 4-2 the first half. They ride the favorable side. They make Wildcard hurt, and now can Wildcard close that gap, or will LG run away with it?
The 2 W's doing well in that round, both Wi-Fi early and then Woos a little bit later. starting to march their way towards a third W if this game continues on the pace that it's at. Luminosity now 4-2. They've looked like very much in control when these rounds have slowed down. You know, once they've been able to kind of play a more normal Skyscraper, dictate the pace a little bit more, maybe giving up some extra ground to Wildcard, but not actively engaging in a lot of those fights that we were seeing in the first couple of rounds on the roam game. They've been very consistent. Now they've got to swap to the harder side. Attacking is always more of a challenge on Skyscraper. When it comes to these teams in particular, both of them slightly favor the defense, but we don't have anything too lopsided, so the stats are very average on attack and defense from both Luminosity and Wildcard. Wildcard came to this map for a reason. They knew Luminosity were good here. They knew that LG were a very strong Skyscraper team. They still decided to take them to a map like Sky, where they're yet to lose all season long. I hope that means that they have some brilliant strategies in store for us. They will swap to the defense, and we'll get to finally take a look at what they've been planning coming to this now map for the first time this stage.
I like the Capkin. I like the Frost. This is a lineup from Wildcard that will absolutely slow down Luminosity. This is a number of the operators that we talked about in the first half. You'll have some serious work to cut through at this point. A lot of nuisance ops on the side of Luminosity, though. The Blitz, Dokkaebi, the Grim. Very limited Deimos, by the way, today in NA. I think it's quite surprising when we watch Brazil and we cast it, and then we go to NA, and suddenly it's, you don't really see shield bans, and when you do, you don't really see the shield played as frequently. You don't see Deimos anywhere near as much. Lion's pick rate has also fallen off of a cliff. Ash, a very high pick rate operator as of late in Brazil. I know you kind of joked about it yesterday, but she basically doesn't exist in NA. I think we've seen like 3 Ashes today in total, if memory serves correctly. So not as frequently used. And I do really like these regional matchups because they show us how these teams will then transition from inter-regional play to international play. You know, it's every single league is going to learn from the other leagues when they collide in Montreal, just as they did in Manchester. And with one fewer live event, it becomes a bit more challenging for teams to get a feel for the other regions. So the better teams tend to adapt and learn faster. And that, I think, is pretty nice.
Lots of utility in pocket for LG right now. Look at this, 2 logic bombs, 5 beehives in the pocket of Woos. This blitz as well, waiting on the black stairs. When they go for their execute, it's going to be explosive, Parker. They got plenty of time to wait and bite out for when they want to go. And there will be some problems as well. Frostmat's Capcans, you brought it up. That can be devastating to a quick blitz push. As the Toxic Babes come out and continue to stall, they will be in no rush to make this happen, although Wi-Fi going down means that both of those logic bombs will not be a factor, nor will the bees. Woos used one of his gadgets, but unfortunately didn't have anything more than that. Another player dies below. That starts to equalize things, but LG, they've just been robbed of a ton of their most important utility.
And the worst part, you've got one player down below who's now going to need to take up the stairs. Kixro isolated in his position by the toxic gas. A return to the site by Bay catches Silent off guard. Down goes Spiker, but he's traded out immediately by Kansan. And as long as Wildcard can keep these numbers close, they will do well this entire half on defense. Kixro's been languishing in this position. He now looks towards gold. That's exactly where one of the defenders are sitting, but they will give him no quarter at all. Kansan will likely be the one to claim this kill unless somebody else from Wildcard gets aggressive. And no, it's Kansan over by Gold, who pops up and finishes things off. A very defender-sided Skyscraper, as we anticipated.
Yep.
Only 2 attacking round victories so far, and Wildcard has cut LG's lead to 1.
I don't mind taking some time to set up your push, but that was a little bit too much time. Luminosity throughout this stage have been one of the fastest teams in North America. They're actually tied for the fastest, with their average first gunfight coming in at 1:39 on the clock. That round, they were sitting outside the bomb site. They were sitting on the karaoke window, on the black stairs, on the black door for what felt like ages. And eventually Wildcard just said, why don't we just swing these guys and see what happens? Got 2 big picks to really start things off. And I don't know if that's how Luminosity expected that push to really begin. You know, they wanted to have that explosive entry with logic bombs and with bees coming through from woos and with all this utility, but it just didn't exist when they finally got ready for the for that execute. And despite trying to get that blitz in there from Eddie, an operator he's played quite a bit so far this stage, just couldn't find that success. Good shots from Kansan as well, who continues to be one of the best players inside of all of North America. Maybe negative throughout this game, but he is one of those guys that you just can never underestimate when it comes to his individual play. Has proven it many times before and can still prove it later on today through the second half because he can be so exceptional in the late rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, he was a standout when he was on Sonics. When he was moved off of the team, it was speculated that it wasn't necessarily due to his in-game ability, but more of a personnel issue, which is fine. Some players just don't really vibe with the rest of the team. So he's found a new home on Wildcard. And yeah, a bit of an oddity that he is underwater in terms of kills, but he'll have plenty of time to make that up. The lineup for the defenders on Wildcard, very different from what we saw in the previous round. Lots of stall potential on that lineup. This time around, well, I mean, there's still stall. You're gonna have to go through the mute jammers and deal with the banshees as well as the magnets from Wamai. The biggest stall will probably be dealing with the mirror windows. They're not as oppressive as they used to be. Now that you can smash them and take away the window that the defenders would see, Mira's pick rate has dropped a little bit. Her ban rate has dropped alongside of it. But still, Luminosity will have their work cut out for them. They have Flores drones, so they'll be able to blow up whatever they find along the way, but no real direct counter to the mute jammers. If they can't work through these defense fast enough, they'll be in trouble. Reaching the halfway mark, and Luminosity's attacks slower than Wildcard's, and through one round, less successful too.
Yeah, I mean, only just kind of getting into Geisha and starting to open up some of these walls with that mute jammer, as you mentioned, no answers to it, so they still don't even really have the drum wall open. They noticed early on with drones how much of that map was being given for free. The barricades indicated that from Wildcard, but I'm not sure about this timer now, Parker. 5v5 in a minute 12. There will likely be some gunfights taken here around drum. There's not enough room to fall back to site. So if these players want to, it'll be Spiff, the first one to come into a contact. He's 1 in 6 right now, actually chose to back on off, leaving the kills for his teammate Kansan instead, who now will lurk behind the enemy team, trying to find some way to get picked. He is surrounded with a player on this shrine window, but if he makes an escape, boy, he could be having a huge amount of stall later on in this round.
Not an ideal situation for LG to find themselves in, so now they have to get a quick pick to equalize, or else they'll walk into the bomb site and get picked apart, and that looks like it's exactly gonna be the case. Eddie's the next one to falter. Kansan's got 2 silhouettes nearby. Wi-Fi close by. It looks like Kixro's the other. Wi-Fi claiming Spiff. Bosco is also there for some support, but Kansan goes huge, but Wi-Fi goes even bigger. 3 kills. Bay and Spiker, the last 2 standing. It's a 2v2 yet again. The one thing I will say of this matchup, these teams are not winning dominantly. Every single round is a dogfight. Wi-Fi will need to ace clutch against Bay and Spiker, but Spiker says not today. Wildcard go 2 for 2 so far on their defenses, and we've got a tie game.
Just chaos. I love the way that Kansan played at the start of that round, of course, making the moves when his teammate fell off. Spiff went back from drum into the bomb site. I thought that was a mistake. I thought, no, there should be 2 players here playing around one another, but it was all just a bait for Kansan to get aggressive. And there's no player that you want to enable more than Kansan Yenkari. My God, the way he's able to push up and get those kills and then fall back, stall out so well too. Spiker, of course, in the late round, he's been dominating all game long for Wildcard and will continue to do so in that 2v2, shutting down the quick 3K from Wi-Fi. 13 and 5 now for Spiker. Again, he has been so good playing on this squad. Only 19 years old, but still having such an impact for Wildcard, their second longest standing member with Kansan. Just being so much of a nuisance for LG and keeping this game so close.
I am very much enjoying this, and if the lineup of if the lineup of Luminosity went through there, I was definitely going to enjoy that round, Jesse. Finka, Lion, and a Blitz as possibilities. Wi-Fi swaps to the Flores at the last second, and with the Bravas addition too, there's a lot of drone work that's going to be done by Luminosity. If Luminosity effectively looks at their attacks and says, we are suffering through a dearth of information, then why not bring extra drones? You've still got 7 drones in pocket, and while those Flores drones have a timer on them, they're still able to gain very valuable information. The clutch drones don't have a timer, so if you're not using them to hack gadgets, you can just use them like regular drones, which gives even more value to Brava. These castle barricades are being watched by one player over towards Pantry, and Wi-Fi will be able to open this up. Kixrow dies to Bosco. I'm not sure where that was, but that's the sole hard breacher on side of Luminosity. This is going to be quite the ordeal to open up Geisha and gain control of the top floor. That's really the only place you need hard breach on this bomb site, given that you're on the main floor, and you don't typically see teams directly breach into either barbecue or kitchen.
Rough start for Kixrow, 2-8. Not the stage that he's wanted either. He's currently the worst player on LG from a KD perspective, so hoping to see him bounce back, of course. Hit a great stage 1, but unable to really replicate that here with the new squad. Now, the teammates are starting to make up for it as well, and I do think this push still has some legs to it. They seemingly do want to clear out this top floor. The castle barricades have been a big problem, despite the fact that they brought these Flores drones. A lot of these castle barricades do still remain. What option do you have now if you're Eddie? Other than simply punching it, you don't really have much. They have a Gone 6 from Woos if he can make his way over, but who knows if that even still has a bullet left in the chamber. Looks like they got something. Oh, he just burst right through it, of course. Blitz does that sometimes. Jumps on in. The updates are great, aren't they? And great Blitz play to follow through. Eddie takes down one, Silent with another. The player at the top of Black Stairs having to fall on back because he has just been in so much trouble. Bay goes down, leaving Bosco and Spiff the last 2 alive as they flee back to the bomb site.
Yeah, this is an excellent take from Luminosity, and have really cleared out this upstairs hold. And you did all that, again, without Kixrow, without the hard destruction that was required. Now, though, move towards the site. You outnumber Wildcard 2-1. Damage is being done to the Blitz, by the way, and Eddie would have actually died had he not pulled out that goo mine. Bosco had a great opportunity on the Black Stairs, staring down 2 of the players, Spiff eliminating Silent. He could also do some serious work. He sees the Blitz. He'll give that information to Bosco. The advance is all coming from this restaurant side. Bosco needs to be concerned with where the last and unaccounted for player is, which is Wi-Fi. Where is Wi-Fi? You see the Capital of Roos not far removed? As Wildcard are managing to stop this in its tracks. There's some fire there. Diffuser, where's the diffuser? With 1 second left, Eddie starts it and Woo sweeps through and stops Bosco from saving the round. First time Luminosity is able to get on the board as an attacking team comes on the 3rd site, and a rotation from Wildcard will be denied. LG up 5-4.
A little close for comfort. That one got down to the wire, but they will finally get an attack on the board. Well played by Eddie. Again, one of the best Blitz players in all of North America. He's played it 4th most out of any NA player. He's rocked it 5 times, 60% win rate coming into today. Those stats, of course, don't include the rounds that we've watched thus far. Only Canadian Spirits and Kyno have played the Operator more in North America. And I'm a little surprised by this tactical timeout. I suppose the round count is getting up there for LG, 5-4. Despite the success they've had in the second half, they did come into it at quite a deficit. So I don't mind it just based on the scoreline alone. But I think broadly, these defenses have been going the way of Wildcard. They've been feeling quite good in them, even when LG were able to get that explosive push to the top floor. That was clutchable by Bosco. If he had been maybe a little bit more cautious in that final gunfight, it was never going to be easy, but that was certainly a winnable round, just given where the timer was at. So regardless of the success that they've had in the second half, Wildcard choosing to call the attack timeout, hopefully they can find a way around this Blitz. Hopefully that's one thing that they have been talking about, because in the second half, that is seemingly the only way that Luminosity have been able to work in a round, and I expect we'll see a lot of that Blitz coming out from Eddie over the next 3 here.
I don't think it's a terrible time to call a timeout. I'm more critical of teams when they do it later on, Jesse, but
yeah.
I would love to hear if Wildcard prevail. If there's anything that Wildcard has changed behind the scenes, because I'm used to seeing Bay at the top. I'm used to seeing Cans at the top. I'm not used to seeing Spiker have this level of gameplay. And I mean, he did it on attack, which is even more impressive.
Yeah.
As for the rest of this team, again, there's 2 bottom performers on Wildcard. Usually it's Spiker and Bosco. This time, unfortunately, it's Spiff. But these are players that are still using good utility. It's been a tough match to analyze on my end of things because it has just been such a brawl. All of these players are playing like bruisers. It's, you know, pugilism is the word that I used to describe it. They just want to fight over and over and over again. And the composition from Luminosity yet again is very frag heavy. We finally see a Deimos. The blitz is going to be a constant. And from the defenders, you are bringing a lot of stall. You've got the Kaid, you've got the Tubarao. Those are going to be your two main stall operators. We've also got an Aruni, who can potentially cause some issues. The Aruni was last played by Kansan. This time it'll be Bay rocking the DMR. And the laser gates really don't have the same effect that they used to. Aruni has kind of fallen out of the meta from where she was around the last, not the SI that just happened in Brazil, but the SI prior.
Yep.
Where her pick rate was very high. She was in, I think, the top 6 or top 7 played defending operators. And that was really just a utility suck meta. This time, the name of the game is to slow things down. The gunplay's been slowed down, ADSing has been slowed down. So if you can slow down the advance of the attackers as well, you usually be in a pretty good position on defense.
Aruni only played 11 times before today in the North American League. Certainly one of the least picked operators. Once again, this blitz does get brought out from Eddie. Blitz has been played a few more times than 11. Very, very popular here in Stage 2, as the meta does suggest it. It's going to be another Black Stairs take. This is the exact same execute in terms of positioning-wise that Luminosity tried the last time around. Now, it got stalled when Wildcard went for a couple of big swings and really stopped the push before it got started. The utility's a bit different. They've got a Capitao this time, and it's in the hands of Silence, so they've got a bit of a different way to work this push in. But the goal is the same. Get in with the blitz and get that plant down. The smoke and the firebolt will be oh so important to help accomplish that objective. Watch out for Wi-Fi down below as well. Can use those Deimos tracks from below to try to get cheeky kills.
They're just waiting for the call to push on in. With the fire and the blitz to advance on that position. A smoke will go off. Eddie attempts, but it's stopped by Bay. That's the DMR. Deimos of Wi-Fi trying for a double play, but it's Bay to dominate. Bosco on the board for this round. Spiff will not get one as he's eliminated by Woos. Spiker adds to his tally 14 as he just inches out Woos for most kills in the lobby. 30 seconds to go. Watch out for Frost Mats. Woos will need a miracle here. If not, my suspicion will actually come true. We'll go 5-5, which means we will need all 12 rounds of regulation to settle the score between these teams. And Woos inching his way up backstairs, but there's a kill hole in the wall and Kansan is watching it. I would have thought that Woos had seen that, but maybe he was looking elsewhere. 5-5. What a performance by both of these teams in what's been quite messy at times, but still, probably, I would argue, our most exciting match of the day.
Big entry coming out from the rookie from Quincy, Illinois. Bay had a great little 2K, rocking that Aruni DMR, and I feel like the DMRs were so important for Wildcard in that round. We saw Kansan get the final kill on the Tubarao, of course, but just being able to shoot out the feet of Eddie. I talked about how in that tactical timeout, they need to come up with an answer to the blitz. It's an operative that Eddie will be bringing a lot throughout this game, and DMRs are a great way. You shoot Blitz's foot, which is available when he's sprinting into the bomb site like that, it deals a ton of damage. Maybe you can't get a headshot, but if you can deal that damage anyways, you can get the down as soon as Eddie dies in that last push. It's completely halted. Luminosity have no way of getting the plant down. So those first couple of kills coming out from Bay were extra important, and the rest of the players, of course, cleaning it up at the end. Beautifully done to force, as you said, at least 12 rounds. Wildcard, it seems like the tactical timeout has paid off.
I mean, when you look at these teams in the standings, just based on the way they play, based on the map as well, I had no illusion that this was going to be a deeper matchup. And again, I want to go back to that point I made where I said sometimes it doesn't need to be beautifully done to be entertaining. This round, I suspect if Luminosity can set up and get in the groove, though, will be anything but boring. A Sens, a Glaz, and again, Eddie on the Blitz. Though the Blitz has really only had one good round, I would argue, but still, you've got a much better lineup surrounding that Blitz. Look at that. 3 sets of smokes plus Sens on the board, and then 2 nades.
Yep, and most importantly as well, no Warden. Warden's so popular on this bomb site because smokes are so good, because Ying is so good, and I get that Ying is banned, but that doesn't mean there's not still value out of a Warden. When they get going here, the Sens walls will come out, the smoke grenades as well. They brought 6 of them. They could be in for an extremely strong execute.
And that first Sens wall just went. Eddie behind the back bar. He manages to smite Bay. Silence gone. Now Eddie will follow. LG went for broke. A bit of a miss from Spiker. He gets too eager onto Kixrow. We are not even at the halfway mark, and 6 of the 10 players are dead. Make that 7. Hansen removing Loose's head from his body. Kixrow with 3 kills will need to go up to 5 for Luminosity to move to match point. Keep in mind, LG is a single point ahead of Wildcard in the standings, and it's Luminosity holding on to, right now, the 6th and final playoff spot. The top 5 have all been locked in. So both of these teams, and then 3 teams, or 2 teams rather, beneath them, are all fighting for this last opportunity at the playoffs. Plenty of play days left. With 9 HP, Kixrow will go for the disable. Spiff and Kansan know exactly where he is. They heard the case go down. 1 minute still remains in this matchup. Ridiculous to think about how fast this went. And Luminosity's experiment with the glass and the Sens, it did not work at all. It's left Kixrow alone, afraid, dead. Spiff with the final shot, and Wildcard will move to match point. They've secured a single point, and that's huge for their playoff chances.
At the very end of that round, Kixrow tossed out a smoke grenade, and I think that's a big problem with how that push was brought out by Luminosity. They brought 6 smoke grenades. They brought 4 Sens walls. They brought a blitz, and yet it felt like nobody on Wildcard had any problems with seeing the attackers. They only used 2 of those smoke grenades during their whole push. They used 1 Sens wall. The blitz got in. I didn't see the blitz blind anybody. Might have attempted and missed, or might have done so and then it wore off. The blitz did get a kill there, but it was immediately traded. I just feel like they didn't utilize their utility to the best of their ability. I mean, they had all of those smokes to try to use, but unfortunately, a lot of them just didn't actually come out onto the map, and it allowed Wildcard to simply sit in the site. I thought with that operator composition being brought by Luminosity and no Warden on the board for Wildcard, that was going to be a brilliant, masterful execute. There were not even great C4s that could come out. There was not a huge amount of plant denial, so it felt like they had everything going for them, but the utility just wasn't there. I'm not sure if they tried to go for a 3-2-1 go type execute and the players just weren't on all the same page. Maybe somebody went before they should have. Some kind of disconnect went down throughout that push. I remember the panel, of course, talking about DarkZero being so good at those styles of executes, and we saw it in the last game as well over OXG. Unfortunately, we're just not seeing that same proficiency come out from Luminosity, and because of that, they now face match point for their opponents.
What a time for a technical pause as well, as neither of these teams have really been able to shake one another. You look at the bottom of your screen, and it's just been a defender stranglehold on this matchup. 4-2 was the first half. 2 attacking rounds, won by Wildcard quite early. Put them in a good position for the remainder of the first half, but LG locked it down. Now it's Wildcard locking it down. LG's only been able to muster a single attacking round. All 4 of those victories by Wildcard were fought for tooth and nail. And again, neither of these teams have looked that dominant. Most rounds are ending with 1 to 2 players still alive. We're not seeing 4-0 in terms of, yeah, Luminosity loses 1, but that's it. We're talking every single match, every single round so far this match has been very scrappy. And it really doesn't allow us to sink in and talk about the dominance of either of these teams. This has not been a dominant performance for either squad. And that means the standings and all that are pretty accurate, frankly. Wildcard, though, obviously have the edge at the moment since they sit on the better side of Skyscraper, and obviously now we'll be able to talk about how Skyscraper's played in NA, because prior to this matchup, again, there had only been 9 rounds played, 4 rounds won by the attackers, 5 by the defenders. This time, it's a lot more lopsided. The attackers have only won 3 of the 11 rounds, and that is pretty typical for Skyscraper.
So with Wildcard getting to 6, they deny the 3-point total from Luminosity, which means that their auto lock into playoffs is now gone. Of course, they still have opportunities to make those playoff spots. This is undoubtedly the most important game that both teams have played throughout this stage. both being the cusp of playoffs. It's so vital to win this matchup, and the fact that it goes to overtime means that we're likely to need the next couple of weeks as well. Next couple of play days, I should say. This is super week for NAL. We'll finish the group stage by Friday, so we will definitely know who's in playoffs by the end of that. Luminosity, of course, hopefully going to take their time in this technical pause to calm themselves down. The nerves are likely very high at the moment. LG are still a very young team. All 5 of their players have quite little experience. They do have a bit of LAN experience now after the offseason, and of course, they do have a bit of time in Tier 1 as well. So it's not like they are completely brand new, but compared to what we have of some of the players on Wildcard with Bosco and Kansan having attended many LANs, Bosco a world champion twice over, it's obviously a bit of a gap there. It's really going to be a test for Luminosity to keep their mental in such a high-stress game like this one is.
Just waiting on an update as to what the technical issues are, but I mean, you can see the long faces on the players. I feel very similarly whenever these issues befall us. They're not allowed to talk, by the way. That's the one big distinguishing factor here, is a lot of people think that when these tech pauses happen, they can communicate amongst each other. That is not the case. Your mic is supposed to be muted. I don't know particularly how well enforced it is, but the main point I'm making is that you can't use a technical pause to try and strategize. You can't use a technical pause to try and improve your own play. Beautiful scenes of Japan, though, on our screen.
Of course. And obviously, we're working through to get these tech issues resolved ASAP. I want to make sure that this next round is being played at its highest potential.
Jesse?
Yes, Parker?
Sounds like whatever is wrong, not going to be easily fixed. We have a break ready. We'll be back with what could be the final round of Luminosity versus Wildcard. As you can hear the sounds of gunfire, the TCSG, one of the most distinct guns in the entire game, in the hands, very capable hands of Bosco, means we're back in game. Do we see Wildcard finish this out 7-5, taking all 3 points and vaulting up into that 6th and final playoff spot? Do we go to overtime?
5 seconds remaining.
Does Luminosity somehow invent a time machine and go back and win the last round, and then actually end up winning 7-5 themselves, Jesse? All 3 of these have basically the same level of statistical probability.
Well, there's 3 outcomes, which means there's a 1 in 3 chance of each thing happening. So yeah, I mean, that does check out. Luminosity, of course, would have loved to have that 7-5 because that would have locked them into playoffs, but not to be. They will still be fighting for that spot. Now they're here in overtime as well and getting into things pretty quickly. Already into the office extension, trying to clear out this top floor. Of course, the bomb site is barbecue and kitchen. Typically one of the more attacker-sided bomb sites. It's the one that Luminosity have been able to win so far. And it's a very similar setup. Wildcard with these castle barricades. That is an unfortunate frag grenade, which just doesn't manage to take out that castle. We see that sometimes with those nades. They can be deceptive. So unfortunately, they're going to have to use some more utility to clear out the castle. And the Surya gate behind it, not going to be easy. Silent trying to make some work done, of course, with this Ash. It's going to be very important for Wildcard if they want this 7-5 win, that they stop some of these players before they can get towards the bomb site. You need to get a bit of a man advantage. If Luminosity have 5 players alive and full site control, or full top control, I should say, you've basically already lost. So it's very vital that Wildcard can collect some kills in the first part of this round. At the moment, Luminosity yet to really get things going. I imagine once Eddie makes his way over towards Karaoke and towards Tea Room, that's going to be where we see the fighting start.
Some pronounced struggles by Eddie on that blitz. They've got a drone on the Aruni, and with the information, Kixro still bottles the engagement. And Wildcard have set themselves up beautifully to close this one out, Jesse. Wi-Fi blown sky high from the Nitro cell. And now it's Silent to take up position where Kixro had died previously. He's got a soft wall. He'll now head towards the stairs, just missing the DMR of Bay and managing to secure the kill. One more from LG will turn this back into a 3v3. But while Luminosity have advanced from that direction, they have not wrestled control of T away from Wildcard. They still hold this position, and oh my, if Spiff has gone undroned, this could be a big challenge. Some damage being done as Eddie walks in. A flash from the Legion Spiker to take out Woos. LG's waited this entire time for one last opportunity to win this, or at least win the round and go into regulation. A small problem. What was Eddie doing? How do you not know somebody is there? Spiff with 2 big kills, and Wildcard win the match on a wild final round.
And for the first time since he left the same team, Bay will take out Woos. Finally get some revenge, put that in the group chat. Sure, they're going to be feeling pretty good about it. And of course, the standings implications, absolutely massive. Huge win for Wildcard. You see it on the face of everybody of LG. They know just how important that loss was. That is a vital one that they needed to win to have a very strong spot at taking that playoffs. Now, the LCQ looking so much closer. It is not decided. It is not over yet. Luminosity will still have the next couple of days to try to rack up points, but Wildcard will take the lead and will, for the moment, sit in that playoff spot.
The only downside to this Wildcard matchup is that they've only got 1 game left. They're the last team to have a bye in the final play day. That's it for our 3rd matchup. 1 more awaits us. C9BC versus SSG coming up next.
The North American League playoff race is still as wide open as it's ever been for one final spot to determine who goes to the bracket, and it's not all set in stone. There was a chance, if Luminosity got all 3 points in this matchup, that they would suddenly be the only people left in the playoff hunt, but now Wildcard have kept themselves alive and consequentially have kept OXG and Los somehow still in this race with that 7-5 victory on Sky.
I regret not changing my prediction for the right game, to say the least. But again, I'm not surprised by the win here. I mean, this still went down to the wire, but Wildcard, I mean, again, we talked about this map looks good for them, how their play style was, that we would see that team play coming out, and that's exactly what we saw. Again, it was a good back and forth from both these teams, but nonetheless, I mean, Wildcard did exactly what we need them to do, or what they need for themselves to do in order to still try to have this playoff run.
Yeah, they did a really good job on attack, really trading their fights, really fighting for the positions that they needed, especially the back and forth between Geisha, the vertical play over there was really nice. And then once the sides swapped, that's where you still saw a good amount of back and forth, but Wildcard was really very consistent on playing around that objective base, always bringing the time down to the bombs, always bringing it down to the diffuser, slowing it down and forcing Luminosity to have to get out of their comfort zone and go for those executes. And more often than not, Wildcard was just able to come up top, especially in those last 2 rounds.
And to be fair, we haven't been able to talk about Spiker too much or highlight him and his performance specifically.
17 and 8
today, I mean, he wanted it. He did not want to fall out of that spot of possibly qualifying for that playoffs, and he put up one hell of a performance. I mean, the EPS 156, 17 kills, highest impact player, almost sitting at a 1.0 rating. I mean, Spiker was literally a spike in LG side.
He almost got as many kills as he is old.
That's
close
true.
enough.
That's true.
He was like 1 off, right? Or 2 off?
I think he's 19. So if you just add the entry, I believe that was just 2 on. I think that was Wi-Fi. I don't know.
That was
just
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you just add that. He's sitting at his age.
If Laxing had to do that, he would have had to get what, 32, 35 kills in one match?
Yeah, that is crazy.
27.
But anyway, I mean, that was a that was a great game from Wildcard, and that's exactly what we needed to see. And then also, it keeps the points very close in standings and makes it so that they also have a life. It's not as comfortable for Luminosity in these next couple days. It makes everything a lot more down to the wire, and that, thankfully, for Wildcard, it's going to be a lot more exciting in the next 2 days.
And just really quick, Wildcard only has one more day, if I'm correct.
Yeah,
that's true. They only have one game to play tomorrow,
and then that is it.
Yep.
So the fact that they secured 3, if they can secure it tomorrow, I don't know if that necessarily guarantees them a spot, but obviously it does put them in a very good spot compared to, obviously, had they lost here or even just mustered 1 point out of this.
Right, no, there's 100% a chance, and it just goes to show that when there's only one spot left, every single point matters as dearly as any other point ever possibly could. We wanted to bring Bay in the interview seat today to talk about how this one went. Dude, congratulations on the victory, and also welcome to the North American League. It's wonderful to get the chance to talk to you, brother. Talk to me about this game in particular. When you saw it with Skyscraper, were you excited or were you a little nervous?
I thought Skyscraper was a really good map to go here. That was kind of our goal, to go Sky the whole time. Sky or Border, actually, but whatever. Those attacks, we started to attack really good. Even though we ended 2-4, bro, we were so happy with that because, like, Sky is just one of those maps where you get what you can take on attack.
Hey.
We did pretty solid.
In this meta, sometimes all you need is literally 1 round on attack, or even 2 for that matter. So any little bit does give you grace. But I want to ask you specifically, what's been the biggest hurdle for you as a player individually coming onto this roster, and then just throughout the team's dynamic of performance?
Going from T2 to T1, it's kind of hard to, like, you play way more as a team rather than just, like, focusing on individually. So that's definitely the biggest hurdle. I think in the beginning of this stage, you could definitely see we were lacking some stuff, but the more, like, scrims we get, like, we're just on, like, a solid uphill, just getting better every day.
For sure.
That's great. And so my question is more about the mental game. So this is your guys' last week to get a chance to make it to playoffs, and you guys were able to get that win today. Did the pressure of knowing that if you didn't get this win, did that have any effect, or does it have any effect in your guys' play for this next week?
Win or lose, like, we're just going to take every game. We just want to win every game because, like, even if we know we can't make playoffs or, like, secured for it, we just want to win every game, really.
What's it like when you mentioned a little bit the transition from Tier 2 into Tier 1, but you're also allowed to play on several different types of operators. Are you noticing that you're in a position to kind of flex around to really whatever you need as the situation calls for it? Are you allowed to have a little bit more agency over specifically what you want to play and where? Where do you fit on this team, and how comfortable are you with the way that you're currently playing right now?
I'm kind of doing the same stuff I was doing on SSGA, just to, like, keep myself comfortable, like, playing the game. Because there's a lot of spots I don't play. Like, there's a couple spots on this team that I switch to, like, on certain maps, but
sure,
I'm pretty much on the same rules, so I'm, like, very comfortable.
You've got one more game left in this stage so far, with the opportunity to get any points in order to lock playoffs in. That's against Space Station, which is a tall hill to climb, but is there anything about that game you want to give us for a little preview of how that one might go?
I think it'll be a really fun game. I think it'll be close. Those guys are very fun to play against. They're I got a lot of respect for him. I think it'll be a good game.
And also, last thing for you, it was a Jesse point that he brought up during the match. Since you and Woos were on the same Aerial Arise team and finally split, of all the different times that you played in a Tier 2 capacity, the first time you guys play in Tier 1, you finally get a win. I know it's all in good fun, but is there anything you want to say to Woos, dude?
I mean, it was a good game either way, but yeah, he's been farming me for too long. I had to put him down.
Had to get the revenge, dude. Hey, again, congratulations. Welcome to the league, man. Hope to see a lot more of this sort of performance from you, and we'll see you tomorrow against Space Station. All right, man?
Yep, thank you. You have a good one.
Big deal for Wildcard to get those 3 points because it keeps them alive, keeps Los alive, keeps OXG alive, and it means we have plenty of games that are actually way more impactful tomorrow as a result.
Yeah, of course. I mean, everything really coming down to the last few plays is what we want to see, especially as a viewer. So thank you to Wildcard from all the viewers.
Yes.
It's going to make things a lot more exciting. And every game, every point really does matter. And so it's kind of bittersweet if you're Wildcard to get to this point where it's like now things are starting to work.
Yeah.
But just like Bay said in the interview, regardless of if they do make playoffs, it's all about getting better. And there's always the LCQ, which, you know, no one wants to be found there. But if you have to, as long as you're taking your losses and turning them to positives, you have to be happy.
And that is the right mentality to have. And even when you look at some prestige rosters of, like, even a team like Liquid, they went through LCQs. They had a terrible stage 1. Yep. They went through LCQs, end up qualifying for Manchester, make main stage, then have continued to have a dominant performance and are looking extremely strong. Obviously, these aren't the same caliber of players, but it's still that mentality that just goes to show, just because you don't find yourself in a winning seat or in that driver's seat doesn't mean you can't put yourself there with a little more work and a little more time together.
Yeah, it's always darkest before the dawn, right? You have the chance to make things better only after things have gotten worse. And for Wildcard, they may finally be turning a new leaf and may still have a chance to lock themselves into playoffs. But now we have to turn our attention back to the race for the top two, because both of these teams are vying for that spot about as hard as you possibly can. Space Station and C9BC after the break.
I guess I'll do this for the setup tour. It's a new mouse I got and I love it. Ignore the design. It's like it's a WL mouse. It's from China or something. It was actually sold out, so I couldn't get a normal color. That's why all these weird like dog designs are on it. I'm not like a big fan of that stuff. I won't say it.
I play with this WL Beast X mouse. It's a new one for me. I like it very much. And of course, I'm using the Woodson. Just need this to play. Mousepad, I don't like. Whatever.
It's just bad, man. But ever since I got her, I won a major. Before I didn't have her, I didn't. So she has to be good at.
People would say I was narcissistic, but this is me. And then this is my beautiful team, and I have that sitting right next to me, and I look at it every time we lose a round, so I know that it's just temporary.
If I make the major, I'm taking this one right here. This is like my deluxe time right here.
I'll do Mayor McCheese, obviously. I always have him with me.
I'm not like superstitious really, so I don't want to say good luck charm. Bears are my spirit animal, I would say. And I also think this is it's funny. It's a little bear in a can. I actually get pulled over at security all the time because like they'll see my backpack and they'll be like, oh, you got like canned food in your bag, and then I literally start laughing when I pull this out. And especially in Canada, they always find it funny. So
this one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirits pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though.
Oh, a take from Spirits in the 1v1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Frida has that one extra little bit to tie him.
The ultimate prize in the NAL is a top 2 seed. Almost every team who's gotten a top 2 seed has made it to its corresponding major. That's the prize C9BC and Space Station are fighting to claim, but tonight, they have to go through one another to do it. And what a sight it will be to behold. Welcome back to the North American League. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he is Foxay. We are now at the point where with so many playoff spots locked in, it's really just a fight for who gets to those top 2. And again, only one team in history since we've had playoffs has gotten a top 2 and hasn't made a major, so it's a pretty good omen.
And that goes into what I was just about to say. You know, we touched up on this even at day 1 and just talking about the format, the stage, and everything is as important as it is getting first place, second place. It makes you feel good, but in the reality of in the grand scheme of it, it doesn't really mean anything. Sure, it puts you at the top, but that does not guarantee you a spot in Montreal, to say the least. You still haven't gotten there yet. You still have to play games in order to secure that spot. It just makes it kind of easier.
Yeah, obviously everyone wants to get to that point, but when you're in a situation like this where you can get to it, obviously you are playing at peak performance to be able to secure yourself in the top 2. Once you're past that point, I mean, you're just happy to be there focusing on playoffs, making sure that you're fixing the issues that are here. And when you have a matchup against 2 top teams at the moment, SSG, C9BC, obviously no matter who comes out on top, the loser will obviously have so much to take from in order to improve, to make themselves secure, and hopefully right the wrongs in the playoffs.
Yep, so only 1 point separates both of these squads in the playoff race at the moment, but it's all a matter of who's able to jump just a couple more points ahead, because again, the race at the top is super tight. DarkZero's up there, Sonics, M80 were making a pretty solid case. Now it's a matter of who else can jump into that fray. And we'll start with the boys in blue or green, depending on how you see their jersey. It's C9BC, and they finally hit another roadblock. Played 3 straight games on Consulate, played DarkZero, couldn't win any attacks, despite their being one of the best attacking teams in the league, and now they're looking for a bounce back after basically being locked out of their fortress.
Yeah, and I believe it was due to a little bit of lack of quality that created then a false sense of reality.
Lack of quality?
Yeah, the lack of quality. When you see the Consulate that they played it 3 times. And when I'm talking about lack of quality, you beat Wildcard, you beat Los. They're at the bottom of the standings.
Got it.
So in terms of the quality of that, you clearly see here when they played Wildcard, they were at peak performance on Consulate. Then you see Los tapers off by 8%, nothing too crazy. But then you play DarkZero, a more renowned roster, a more historic roster, you drop by 25%. That's a pretty big drop when you compare those two, but it goes to show, again, the lack of quality, the lack of consistency that you just can't have against a top team. And then here during round 7, this is what I'm talking about. Beast Coast has always looked strong. They play their fundamentals. They make you play their game, so it's very crazy to even think that you're able to pull a flank off given how well and how coordinated Beast Coast C9 look on attack. And I believe they were the 2nd highest rated team on attack. So again, to be able to pull off a flank against these guys, like, you really have to catch them off guard. You really have to be able to play against their style of play, and that I've just so much talked about. So again, this is a great heads-up play from Nave to be able to get this flank off and not only secure this next round by downing the coverage and then just playing it safe. But then as we continue to go further into these rounds, I believe we're now going to go pull this round 9. This is what I really can appreciate that DarkZero did the research, and then this is also an ego pick from C9 Beast Coast, is DZ quickly identified of how they want to play against C9 Beast Coast here due to playing it 3 times. And they realized that they can isolate and take these isolated 1v1s and turn these into 2v1s, ultimately putting them in a man advantage or at least equaling the man count. But when you see in this round specific is they have all the vertical pressure at this point. They are now forcing C9 Beast Coast to play their style of Siege, whereas C9 Beast Coast the past 2 games have forced the other teams of Wildcard and Los to play their game of Siege. So again, once again, you see this, all the vertical pressures being held. It forces C9 Beast Coast into pretty much unwinnable positions just due to the fact they've already played this for 3 times now going into this.
Yeah, and because of those 3 times that they have played, DarkZero actually had 2 VODs to be able to gather from C9BC, and I agree completely. C9BC probably used a lot of the strats that they wanted to against weaker teams, and because those weaker teams weren't at par and weren't making the games go the distance, C9BC probably didn't feel like they needed to change anything. They felt a little reluctant to change and just focus on their same game plan, which DarkZero obviously took advantage of it in the prep.
It definitely feels like Consulate's kind of run its course, I think, at this point. In best of ones, you do that for as long as you're able to get points off of it, and now you try a couple of different things out for the rest of the stage, right?
And again, I think it really just came down to the lack of quality of what they versed in, because Hotancold specifically...
Right, they beat 2 bottom teams.
Yeah, Hotancold specifically even said, when we asked him, why Consulate again, he said, Vivid came over, we usually were were bad at it. He created strats for us. We looked really good. And then you play it 2 times, you look great on it, but now you play DarkZero, and a completely change of performance.
So we're going to hope that one loss doesn't knock them too far off their stride. So we just did a quick check-in with Hotancold to see how things have gone so far this stage and what we can look forward to heading into the Super Week.
I'm Hotancold, and I play for Cloud9 Beast Coast. The beginning of groups has been kind of rocky for us. You know, we started off with the loss against M80, probably one that we shouldn't have lost, but it's BO1s at the end of the day, so every game, even if you win or lose, always feels kind of close. And then I think we won 2 after that, and then we just lost our last one to DZ, and then now we're going into the Super Week. So it's been up and down. I would say we're generally trying to work on keeping both the sides consistent. That's our biggest problem right now, is just consistency on a day-to-day basis. I think our playstyle kind of fits the meta almost to a T. Like, we could play every power up in the game. You know, we have 2 different shield players. In my opinion, Spirits is the best shield player in the game. I think Gunner's playing well. He's, you know, playing like how he was at the major. It's easy to win when you have a player playing like that. You could see it just from watching his camera. Like, it brings a lot of passion to the team, which is huge. It's really good to have like that guy that's just yelling after every round, and I feel like Sean does that for us, and it's really helped.
You took my lane kill, man.
Matthew Hotancold. I'll see you in the lobby. You know, they won the major and stuff. We don't care. We're here to play NAL.
The easiest goal is obviously win all the games next week, but SSG, I mean, you heard it in their last interview. Liam was calling me out. He likes to call me out and say that he'll do things, and then he'll insta-mute chat when he joins the lobby. He's all talk. He's like a little chihuahua, just like yapping at your feet. I mean, I can't wait to beat those guys again. So just win 2 out of the next 3, and preferably we get a top 2 spot, you know, get that bye going into playoffs. So I think that's everyone's goal. I always have faith in us to come back in BO3s. I feel like we have a very strong map pool for those, and it kind of forces teams to get out of their comfort zone that they're in BO1s.
You heard it from Matt Stevens himself. He's looking forward to the game against Space Station, specifically because Ashen decided to call him out in the interview. And you know, I think those are also strong words. Even though Ashen can definitely back things up in the server, Hotancold is not about to let the guy who is the keyboard warrior, all chat king himself, let him get too much in this matchup, which would be a phenomenal thing for Hotancold and the gang. But for Space Station and company, they equally have to make sure that they're on their game today.
Yeah, it was a nice little head-to-head. Ashen was like meditating for a second, and it's interesting to see Hotancold say that Ashen insta-mutes chats when you get into the game. There's a little element of mental warfare that's going to be in this match.
Yeah.
SSG has always been that team that's like all about, oh, don't let anybody get into our heads. We don't worry about who we're playing. But Hotancold's obviously, it's more of a grudge match between his previous team and Hotancold. So I don't know. There might be a little bit of tension there. Hopefully we get to see the chat pop off. And
that's what I'm looking forward to the most.
Just whatever happens in all chat.
Absolutely.
And then hope that we actually get to see it on
they're
stream this
secure
time.
for playoffs anyway, so at this point, it's just bragging rights to beat one another, but if I can see it in the team chat aspect, I mean, yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Again, the prize is top 2 because there's only been one team in playoff history who has not gone to the major as a result of hitting top 2. C9BC lost their last game. Space Station are coming off of a big win over M80 on Bank just last week. Pitched a perfect second half, didn't allow any of M80's attacks to get through their skin, and generally looked like they're on a really positive path to playoffs here.
And it was a huge win, and it really leads me to believe that SSG is in full swing momentum. With the slow start, it's kind of the snowball falling down the mountain, slowly picking up speed, and I really do feel they are a boulder at the moment, and their defenses were so amazing in their previous game. But what was the strength of it was their adaptation and the way that they were able to play together as a team, especially on attack. That way that they were able to just completely open up and expose M80 for how they were. And it's about their play style and the way that they gather information that sets up playmakers to make these big positions. So this is a certain round. Ashen gets a huge pick on the player into Kitchen, and SSG's information gathering allows him to know that, hey, I can make a play. I just got rid of the Kitchen player. I can now take this position. M80 has no idea that he's behind them. And with the information, the way that SSG sets up their players, he knows there's an open player. Once he gets rid of this guy, he knows exactly where the second player is going to come from help down the box hatch. He clears him out. And obviously the rest of the round is just clean up because SSG, the way that they've set up their attacks is so nice. They have full information of everywhere they need. They make a perimeter around the site. And obviously whoever is in the position to make the right call and make a play makes it. And obviously more often than not, it is Ashen. Sometimes it's against Benja, but obviously Ashen has been having a performance that was amazing, especially against M80, and SSG's fundamentals is what set him up for that huge play that we saw.
Yeah, and I mentioned last week, I think this was by far the best version of SSG that we've seen so far, where it looks like there weren't any errors that were being made that we've seen from them. We said we want to see them to be able to improve, and I think they really displayed their best performance against M80 of working around such a big map like that, where that really does take a lot of teamwork and a lot of the IGL to facilitate the round. And Fultz also had a really pop-off game. We didn't get to talk about too much, but I believe he was actually first on that leaderboard, or maybe underneath Ashen.
He was up there, yeah.
I can't remember, but the fact that that's the performance that they had, it leaves me to question, are we going to continue to see this form of SSG, or was that kind of a one-off and we're going to start to see a little more mistakes even going into today's match? Even if this match really isn't as important since they've already qualified for playoffs, I still think they still want to keep that consistency that we saw on Bank against M80.
I think it's also a great case when we're not talking about Benja very much, because if we were, maybe we'd be questioning whether he fit into this team. Yeah. He fits in great. He's top on leaderboards. Forrest is right there with him. SSG are firing on all cylinders right now. They still maintain that 1-point lead over C9BC going into this matchup. And we're getting Lair for the second time today.
So I think to me, with Lair coming out, especially in a situation like this where both these teams are still sitting pretty, it's kind of just like, you're just going to try it. You're just going to want to see what it looks like, so that way you can know whether or not it's viable enough for playoffs, or you can take from it and make it stronger and use it as a playmaker or a placeholder for playoffs.
Yeah, both teams obviously just trying to test it out. There's nothing for them to necessarily lose besides points, and of course you want to play at full force, get as high as you can, and that's obviously what both teams are. But this is the exact moment where you can try Lair in a competitive setting to where there's no real loss if things don't go your way. And as for what you were saying with, is SSG going to be consistent? I really do feel like since they've gotten Benja, it's only been an upwards climb, getting to the peak of the mountain, and I feel like they've finally reached it. They've got Benja situated on the team. Everyone has been able to situate themselves around their new roles, being able to help Benja and Ashen get those openings, and I feel like they are in full form, and everything is finally clicking for them to start playing at a consistent high level.
This also wasn't the first time Space Station are trying out Lair in a competitive setting, by the way. If you remember back in Restart,
we did see it in Restart.
They played it against Makers, and that was an infinite overtime matchup, and they still won.
It was a very close game, to say the least, and we did see really nice adaptations coming out of SSG that game in particular. But again, this map, it's really hard to call, because this is really a toss-up. It's just really, again, more so for both these teams to get a feel for it of a game day instead of a scrim, because as we all know, and as we know specifically, game day versus scrim days are entirely different in terms of what you can take from. So I think this is just a matter of both teams just being able to learn and take from this and really grow Lair and bring it into their map pool for the future.
Yeah, they're both very adaptable teams, very aggressive teams. The attacks are going to be probably very interesting to watch, to see how both teams will fare up against each other. And it's the most exciting match that we could have asked for, I guess, with these two teams.
Watch for when C9BC attack and Space Station defend, because that's both teams' best side, and they're both top 2 in the league currently in that respect. So when we see that side manifest, be sure to have your eyes glued to your screen. Remember, the bounty to see who can get into top 2 is still waiting to be claimed. We don't have that portion of playoffs locked down quite yet, and he who wants it more will be right there in contention with Sonics and DarkZero. Time for Lair number 2 with Jesse and Parker.
A lot on the line here in this matchup, but more than anything, I think this is the time where if Cloud9 Beast Coast want to repeat as major champions, they gotta start to hit their stride, because you heard it in the document or the video that Hotancold did, where he said, we had a bit of a slow start in the first stage. Well, you're having one a bit again. You gotta find that top gear. You gotta find that 6th gear and get yourself into a position where you can beat teams like Space Station, where you can beat teams like M80 and Wildcard, and make sure that you're in the best place possible to go on another deep run. The public is very deeply divided, as these teams are very close to each other. Space Station in 4th place, Cloud9 Beast Coast in 5th. And your favorite time of the day is upon us.
The Nice comes on out, and that's a bit of a surprise. The Dokkaebi was no surprise at all. Cloud9 Beast Coast love banning that. Hotancold says, good ban. The last time SSG played this, they banned Ying Tubarao. They'll switch both up. Monty into Malusi. Very odd to get a Malusi ban here in 2024. Nice to see that. She is very strong now, of course. Secondary shotgun can really do a lot of damage with that. So a reliable operator. Valkyrie, Dokkaebi both make a lot of sense. Beast Coast have been banning out. Or sorry, Zombie, not Valkyrie. What am I saying? Oh, that's a bit of a shock too then.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. I was going to say, they've been banning out Valkyrie in like every single game prior to this matchup. So I just assumed I was right.
You shush me?
And I wasn't. So Valkyrie gonna be up and a Zombie gonna be taken off the board, and Spirits in our very first round, and his very first round ever playing Lair in a competitive setting, will jump on the Tachanka to get us underway.
Remember when we used to make fun of the Azami ban, Matt? Look now. It's a Wendigo, by the way. You were asking, well, okay, so the public didn't know this, but while we were waiting to get into the match, you were asking about the theme of the Montreal Major. And I don't know if you saw, but there was actually a content piece during the intermission between the matchups. And a Wendigo is a mythological creature from like Algonquin folklore, which is a North American like indigenous tribe, where it's like this big creepy beast that has like antlers and stuff, and it hangs out in the woods. I don't know if it ever was on like the traditional, you know, First Nation soil that is now Montreal. I have no idea, but you know, they're that's the theme they're going with. You know, a quick Google seems to suggest it's in Northern Ontario, which is, you know, last I checked, it's not where Montreal is, but I mean, either way, still pretty cool. All the same, and that's what the branding for the Montreal Major seems to be revolving around, given the drone skin and the operator card.
Yeah, I think it's super cool, honestly. I'm a big fan. I think, honestly, just from what I've seen, I think it's my favorite theming that we've had for a Major so far. Manchester was kind of cool. We had the whole, like, lion set up with all the drone in the background card for obviously the United Kingdom. Even though, fun fact, lions, not indigenous to the British Isles.
Oh, Spirits dies, and Ashen is already hit with the question mark. I was going to say, the moment that Kobilax killed Newers in that final round of DZOXG, he was on the keys faster than I see anybody talking in chat. And I got to say, that's great for some vibes. And Ashen is definitely a vibes guy. And the fact that he gets that pick on the Spirits, the Tachanka immediately dying, and we say immediate because we're talking 30 seconds into the round.
Yep.
That's got to mentally boom you.
Yeah, it doesn't feel very good. Now Benja can work from down below. That secondary shotgun, not quite a skeleton key, but still can be very effective. And this blitz of Forest wants to get on in and make some chaos. It'll likely be an R6 room plant. I believe Faults is just behind Forest, so they can come in through that angle together. The clash is going to be a bit of a problem. They're going to need to get some back pressure to pinch that clash. Of course, playing over by the mask could certainly help out. The smokes will charge through, and they will be trying to make their way. They've found their way into, I was going to say, hold on, storage. They're not there yet. Ashen's going to be that pinch player. Watch out for him inside of display. He could get behind and kill that clash if somebody else can't from the front.
As Blitz is going to be the big focal point as Forest lets him hang. Kyno dies to Gavin. Cloud9 Beast Coast are rebuffing the advances of Space Station. Now they'll be knocked around. Hotancold loves his shields. The feed of Forest cut away by Gavin, who's got all 3 kills for Cloud9 Beast Coast so far. Diffuser dead. Now it's Gunner under fire from Ashen as Benja's not far removed. Out goes a smoke to try and conceal the advance from one angle. Gunner on the ground, pulverized by Benja. Gavin a quad kill. Can he get them all? Ashen's last man standing. That's the target. Hotancold won't likely be the one involved in the fray. And how about an ace for Gavin to start this match? Every player of SSG ends up in his crosshairs and he makes them pay.
A perfect start for the 22-year-old entry fragger on Beast Coast. Not a player that I think got enough credit after they won the Manchester Major. A lot of people wanted to talk about Gunner. A lot of people wanted to talk about Diffuser. And certainly they both played amazingly in that Major. But Gavin really is the backbone of this team. So consistent in that early round, both on attack and, of course, defense, as we're seeing in this first one. Having a fantastic performance. His positioning, his aim, it is all perfect. He can handle players with guns, he can handle players looking at him, he can handle players with shields, doesn't seem to matter. He always does come out on top. One of the greatest players in all of North America, Gavin having a perfect start, 5-0, as we begin here on Lair.
Very well done as well by the C9 Beast Coast team. But SSG also gave multiple 1v1v1 engagements as they pressed into the site. So a bit of a challenge for them to find themselves in that spot. I am very curious how Spirits died on the Tachanka so early. I don't know if we saw it on the replay. I had my head down during the replays, but if you'd like to fill me in, I would appreciate that.
I totally watched the replays.
Great. I'm very glad that you did as well. I cannot believe that Tachanka died that way. Wow. What an opening for C9 BC.
The way that it went down.
That really, you know what? It feels like I was there.
We'll go to bunks and briefing. It's been a very popular bomb site for a lot of teams, and I like this Nook play from Ash. I'm going to be walking up yellow. Will find his way right at the bomb site now. Saw actually a very similar play to this in Brazil the other day, Parker, if you'll remember. The drone coming through will be a little bit of a tell, but do they know? It doesn't seem like they do, and that's a free first pick from Ashen deep in the bomb site.
Question mark? No, Ashen does not hit him with the question mark. He's a little bit, he's a little busy here. Ashen looking for more now as he's got the gas around him. He's in the middle of the bomb site. Fult's getting the diffuser down. This is full control at the moment for SSG, and that's bad news for Cloud9 Beast Coast. What is Ashen doing there? Gavin, a 6th kill. You've got to find 4 more bodies on the side of SSG before you can pull off a counter disable. Gavin looking for a 7-0 start. Nitro Cell will go out, but they backed far enough away. Spirits on the board now. Now it's Diffuser 2. Cloud9 Beast Coast really excelling in these engagements. Forest, a nice transition from Gavin to Gunner. And a counter disable from Spirits. Up above, J90 attempting in vain to shake them off of this spot. Forest dies. It's all J90 to try and keep it in tow. And he pulls out the sidearm. He'll get the job done. Spirits, no time whatsoever. The round will go to SSG.
And I think that's really a key example of SSG spotting a gap and going for it. They noticed that there were a lot of roamers for Beast Coast up on that top floor, as there often are, but they also noticed that the hatch was both reinforced and electroclawed off. That meant that there was no quick way for the defenders to get back to the bomb site. You couldn't deny through the hatch, as oftentimes we do see teams go for a denial through that hatch. You can stop the breach walk-in if the hatch is open. Instead, they just were able to get that plant down. In theory, you can deny any plants on that bomb site from up above, but there was no intel from Cloud9 Beast Coast despite holding top floor, so they just could not stop that plant from going down. Excellent entry from Ashen. We talked about Gavin being a great entry player in round 1, and of course Ashen on that Nook, one of the best entry players on the other side of things to really do it. So beautifully played by Ashen to get things going. Good late round coming through from Forest and both J90 to clutch up that post plant, but they were in very strong positions. They had to play it well, and they absolutely did. So I like this. We've got a really great game on our hands to start, Parker. I know they were kind of lopsided rounds, but even still, I feel like both teams have played very well in their respective round wins.
Yeah, I think you're pretty much bang on the money right there, and we expect that with these teams. You know, obviously they're a bit of a cut above LG and Wildcard in terms of pedigree and in terms of experience, so you expect to see some level of gameplay higher up. But Lair is always kind of a, I don't want to say crapshoot, but I mean, Lair right now is a gamble for a lot of these teams as they don't have enough game day reps. Obviously, the restart tournament, which was mentioned earlier, that you've talked about a number of times on the broadcast, was brought up, but at the same time, game day reps at a tier 1 level are so important. Lair has not been played that frequently across all regions, so we're still watching teams figure it out in real time. Ashen loves to get very, very close very quickly, and unfortunately this time he's beaten. That's the opening pick for C9 Beast Coast.
Well, they'll take that man advantage, and of course, this is SSG's first time playing against a tier 1 opponent. In the restart tournament, they played against Makers, and that was after Makers lost some of their key players to other tier 1 teams. So I expect Cloud9 Beast Coast will be a bit of a tougher challenge for Space Station. Already the Blitz is making its way through. Force does not have the Diffuse Kit, but he's getting the space all the same. Already they're in Missile, and they're looking to move into Toxin as well. The intel being gathered by Forest is very, very strong. partly delayed by that Goyo canister, but they can go in and hit the site anytime that they want. It's really a question of how do Cloud9 Beast Coast respond. They don't have a ton of roamers. Diffuser's up there in range, but no soft breach from him. Gavin just in the armory hallway, close to the stairs to fall on back. So a lot of these players aren't in good spots to deny this plant from above. They're going to need to get horizontal denial if they want to win this round. And with the smoke and some C4s, they certainly have the capability, but can they execute on it?
The big thing as well with losing the Twitch is now any Valkyrie cameras or Goyo canisters that you stumble across will exist for the entirety of the round. The value that is found from C9 Beast Coast, and obviously the mirror windows as well, those can be dealt with without a drone. That's going to be the bigger issue right now for SSG. They've lost Benjamaster after Forrest gets on the board, and now it's Fultz to smoke himself off. It looked like he was able to get out of that position, but he's dropped. Forrest, another kill. This shield, this blitz, working out so effectively for him. 4 kills to his name. And if your teammates can make space, you can find an awful lot of value. Oil canister prevents the entrance for Forrest there. He's caught up in a crossfire. All the while this is happening, Fultz gets the diffuser down, and now the time starts to run against Cloud9 Beast Coast. J90 last in a 1v2 from Missile into Toxin. Those 2 sites you talked about, which don't even sound like parts of the map, by the way. J90 with yet another. He was sensational in locking out the diffuser last time, and it will be him and Spirits in a rematch from before. Does J90 win it again? He did it with the sidearm last time. Very few bullets remaining. Spirits will have to get closer. Oh my God, what a shot. Spirits will have plenty of time too. Beautifully played by Cloud9 Beast Coast, and Spirits will have his revenge.
Great play on that smoke. I was worried at first because he missed those toxic babes. Fultz got the plant down with only 20 HP and no smoke was covering him. It was a default plant spot just coming in from lockers. Unfortunately, the smoke not able to deny that, but a great 1v1 that I really thought J90 was going to walk away with. Wouldn't be the first time he clutched in this game. Could have gone back to back, but shut down by Spirits. Fantastically played from the French-Canadian player on Beast Coast. The way that he was able to walk around and hit that shot was just perfect. The intel was there for Space Station, but fortunately, Spirits was better. So good late round. I don't think it was a bad push at all from SSG. I think they had a good opportunity to get in there, and they did get the plant down. It was a little bit telegraphed though, and despite getting a couple of those early gunfights, Cloud9 Beast Coast knew exactly what the deal was with that push, and they were able to collapse, get those kills tooth and nail. A very close one, but it's a 2-1 lead for Beast Coast as we go into our first tech pause of the game.
Was it our first match of the day, that the only match that was managed to avoid a tech pause, or have we had one?
Was there one in DZ Oxygen? That was game 2, because game 1 was M80 Los. There was no, there were tech pauses in M80 Los. There were 2, and it was still so fast.
Well, this one's going to be quick. We are ready for a break. We will be back when everything is ready. back in action as Cloud9 Beast Coast had just prevailed in the round prior. Spirits killing J90 as J90 attempted to watch over that diffuser. It was an exact rematch from, what was it, round 2? And unfortunately, J90 finds himself on the wrong side of it. The scores don't show it, but Gavin, I think, was 6-1 at this point.
Yeah, something crazy like that. Ace, start the round if somehow you missed it.
I didn't.
Yeah, I was more talking to the viewers, actually.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
He got an ace in the first round. In case you missed it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm just here to assist you at this point.
In the first round, we were also on the same bomb site, and there was a Tachanka being brought out by Spirits. Nice job hiding, they say to, I believe, Hotancold, who was trying to hide the fact that he was playing Clash. He clearly did not hide that well, so they've spotted him out, and they should know there's a Clash coming out here. I guess the box is a good counter to Clash. I was trying to say, before I was rudely interrupted, that Spirits was on the Tachanka in the very first round. He was opening death, he didn't get to use his ability, and now he's playing the smoke. So, operator that does very similar things, but more of a common, more of an orthodox choice. Very good, both Tachanka and smoke, for denying the mask plant. If the attackers get in control of operations and then move to mask, they can open the wall. Very hard to deny that plant just by shooting your guns, by swinging. So a lot of times people do like to bring that plant denial operator of smoke or Tachanka or even just C4s.
I do like that SSG just reveals everything in the chat. Like, what? I like that there's no... It's not like they're like, hey guys, let's pretend that they know that the Clash isn't there. Spirits dies very, very early again, not on the Tachanka, but this time on the smoke. And that is a debilitating loss. And with there being no gas, SSG is just going to flood towards the site. C9BC is ready for it. Benjamaster trading back 2 kills. Gavin a double, and it's all up to Forest. There is 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in this round. Hotancold's being battered around like a ship in a storm as Forest tries to get closer, but will be slowed down and will take some damage in the process. 'Tis but a scratch, a minor flesh wound, as Forest is in a very, very hard spot. He can't do any damage to Hotancold. Oh, wait. I actually thought my feed froze for a second there because both players stopped moving at the exact same time. That is very coincidental. What do you do in this position? The doorway's got a Capkin trap on it.
You
try to... There you, 7 damage.
Yeah, I feel like at this point your best plan of attack is leave the building and think about round 5, because this is not really winnable.
He's trying.
He's
really trying.
He's certainly using his abilities. I don't know that it's accomplishing much. You've cleared the shield. Nobody was going to play that shield anyways. I thought y'all pushed fast. They're trying. To be fair, they were trying. A little tough, though, when there's a Clash standing in your way. I believe they call that no gas, all breaks, as they tried to funnel up the lobby stairs to get into mezzanine, but they just could not get it going. They spotted out the Clash clearly in the prep phase based on the chatter that we saw, but they didn't counter the Clash in any meaningful way. They had the buck. They could have gone below and tried to find a Clash kill that way. Didn't happen. They tried to push really early into the round. Maybe they thought they were catching somebody off guard, but really got caught up on those stairs. Had a bit of an awkward round, and the finish dragged on a bit, but good defense for Cloud9 Beast Coast. Not sure exactly why SSG chose to go so quickly on that push. Probably just finding that Spirits went down early and thought they could capitalize off of it, but not to be.
I'm glad that production saw the comments on social media about how entertaining the chat can be. And now they have freed these players, because I gotta say, the trash talk between C9BC and SSG has been more entertaining than some of the rounds that we've had to watch today.
10 seconds remaining.
And I mean, I'm not really shocked. These teams do not particularly like each other. SSG is a very unlikable team. That's what a lot of the teams in the NAL will say. Really great players on it, but unlikable in the way that they approach the game. And I think personally, narrative-wise, that is excellent. Not everybody can be a hero. Some people need to be villains. And what is esports, or sports in general, without braggarts? Diffuser guns down Benjamaster, and it sure looks like he was about to type.
It did.
Benja, by the way, is still playing from the surface of the sun, as you saw from his player cams when they were briefly up. There has been an opening pick in the first 30 seconds of every single round except for one. This is quite the pace that these teams are setting.
You'd think that Denmark would get better ping than the Sun, but they've actually got fiber optic there, and it's quite good.
Yeah, that's what it is, isn't it?
They're going to commit to full clear in the top floor after they lost Benja. The Thatcher is an important operator, especially with a Bandit on the board. But if you can get this full top floor control, it's not going to be the biggest deal in the world. You should be able to deal with those batteries from up above. Of course, getting the top floor is usually much easier said than done as well. Cloud9 Beast Coast have two players up there at the moment, Gavin and Spirits, with more able to rotate up if needed. It's been over a minute now, and they've yet to enter the building. It's only Ashen who's currently inside of bunks on that main floor, not really contributing to this top floor push. Will just be a bit of a lurk later on in the execute. And I'm not even 100% that they are going to full clear this top floor. They've been very slow at it thus far, so still trying to work their way in as they start to open the wall from outside. They might be able to find an entry point, but Ashen's just also competing at the site, so it's a bit disconnected right now from SSG.
Well, when you're down your Thatcher, it's going to be challenging for you to get rid of some of these electronics on the defender's side. You've got to put it all in J9O's hands, as the Twitch drone will now go to work and get shot away through the soft wall. I mean, he tried to get into the room, but I mean, it ultimately did not work out at all. And with that, Gavin saw where the drone had come from, and now he's going to take up a more forward position. And you can see the orange silhouettes. One will cross very quickly. Gavin just missing that opportunity. He's been damn good so far today. Pulls out the sidearm, bites off a bit more than he can chew, Jesse. And that toothless aggression from C9 Beast Coast is capitalized on by Fultz.
But they will have top floor control, so they're going to use that to open up the hatch. The last two Selma charges, they are not going to care about the bunks wall. They don't want the outside wall to the site. They'll say, screw it, we'll just take the hatch. Thank you very much. Full top floor at the moment. Now they can drop down this hatch. They can walk down the green staircase. They can try to make an execute go. But little hard breach and only a few more Candelas. Ashen holds one in his pocket. He didn't really get much. Here comes the last Candela to try to make the push work.
Ashen will hopefully follow up on this. The A-bomb site will within reach. Forrest has been usually good for multiple kills on that blitz. He only finds one. Ashen on the board, Fultz another. And Spirits will once again find himself in a post plant. J9O gets the diffuser down, and 3 players from SSG are still remaining. They'll see exactly where that gas comes from, so they know where his advance will be, and Ashen pounces on that opportunity. SSG denies Cloud9 Beast Coast another round, and this one, while still being in favor of C9 BC, is closer now.
Yeah, interesting round start to finish. I mean, the top floor was initially heavily being contested by Beast Coast. They eventually gave it up for the 4v4. I don't know if that was the right call. Obviously, the hatch was closed, but the Selmas came out. They managed to open up the hatch, and that enabled the drop from the blitz of Forest. They also knew they had to deal with a Ying coming down from bottom green stairs. So there was a lot inside this site, and I just don't know if Cloud9 Beast Coast really had the angles. They were fully blinds. They had no flanks retaking top floor, and it just felt like SSG had full map control. They had full ability to pull that execute off. They get a little scrappy. They lost a couple of fights, but I mean, that's natural. I think SSG are going to be very happy with how that overall transpired. And just an interesting defense from Cloud9 Beast Coast. I think it got kind of figured out. Most teams on this site, from what I've seen internationally and here in North America, have chosen to open that site hatch and then try to play for their lives up above. But a bit of a different approach from Cloud9 Beast Coast does not work in round number 5.
5 seconds left before insertion.
You know, both of these teams have excellent gunners on their side, and they both want to knock each other off stride. SSG's been looking for early picks every single round. They've gotten it a couple times, but Cloud9 Beast Coast have had the upper hand as well, as they look through windows and doors for an early pick. Collision course at the moment from the Goyo of Diffuser and Ashen. As he gets droned in, Nook can find some serious value here, but Diffuser is backed far enough away. I don't think there's another player within striking distance of Ashen as he looks for the follow-up. That's Benjamaster, by the way, who has blotted out the sun. Down go the blinds. I guess it was too bright for him in his room. The early entry from the Nook does not do anything at all, and Ashen will come up empty-handed. Cloud9 Beast Coast still roaming around the map.
Unlike in round 5, they're opening the site hatch this time. They're holding inside of Armory. If SSG get control of that, they could be in a very strong position. They're going to try to do just that at the moment with, of course, this Lion Charge ringing on out. They can see the movement of Gavin. They're waiting for him to walk into the crossfire, and they do take the shots. It's messy, but he gets it done. Ashen for the open pick now coming in from range. That's one of the 3 roamers taken out. Spirits went back to site, so it's only Diffuser that remains here on the mid floor. He sees the Blitz and he runs for the hills. Of course, being scanned by the Lion, but it's better than being killed by a Blitz. Can he make it out alive? No, he cannot. And at the same moment, Spirits inside the bomb site tries to come up and help and also gets gunned down. Finally, some luck as Gunner retakes the top floor, but isn't going to be enough. The bomb site is all for Hotancold as 4 players bear down on it.
You blink and you miss it. Oh, and an opportunity for Houghton to try to equalize, or at least get close. He finds 1 kill, cannot grab Fultz on the second, and the numbers get better for SSG. The objective play for Space Station has been mighty fine. Gunner will drop, get closer to the bomb site. Fultz not confident enough to be able to pull this one off. Fire, grenades, my. Great coordination on that. And SSG will tie things up. Lair, a defender-sided map through and through. Does this bode well for SSG as they got 3 rounds on attack and now they move to defense?
Sorry, I just opened up the chat and Ashton typed, "How do you die to that?" What I really liked from that push of SSG was their ability to roam clear so successfully. I loved the Lion from J90 combining with the Blitz, combining with all the angles that they had. They just survived all... There's the text. They survived all around the top floor and were able to hold the cutoffs as Cloud9 Beast Coast just had to panic. The Lion Charges came through, the splash bangs came out, and they just panicked far too much. SSG had all the cutoffs beautifully done as they initially looked like they were going to lose this first half. Not to be, they clawed back and get a 3-3 first split.
Yeah, I like where this positioning is for Space Station as they switch sides around. From Cloud9 Beast Coast, do not be surprised to see them bring a shield at some point in time, but right now, the only pseudo shield they're bringing is the Osa. She doesn't exactly function the same way as a traditional shield, but if she's got that Talon shield in front of her, she can still take up ground and be hard to deal with, but you have to put it away if you want to actually get involved in the action. SSG has a jump out primed and ready. Now there's a couple silhouettes near Ashen. Does he take the bait? He's looking for it. But Cloud9 Beast Coast have made it to the top. No opportunity for Space Station.
Fair enough. No harm, no foul. Nobody goes down. This Osa push from Houghton is going to be interesting. Likely going to try to use it to take control of operations and then perhaps for the plant as well as they try to execute in towards Mask and Master. That talent shield can be very difficult sometimes to navigate around with, and oftentimes we do see pros countering it quite easily. I like the mirror window counter coming out from Gunner, playing that Ashe. Usually Gavin's operator. Gavin, I think the most Ashe picks out of any player in the league. Certainly top 2. At the moment, though, they are actually going to move the Osa shield over towards the more the storage side of the map. So they're not going to be going through operations. It will be an R6 room execute, probably the more common execute that we see being brought through the first couple of plays of Lair that we've seen in both North America and internationally. We've seen both attempted, but I do think a lot of teams are preferring this type of an execute. Watch out for Gavin on the display window. He's going to have those Candelas. He could cause a lot of chaos during this push if the players of SSG aren't careful.
That shield is set up. Diffuser now behind it as he finds safety to go on to drone. And that's a bit of sloppiness from Ashen, who doesn't see Gunner in this position after the mirror window had been broken just moments before. Deployable shield will be taken out as one of those Ashe charges is used by Gunner. J90 is in a bad spot right now. Not too far removed from the boss chair. Gas will go out. 1 still remains in pocket for Fultz, but plenty of time left, which means that you won't be able to blanket the site. Forest has the door frame where Spirits and Diffuser will push from the breach as well, not far removed. Forest winning that engagement. He's been good on his gunplay so far today. Kyno as well. But Fultz and Benja will lose their life in the blink of an eye, leaving just 2 players left for Space Station. Make that 1 as Forest bites the dust. Kyno with full HP and a full mag. But 3 players watching his position as he's not right now in the midst of the bomb site. He sees the Osa, and it's a bit of sloppiness, and oh my goodness, C9 Beast Coast win that one. What an exciting matchup at the moment we're witnessing, Jesse.
Yeah, not bad Osa play at all coming through from Hotancold. I believe he got 2 kills on that round. Of course, he played on SSG for nearly 3 years, went to 3 invitationals with them, got top 12 at least in all of them. So very familiar with some of the opponents, I should say, currently playing for SSG. I like the thing I liked about that push was how many dimensions it had to it. You had Gunner that was pushing in from operations. You had Gavin that was over by the display window, and then all 3 other players coming through storage, coming through the hallway to be the brunt of that execute. They really did have so much map control around that top floor. They pushed so many different angles, and they really did collapse together. They collapsed really nicely, taking advantage of some players in SSG who maybe overstepped a little bit, but of course the trades were always better for Cloud9 Beast Coast as well. So really clean take. I liked it a lot. Nothing bad to say about it. SSG caught a little bit off guard, went for a couple of risky moves, didn't pay off. I think we're shaping up to have a really good game on Lair here, Parker. Maybe it's early to call, but I can smell a 15-rounder.
I was going to say, I think overtime right now is on the docket. Obviously, there's no guarantee we get there, but it definitely feels like it's coming. Obviously, we can't get to 18 rounds like the last time this matchup was played, but I think we can go pretty deep into it. The lineup for Space Station, we're going to see a Skopos on the board, the new Greek operator with 2 robots, Colossus and Talos. And the way that they work is that the robot that is inactive will basically be a deployable shield with a camera on it. The other one is your active player. If you die as the active robot, that is it. You are dead. You do not get to have any more effect. But if the inactive robot is killed, you've effectively just lost a bulletproof camera. Right now, Ashen wants a peek through this door frame. Spirits is not far removed, and oh my god. He had the shield on his back. Spirits has not had the best entry back to this match after the rehost. 0-5 the scoreline for the French Canadian.
Yeah, not ideal, of course. Losing your blitz as well, an important operator. Here's the lurk from Gunner. Ashen did this exact same play. Of course, the bomb site is on the basement, but the push is the same nonetheless. He will be able to find some of these roamers. There is Benja bottom green, I believe, bunk corridor. So they have a couple of players that are nearby, but it's actually going to be Ashen, the first one to go down, traded after Spirits died to his spawn peak at the start. Gunner, once he leaves this room and goes into the hallway, he could find a couple of bodies. Benja's up here and Fultz is too for him to find.
And Fultz is waiting for something. He sees the castle barricade and knows that somebody is nearby, but he's fallen back enough with Benja, and this is a nice little hidey hole that these players have found themselves in. Benja needs to be very careful as he's exposed to that soft wall. He'll send down a goo mine, so that if somebody gets near, he'll gain at least some information. Forest, he's having a terrific game, both on the blitz and now on defense as well. J90, the 1-2 punch here as the Nook walks in and the cross is made. Benja's prepared for that. C9BC are about to bid adieu to their lead. SSG just needs a single player. That's it, and it's a tie game. Our speculation that we need overtime, looking pretty good right now. Look at this. Boom! Oof. Oh, Fultz actually got the kill, but I was expecting it to be Forest. Either way, they work together to seal the deal. 2 rounds on defense, 2 successful rounds for Space Station.
Yeah, I think everything was just a bit disconnected as soon as Spirits died on that blitz. Spirits obviously dies to a bit of a spawn peak type runout situation from Ashen where he's outside the building, shoots him in the feet. Then you see Diffuser and Hotancold go down towards the bomb site. At the same time, Gunner is trying to clear up above on the Nook. Every player just felt like they were trying to do something different and nobody was able to connect with one another. Cloud9 Beast Coast just couldn't really get anything going in terms of those opening kills. So SSG, they held their angles, they won their fights. That roam that came out from, of course, both Benja and Fultz was certainly an interesting one too. Hiding inside of Medical as a bit of a duo. Could have been cleared out, I think, if it was a full dedicated 5-man roam clear from Cloud9 Beast Coast, but without all of their players there, they just couldn't quite get those trades. They couldn't quite clear them out of that room. So ultimately, we do have a 4-4 game now. SSG looking very good in that previous round, and we just keep on going back and forth in this matchup, Parker.
Yeah, and I mean, these rounds are relatively lopsided, which is what we were saying about the most recent matchup of LG versus Wildcard, was that most of those rounds were ending with 1 to 2 players alive. Not the case here. These are very definite rounds, dominant performances by the teams as they win and they get the first pick and snowball from there. And that first pick is also so hugely influential in this matchup. So if you are SSG and you can get that first pick, you are in great shape. You're on the better side as is. One small difference between these teams, SSG was looking for the early pick all often when they were on attack, and C9 Beast Coast were very happy to give them that. But the same can't be said now that we've swapped sides. SSG is playing a very sheltered style of defense. They are not looking for early picks on defense. They want Cloud9 Beast Coast to come in. They want them to fight for the spot, and they want them to fight for map control. And Cloud9 Beast Coast, so far through 2 rounds, are showing that they are struggling to do that.
Spirits is on the top roof, not just the balcony, so he is safe from spawn peaks for now. Safe from aggressive swings. He will have to drop eventually, and he does so. Looking towards, I believe this is top rock. What's this staircase called? I'm blanking on it right now. Top blue. There we go.
They're named after colors.
Yeah, they are. Trying to get in now. Faults will be the first one to take down Diffuser, though, instead. Elsewhere on the map, that was one of those top floor roamers. Faults is able to find that success. Every single player, in fact, on SSG locking down this top floor, except for Benja. And a nasty surprise awaits J9O. It's a blitz shield. He will run away and he'll smoke it off, so keeps his head, keeps his life, and manages to stall things, but also does not get the kill that he was hoping for. Do they commit? With a minute 15, they would really like top floor control, but I don't think it's too strong right now. They might just have to go in through the green wall instead.
They've got a line of sight onto the bomb chassis. Have they determined the location of Benja? Now they will, as he manages to get away, but he's harassed by seemingly endless amount of drones and is now very worried about Gavin's advance from that same position. I believe Gavin's in double digits at this point. Spirits gets his very first kill since the rehost came in. He picks up a second as Hotancold dies elsewhere. Benjamaster, a nice shot onto Gavin, and it's Gunner and Spirits to do the rest of the work. SSG, for yet another round, is poised to carry on how strong this side of Lair is and make it work for them. A weird drop by Forrest. Gunner easily getting that last pick, and then look at Diffuser too. Fultz and Benja remain. Through the soft wall, a lot of damage is being done. Gridlock mostly shrugs that one off, but Benja subdues Gunner from that position, and it's 3 in a row and a flawless rotation for SSG.
You don't always expect to see Benja as an anchor, the one holding down the bomb site, but he certainly can do it. He has been the most successful player out of the 10 that we have in this lobby, a 0.9 KPR. He's averaging the 3rd most kills per round out of every player inside of North America. He's been really enabled on this SSG squad. Since he came in over the offseason, he has been playing absolutely lights out for SSG. On attack, usually shares some of those entry duties with Ashen, and then on defense can flex around to do whatever the team does desire. They've been very, very good on this defensive half. It feels like Beast Coast, every single time, they've been quite spread out on these pushes. Even in that last round, they had a couple players trying to pressure up above. That was mostly Spirits on the blitz. Meanwhile, they had some site players that were trying to pressure in and deal with Benja. The top floor push didn't go that poorly. They got some kills. They eventually got traded out. It was really the basement, or not basement, but the site push that did not find any success whatsoever. In this TAC timeout, I wonder what the strat is going to be. Do they try to group up a little bit more on the side of C9BC? Or is there some other way that they can make these split pushes work? Because at the moment, they are just very disconnected from one another on these takes.
It's like a team of individuals, so to speak.
Yeah.
Oh my. Not great for C9 Beast Coast, who are going to need to go back to the drawing board after the way that SSG has been handling them, and SSG's been on quite the run themselves. I don't know if maybe C9 Beast Coast got a little bit too happy early on by talking their ish in chat, and now SSG has simply been able to outmuscle them. But SSG does technically have the better record at the moment too, though it's very, very close. Space Station with 11 points, Cloud9 Beast Coast at 10. The only difference is there was an overtime win for Space Station versus an overtime loss for Cloud9 Beast Coast. And the round differential is very similar as well, Jesse, at a +7 versus a +6 for Cloud9 Beast Coast. So in basically every metric, Space Station is ahead. If SSG can win with a clean 3 points here, I think it's a little bit too close for them to actually take second, but they would be tied in second, but trail Sonics based on round differential. It seems unlikely that Cloud9 Beast Coast will be able to emerge with 3 points themselves, but if they did, they would vault all the way up to third over Space Station and ahead of M80, who picked up a big win over Los on this exact map earlier today. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, though, because we've still got at least 2 rounds to go. And so far, SSG has been the superior team, and they've got the better side. A bunch of utility has been used by Cloud9 Beast Coast. Bees go in, a bevy of bees, actually, and a bunch of nades that are met by the magnets of J9O's Wamai. They managed to get the deployable shield and have opened up an avenue towards the bomb site. But there's still a lot more work to be done.
This clash, we saw it being utilized so well by C9BC. It's going to be brought by Force this time around. If you're pushing operations, it can be really awkward to get around a clash here. The best bet is probably go below, and that's exactly what the plan is from Spirits. Wants to move down here into medical, inside of lobby. A little bit vulnerable. Ashen is on the main stairs. Oh, but he's busy running out on Hotancold. I see. Now his position will be known, but he's already down Diffuse Kit outside. He is in a difficult situation. He's done probably enough, though. Taking down the ace, one of the most important operators, does eventually get cleared out. Spirits takes him down at the same time, though. Gunner also dies to J9O, who got the vertical angle from up above. So this aggressive play from SSG right after the tactical timeout has completely disrupted the plans of Cloud9 Beast Coast.
You've lost the Deimos, which is great for intel work. You've also lost the only hard breach that was had for C9BC. You don't have any secondary hard breach, and admittedly, Lair is a map where you're not often going to be taking direct engagement on these hard walls. You want to use your Selmas from longer range. Now you're just going to have to go for soft destruction, which they thankfully have in spades. Bailiff in the hands of Diffuser, and of course the skeleton key of the Buck will do serious work. SSG just needs to wait out the final 40 seconds, though, Jesse. They don't really need to do anything, and they've exhibited great patience for a team that tends to get a bit over-eager at times. A late rotate coming out from Cloud9 Beast Coast as they want to get closer to the site, but don't know exactly where to hit it. And the main impediment right now will be Forest. He plays shields on attack, so why not a clash on defense? Smokes will go out, the gas rather, to stop those bees from going in. And Benja blinded, gets 2. Gavin in an unwinnable situation, and Fultz gives him the mercy killing he deserved. SSG secure themselves 1 point. They're on match point with that one, Jesse.
Like a Charmeleon growing wings, it feels like SSG have evolved these last couple of rounds. They are unable to lose these opening fights. They're unable to allow a trade. What we're seeing constantly is just all of these players on SSG getting caught off guard. That was a beautiful play by Ashen out there on the roam. I really appreciate his ability to both frag early on the round on attack and on defense. That's something he has done throughout this stage. He's the most aggressive player in North America, taking 36% of all opening engagements across both attack and defense. It's pretty even across both sides. He has been very, very active in the early round for Space Station. He does his job, and he does it extremely well. Despite the fact he's only 6-6 post rehost, the impact that he has by consistently winning those opening engagements, catching C9 Beast Coast off guard, has been so massive. And I think that last round was a great example of it. They tried to make that low man count execute work, but they just couldn't do it without the numbers. And because of that, SSG now find themselves on match point, as you mentioned, Parker, within striking distance of that top 2.
We turn our focus to the next 2 days, or well, 3 days rather, as we've got 3 straight days of group stages. Tomorrow, you and I will not be working, but then we're back in action on Friday. Sonics did not get to do anything today. They are off, as there are 9 teams. 1 team will unfortunately have to take a break. Wildcard is the team that has the very final day off, so we won't see them in action. As for the last day, or as for tomorrow, it's M80 who will have the day off. And M80 came very close to clawing their way into the top 2. If SSG can prevail, they will overtake M80 and sit tied with Sonics. But again, round differential is the big decider here. SSG, if they win this round, would go up +3, which would put them at a +10 overall round differential, but still below the Sonics at +12. There's still time for them to work their way up. SSG is in action tomorrow against Wildcard, and that's the final game for Wildcard, as we mentioned. If Wildcard lose in regulation there, not only will SSG have a very tight grip over the top 2 spots, but it will also effectively seal the deal for Wildcard, as they just simply won't have another opportunity to make up points. As for this Cloud9 Beast Coast team, they play OXG tomorrow, and then they finish against Sonics, which could be a hugely influential matchup depending on the way that today, tomorrow, and then the early games on Friday go. Cloud9 Beast Coast looking to stay in this. They managed to kill Ashen early. That's a great start. There's still time for SSG to recover. A round and a half, or rather half of the round to go, and the attack over towards Fultz will prompt him to pull out those smart glasses, but Cloud9 Beast Coast not really particularly eager just yet. Multiple players stacking up, and it's poor target allotment for Fultz. He goes after the objective, not the players. Cloud9 Beast Coast sweep right through him.
Actually, crazy cool Nomad play, using it to force him to shoot that. If he didn't, of course, would have been pushed back. So really nice coming out from the Diffuser. You don't see that every day. The Candela is blinding more teammates than enemies as they start to work their way in through filtration. We need something to go well for SSG. They have 2 good operators with shotguns to try to lock down the site. They don't have any opportunity to flank. So, of course, with these Toxic Babes now coming out, it's going to be really desperate as they stall out this push from Cloud9 Beast Coast.
How many nades landed the feet of Benja? It looked like more than just 2. Gavin continues his hot play. He's had an excellent day so far. And in this position, J90 is only expecting 1, but there's far more to deal with. Forrest will have to not just put the shield, but also his team on his back as he does some damage to Diffuser, but has given up his location in the process. Gavin looks for the cross. There's no way for Forrest to do this without dealing with the hatch control first. And it's Diffuser to get the job done himself and keep C9 BC in this. One more round of regulation, one more opportunity for Space Station to get all 3 points. But for C9 Beast Coast, they need overtime.
I feel like Diffuser started wearing glasses and he just leveled up as a player. He's not yet putting up the +30 that he did in stage 1, but I still think he's really grown between the 2 stages. I think he's making some really smart decisions, doing some really cool stuff, not only finding that final pick, of course, in that round, but also playing the Nomad very effectively to try to clear out some more of those aggressive players as they tried to execute in towards the site. Loved that coming out from Diffuser. Obviously, the newest member, the youngest player on Beast Coast. I guess newest is kind of a given because they all joined at the same time. But the only rookie to be playing on this team, and I think he has really surprised people. A lot of people, when he got picked up, didn't have many nice things to say about it. A lot of people said that Cloud9 Beast Coast trolled by picking up Diffuser, and then he won a major with them, and that shut people up pretty quickly. So very nice to see Diffuser having so much success. I think his impact in that round was massive. We're going to need to be able to pull out some big stuff from him one more time to force that overtime and hopefully get a win over SSG.
It's not just that they won a major with him. He was an integral part with that Skyscraper matchup, really setting the tone and allowing Cloud9 Beast Coast to play at their fullest. I mean, they are really a full team, and they talk about it quite frequently, where they can't do it without each other. Yeah, sure, Spirits, who had an okay first half before the rehost, has had a little bit of issues here, but everybody on this team seems to be quite consistent. And when somebody has a bad game, that's all right, because they usually are alone. You don't often see multiple players on Cloud9 Beast Coast having a bad game at the same time. The scorelines are actually quite even across the board. Spirits is really the odd man out. 6 kills for Gunner, 6 kills for Diffuser, 5 for Hot and 5 for Gavin, 6 for Ashen, 6 for Forrest, 6 for J90. I don't know what is going on. Maybe it is Satan's favorite game at the moment with all the 666s that we are seeing. But this is a devilishly good match. And SSG have 3 minutes left. That's it. For them to gain all 3 points and take a big leap up in the standings.
And they've got to do it on what is usually considered the worst bomb site on Lair. It is Armory and Weapon for the final site to come out from SSG. They've yet to play it so far this matchup. Of course, after the tactical timeout, they've surely prepared something for this site. The site is often difficult to hold because the outside wall, the wall that goes straight into range, it's not technically an outside wall, but range is basically free for the attackers. This wall right here with the mirror window in it can often be breached very easily by the attackers, as the vertical denial on it is just in operations, which is very simple for the attackers to deny. So you don't need much top floor control to dominate on this site. You can also walk down these blue stairs, which Spirits looks to be doing, which will allow you into the other site on this map. It's very, very exposed on both sides. Very little map control is actually needed to execute onto this one. So surely SSG, they have a plan. 2 players up above, 3 in and around the site on the main floor, including a sentry being brought out by Forest. And the blitz from Spirits will look to get in through Rock, as Gunner is right here next to him, and Hotancold not too far away. Hotancold actually ranged with the plant. This is really a 2-pronged push, as Cloud9 Beast Coast have a very interesting setup coming out here.
Oh, Fultz is about to be in so much trouble as the pain train is but moments away. Forrest with the first kill. Gunner trades it back right off the rip. And the gas will linger, which will slow down Cloud9 Beast Coast. They'll just wait it out at this point. It looks like 2 canisters. It means Fultz has 1 remaining in pocket. And it will delay Spirits from getting to his intended location. But all of these players are ever closer to the bomb site. Diffuser is very far removed. What is he? Where is
that window to the left? He can shoot that window.
Oh my! Oh, excuse me, Spirits. I'm sure he'll want that one back, as Fultz not only lives Jesse, but he doesn't take a single point of damage. A very head-scratching altercation between these 2 players, but one that will give SSG a leg up with 40 seconds left on the clock. Gavin looking for a quick equalization. He won't get it. Diffuser taken out. Only 2 remain from Cloud9 Beast Coast. What remained of Gunner is gone, and all hope rests in the hands of Gavin. SSG have those 3 points in hand. All they need to do is either wait out the 20 seconds or collect the final kill onto Gavin. GG's early in the chat, and Fultz, who survived the earlier scare, will get it done. SSG prevent an explosion on liftoff, and that blast off gives them all 3 points as they rocket up the standings, tied for second.
And a strong win, of course. Those points so important. SSG continuing their domination of North American Lair performances. We saw them win it in the offseason. They were the first professional team to ever win Lair, and they will win it again here today when the stakes are even higher over Cloud9 Beast Coast. Well played by them across the board. Wasn't always flawless, but I really like the way that they adapted on that defense. Of course, coming through, we're able to find a lot of those players as they were so isolated. Good entries from Ashen, good late rounds from both Benja and Forrest. All 5 players performing on Space Station today.
Both teams at this point were very, very evenly matched, Jesse, but it's a game of inches, right? And so many of that first half rounds, so many of those first 6 rounds were characterized by early aggression, where Cloud9 Beast Coast would go looking for an early pick to potentially knock SSG off stride and ultimately lose that engagement and put themselves in an early hole. SSG just played the sides so well. A 5-1 half, doing what you need to do on Lair, letting the map work for you, going all over the place. And I mean, they're experienced, they're practiced, and you saw it firsthand. Lair is still being figured out by these teams, so we will see adaptations and changes to the way that this map is not just approached, but is also played by these teams. SSG has always liked to be innovators. So for them to be able to play Lair the way that they wanted, it's a hard lesson for C9BC to learn, but they've learned it, and hopefully they will emerge better after today.
And of course for Cloud9 Beast Coast too, I mean, this is not a game where the stakes were crazy high for them. They would have loved to get that top 2 position, but they're already in playoffs. So they don't need to worry about missing out on playoffs like some of the teams that we saw will play and lose earlier today. So certainly going to be a close contest going forward through the rest of this stage.
Well, that's it for you and I, but the desk is ready to break down our final matchup and then end the broadcast as the Super Week in NA has just begun. Take it away, Jacob.
Appreciate you, gentlemen. Certainly sounds like you're having a bunch of fun trying to walk us through yet another Lair matchup. But I think for us, it's also good that we get more Lair under our belt. But God, man, if you're C9BC to come really, really close and then have your own tag timeout round get taken away from you and Space Station converts that sucker, that's a real gut punch when they came so close to winning.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the biggest deal in the world because obviously this is a map that wasn't, we wouldn't say the situation was no risk, but obviously it's a situation where you're not risking not making playoffs. So obviously it's the perfect time to bring out Lair, see what you have to offer, see how it fares against other teams. And I mean, I think at the end of the day, this was a really good showing from SSG, more or less, on how to play Lair and how to play an objectively based Lair.
Yeah, I agree, and I think also Beast Coast also put up a pretty good fight to, you know, make this a competitive match, to say the least. But to go back to the beginning of this, is both teams, I'd say, are very comfortable on it. SSG obviously a little more comfortable on pulling out the win here, but it is important to acknowledge that they are pulling this out now where the stakes aren't so high, so either that can play into favor of them now going into those playoffs of knowing that they can go to this map, or someone will just simply ban it so the map bans can specifically go in their favor, especially when you get into those best of threes where you know that you are guaranteed to at least get one of your best maps. So if you can have a map ban phase go in your favor just because you showed excellence on the newer map, that's a good thing going forward.
I'm going to take a little bit of credit for that infinite overtime game and restart, giving them a little bit of prep before coming into this one. Space Station are just keeping that whole cycle rolling from the offseason into right now, and Forest, Ashen, and J9O all topping the charts. The thing is, every single player was insanely close. No one topped more than 11 kills. 5 people managed to find double digits. Everyone was very, very tight in this game.
Yeah, and that's what I've been talking about, even in the pre-shows, that they are at peak momentum. They are the most team currently in NA that I'd like to say.
It'd be them or DarkZero, because DarkZero's on that 5-game win streak now. So
yeah. I mean, you could definitely argue that. You could definitely argue SQ too, but I just think SSG has always been focused about bettering the areas that are weak, and we can actively see that with each game day that has happened. They wanted to make their defenses better, they wanted to make their communication better, and now they're at a point where, like we highlighted in the pregame, they are at peak form. Everybody is comfortable in their new role since getting Benja. I feel like Benja is very comfortable with the SSG mentality and the way they want to play the game, and everything has finally come together, and they are actually playing the vision that they started out by replacing Iconic with Benja, and they are finally there. So hopefully it's about staying there and staying consistent. So obviously the next few games, to them, it's more about pride, but I would love to see it continue in through playoffs.
And we are seeing that, you know, continuous improvement from this team. Like I said, their bank performance against M80, that was the best that I've seen them look just from a team perspective. And then even in this game, granted it was close, I still think it just came down to them just playing really well together is what really pushed them through, what helped them persevere as a whole. So I am really excited to see how they do going into playoffs, and obviously the rest of these matches going forward. And again, to just continue to see this consistency, and like you were talking about, the peak form of this team, I just want to continue to see that as we go forward.
My mentality has always been there's 2 best ways to win. Do it in a blowout to prove that you can dominate, or do it in a really close game to prove that you have the tenacity to stick with it the whole rest of the way. So congratulations to Space Station. They are now back in top 2 contention. Want to talk to Ashen real fast. Dude, congrats. When you played in Restart, on that one map against Makers, the infinite overtime game that was also on Lair, how much did that or anything you've done in the offseason over scrims help really prepare you for the monster that Lair seems to be so far?
Yeah, I think that that restart game, it was definitely good reps. Obviously, going to infinite overtime, that was a really cool part about it. You know, it exposed you to a lot of different stuff that, you know, in like a 12-round scrim you might not see, obviously. I think we went like 18, 20 rounds, so it was pretty good training in that game specifically. So yeah, it was a good game to be a part of.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice to see you guys play Lair today, but now that you guys have secured yourselves into playoffs, does it change anything of how you guys were going into this week? Is it more about trying new maps, trying new play styles? Obviously, you guys want to place as high as possible, but what does the mentality look like? Is it just about trying as many things as you possibly can leading into playoffs, or just focusing on what you guys have been doing from the start, all about the final finish? What do you think?
Yeah, I think, you know, we're not really focused on the result based, obviously. I think we don't look at it as, you know, let's try new stuff, because, you know, we try to take every opponent as equal. You know, we put the same effort in to prepare for, you know, every opponent. So I think, you know, just going into this week, it's just 3 games in a row. It's definitely, you know, a weak side for like preparation and stuff, but you just got to take it 1 game at a time, obviously, and then, you know, just going into playoffs, same mentality. We're here to win, so we're here to play play how we do it in practice, try and translate it, and then hopefully come out with a W. So.
Once again, I want to congratulate you on yet another win so far. I want to ask you, Ashton, I don't know if you saw the interview or anyone messaged you about the interview prior to going into this game. Hotancold specifically said, you know, you're like a chihuahua. You just bark at the heels. That's all you do. And then when you get into the lobby against them, you just turn off your chat. You weren't even there at that point. I mean, what do you think about that?
Nothing really else to say, but other than he stole that from us. So, you know, he can bring it to his team all he wants, but I don't know what he wants me to do. I don't know if he thinks that I should let this all chat get in my head as a competitor, but, you know, I'm trying to limit that, so.
We're finding a whole bunch of people now trying to figure out whether they can or can't be in all chat now at this point. I think it's the result of
get in Ashton's head. I mean, look at him. He's calm, composed, content with where he's at. I mean,
Mr. Pressure is a privilege over here.
I see a little like, you know, where's the Ashton energy that I've seen for a long time where you're just like, bark, like even in the interviews and all that, you're just like high energy. Now you're a little more mellow, you're a little more calm, but you're like, you still got it. It's just, I think it's tapered down. Is that just due to having more experience in Pro League as you come to, you know, tend to slow down just a little bit in that area, or kind of what's the mentality now?
Yeah, I think my first event, you know, I was pretty loud. You know, I think that was obviously a great vibes thing. And you know, it's still, I say I'm still like a pretty big vibes guy, like energy wise, you know, just the jokes and stuff. But a lot of the loudness, you know, save it for LAN and save it for when you can really get in their heads and they can't mute me, right? So it's like they can't mute me when I'm in person with them. So
okay, so if we see you at Montreal, that's 100% what we can expect out of you.
Yeah, I'll be loud. I'll be screaming.
Okay, perfect.
You know me.
Honestly, would have expected nothing less and would have been disappointed if we didn't get that. So the win for Space Station now puts you back in the 14-point category. That's current top two, and it's you and DarkZero currently in top two contention, which is above Sonics, but you're right there, like in that mix for the rest of Super Week. The next two teams that you have to face over the next couple of weeks, it's Wildcard and then it's Los. Not to say that those results are things that you're going to look at or their current records and think that they're pushovers or anything, but what do you do to make sure that Super Week is an overall success and not slack off because you've already made it into top two contention?
Yeah, obviously, you know, some people are going to say that, you know, if they can't qualify for playoffs, then, you know, they have nothing to lose. And I think that's something to keep in mind with how, you know, we're going to go in with our game plan. Because, you know, when people don't have anything to lose and they start playing more aggressive, they just start not caring. So that's something to to keep in mind. I think, you know, you just got to prepare for every game like we have been, and, you know, just be present. That's the biggest thing. Just be present. Be in the game that you're in, not the next one, don't focus on the one before, just what's in front of you. Rainbow Six Siege, round 6.
Good answer, brother. Congratulations again on the W. It's going to be a hard road through playoffs once you figure out exactly who you're playing, but at least you know that you're there. Make sure that the rest of this week is a good, strong finish, dude, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Space Station are up there in top two. The two teams in the top of the league currently are the two teams with only one loss.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it would be, you know, when you look at the start of the stage and versus where it's at now, I'm just going to repeat this again. Like, this has been a very highly competitive stage. There's not in many scenarios where you could just call something just being so one-sided, because we just saw today with a 7-1, that being the first time in taking Playday 7 to see that, whereas other regions, we saw those early on.
I will say, too, the teams that are at the top, I feel like had the most diverse map pool that we've seen as well.
Sure,
Every team that has tried to go back to a clubhouse, go back to a consulate, go back to a labs, I feel like they always end up losing, especially to the better teams. And so far, because that's been a strategy that a lot of teams think of, is let's just go to the same map over and over and over again until we get the playoffs. But the teams that so far at the top have shown a wider array of maps and have won all of them. So I don't know. I think, if anything, it shows more. It shows that the teams at the top really deserve to be at the top. Obviously, we'd like to see teams like, what's it called? We'd like to see teams like C9BC, SQ, LG play more of a map pool. But obviously, I mean, we'll have to wait till playoffs to get the chance to see that.
I mean, get away with as many points as you possibly can while repeating the same maps, right? Let's do a recap on how Day 7 went. The first day of the Super Week is in the books, and it looked like this. We started off with M80 finally getting the first 7-1 of the stage. DarkZero follow up with a long one. So do Wildcard in order to keep playoff chances for a couple of teams alive. Same thing with Space Station getting their dub and forcing themselves into top 2. Honestly, a pretty good day overall.
Yeah, we thought the games, I mean, we said at the start, like, you know, don't sleep on any of the games. All of them could be extremely close. And besides the first one, they all really were. I really liked what we saw from Oxygen especially. I mean, I think a lot of people have kind of written them off maybe up until today, and they didn't have an easier week. They play C9BC tomorrow.
Yep.
They have to play, I believe, LG after that. So to see them at least put up a fight against DarkZero definitely shows that they're not just laying down and saying the rest of the stage is over. If teams got to go through the LCQ, every team that's in that contention to potentially go through LCQ, they're all trying to take from the losses, whether win or loss, they're trying to improve themselves to LCQ. So it's nice to see that nobody's just kind of given up at least.
Yeah, and especially with Wildcard getting that win today, getting those 3 points, that definitely allows everyone to not just fall flat, that they still have a chance, even if some are obviously smaller than others, but that win and not allowing Luminosity to gain any points has put a little fire in some of these teams' hearts. But again, that is a very small chance for some of these teams, whereas Wildcard, again, going into tomorrow, they need to get that win.
Standings check in. It's actually still Sonics at the top because of the tiebreaker from earlier is round differential, not head-to-head, but it still puts Sonics and Space Station with a tie at 14, which is going to mean it's between them and DarkZero most of the rest of the way for the best chance to qualify. M80 don't have that many chances. There's only one game left for them. Same thing for Wildcard, so it's going to be really, really tough going into the rest of Super Week.
Yeah, so my prediction of M80 getting first this stage definitely isn't looking too great, huh? I mean,
they would have to win, and then everyone else would have to lose out.
Yeah.
And then DZ would have to lose by some crazy round diff for their last 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see that the top is still, everyone can swap. I think, obviously, the biggest change of the day is Wildcard taking over LG with their win. And, I mean, that's definitely going to make things a little shaky because Wildcard only gets to play one more game tomorrow, and then they're done for the Super Week. Whereas the rest of the teams towards that bottom, I believe LG plays twice.
Yep.
So it's definitely going to come down to a little bit of luck.
Yeah, those are definitely going to be the games to be watching for the rest of this week, is really the bottom of seeing who can clench that last spot and if it will stay wild card, if Luminosity will come up, or even if Los somehow manages, which again, that's the little bit of hope that I'm talking about, is Los really has to rely on a lot of these teams to go in a different way and then really excel in their own game. Obviously, being the first 7-1, they need to really ramp up their performance and get those 3 points.
Schedule for Super Week Day 2 is thus. There is a couple of matchups in here that really, really depend on how the first couple games go. Los still have a shot. It'll come down to Sonics to start with. I don't even know what happened over there.
Because I was just talking about Los has to they really
Los has hope. And then the first thing was Los SQ, and he goes, well.
It's kind of the same thing with OXG. OXG are still not out of the playoff picture, but then they have to play C9BC. Even if C9BC have lost 2 games straight, that's still a pretty formidable opponent.
I mean, all the lower teams right now all have very hard games. I mean, you have Los against Sonics, you have Oxygen against C9BC, you have Wildcard against SSG, and Luminosity against DZ. Every game, theoretically, tomorrow should be a good one if the lower teams really show up tomorrow and really try to persevere and get those wins underneath their belt.
Yeah, realistically, realistically, to put it simply, if Luminosity wins out, which they play against DZ tomorrow, which is a very difficult game for them.
Godspeed, brothers.
But then they play against OXG, so there is a possibility where LG could lose both of their days.
Yeah.
And then be stuck in that position. But if LG wins out, then they take 6 no matter what.
Yeah.
So Wildcard has to hope that they at least can get a win to make it a little bit more difficult for Luminosity.
Yep.
But again, at the end of the day, it's in Luminosity's hands because they get to play both days back to back.
This is going to be a fun one. Super Week always brings out both the best and the worst in teams, has the chance to take an entire stage and turn it upside down for better or for worse. Teams that thought that they were safe might absolutely not be if teams below them win out, and the teams that you think probably have a chance may come oh so close, but then still can't make it to playoffs. And that's why we like Super Week. 3 days in a row, we're done with one. Day 2 of Super Week starts up tomorrow, and the only thing we have to do is sit back and let the carnage completely take fold. Thanks a lot for joining us on Day 7. We'll be back same time, same place yet again tomorrow for Day 2 of the Super Week of the North American League. For all of us here in Philadelphia HQ, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow night.
ouais, choque-les. Choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave!
And I think he might just find it!
you